Why, hello there, everyone. It is my absolute pleasure to be the MC of Host Agency Review's third annual Host Week. Yay! And some of you may know this and some of you may not, but this week is also the start of Chinese New Year's or the Lunar New Year. So, 新年快乐 and 恭喜发财 to those of you who celebrate. And if you do not celebrate Chinese New Year's, it's one you should consider because it follows the lunar calendar instead of the 12-month Gregorian calendar. So if on January 1st of this year, you somehow didn't make it through whatever you decided you're going to change for 2023, Chinese New Year's gives you the second opportunity to do that. So I've even got a cookie to celebrate today to munch on. And then here's another one too, in case I need extras. So happy Chinese New Year's, happy Host Week, everybody. This is our biggest and best Host Week yet, with over 2,000 registrants throughout the week. There are 34 host interviews. We have 7 consortia interviews, and then we have a whole heck of a lot of our EduSpots. Now, this year, we're doing a hybrid approach where some sessions are pre-recorded and some are live. Anytime that I am emceeing, it's live. So I need you to help make sure I don't get too bored talking to a computer screen for the next 5 days, which is what I'm going to be doing. So we're going to need you to be active in the comments to keep me peppy because I've got them down here. So, oh, yeah, hi. Let's see. So go ahead in the comments. I would love to hear from everybody what you're most excited about for Host Week. Is it the keynotes, the education spots? Is it the host agency interviews, the consortia interviews, the specials? Write that in the comments. And while you're writing, I want to say a thank you to our weekly sponsors of the event who allow us to put this on for free to the travel advisor community. So first of all, we have the Adventure Travel Trade Association. Then we have Nexion Travel Group, which is a host agency if you're not familiar. And they are doing their Meet the Host interview Wednesday at 1:40 Central Time. So bookmark that. We have Runway Health, and if you're not familiar with them, they're a new company that's working with travel advisors and doing medication for the clients, your clients, and common medications for traveling. And they'll be doing a webinar February 1st. So if you want to tune into that to learn more, we'll put the link in the comments. We also have Tour Radar as a sponsor, and they are doing a keynote on Tuesday, tomorrow morning or afternoon. So tune in for that because that's on sustainable travel, something that's very important to the Carr crew, as well as to Tour Radar. So that'll be fun, and there'll be a Q&A at the end. And then our last weekly sponsor is Travel Planners International, who is being interviewed today at 1:50 Central Time. So we also have some daily sponsors today. And so thank you to Globus family of brands, Nest Plus, and Travelify. So welcome to Host Week. We are so glad you are here with us. If you just hopped on, I hope you can tune in all week. Our small team has been working really hard to put this together, and I think you're really, really, really going to like what we have going. So we also have a producer behind the scenes that's helping us make this possible. So thank you to Juan. And thank you to Rita Perez, who some of you may know. She's an advisor, but also does a lot of education things. And she's been helping us with Host Week, and it's been a huge help. So thank you. And hi, everybody. This is so fun because I can see the comments down here. So if we haven't met, I'm Steph Lee. I'm the founder of Host Agency Reviews, and you will be seeing a lot of me this week. So what do we have in store for you during these 5 days of fun? Every day, we're going to have keynotes that will inspire and educate you. We've got all those host interviews for those of you looking for a host, or those of you doing competitive intelligence. I know you're out there too. This year, we also added the consortia interviews. We have all 7 of them, which covers all the major consortia. And that is great if you want to go independently accredited. And it's also great for hosted advisor. And here's why, because your host agency, 99.9 of them belong to a consortia. And so you want to know the differences between the consortia because that can help in selecting and help you kind of filter out who you want as your host agency. So make sure to tune into that too if you're looking for a host agency. We also have our EduSpot sessions, which are aimed at helping you up your agency game. And they cover everything from marketing to sales to legal to monetizing airfare to travel insurance and everything in between. So the last thing is we have 60 plus specials exclusive for registrants of Host Week. So sign up for that. It's not just host agencies. We have supplier specials in there with bonus like Amazon gift cards and things like that. And we have associations in there. So make sure to check that off. And then today I want to make sure everyone is aware that there is a surprise launch. Well, it's not a surprise because we put it on the schedule, but there is a big launch for a new project the Carr team has been very hard at work on the last few months. And I will give you a hint that we may, just may, after 11 years of writing in-depth content, we may have gotten organized enough to have finally turned it into our first official course. So we'll be going over details on that course tomorrow or this afternoon. And if you're ready to start your agency, make sure you tune into that. And then lastly, we end the week of the award ceremony, or we end the week with our annual award ceremony for the Luminary Awards, where we recognize the best of the best host agencies. So mark that for Friday on your calendar. And just a few more logistics before I turn it over to our keynote sponsor, Levarté Travel. So first, the common question we get is, will this be recorded? Heck yeah, we want as many people to be watching it as possible. So these will be recorded. You can always check it out on our YouTube channel under the Host Week playlist. So that goes in 2 months from now or tonight. And we'll be sending out the direct links to each of the days in the daily emails, which every registrant gets. So if you haven't registered, you can go to hostagencyreviews.com/hostweek and you will be able to get signed up for the emails then. And then before I turn it over to Lori, we have one more thing. Every year we do a drawing for our Comfort Class package, which is on the site. If people don't know, all the host agencies are listed for free, the franchising consortia, and then people can choose to upgrade, and that gives them more exposure and kind of unlocks some profile features. So every year, as part of the Host Week celebration, we go ahead and give a Comfort Class package to one lucky host agency. And this year, Mary's son, Avi, who's turning 5 next month, went ahead and chose it for us. So he cannot be bribed at all. And the winner of this year's is Denise Lawrenson of Dreams Travel Consulting. So congratulations, Denise. We will be reaching out to you soon with more information on that. Now, that is all I have to say for the welcome. I am going to turn it over to Lori Spears with Levarté Travel, who is going to introduce the keynote because she sponsored it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so excited about Host Week. My name is Lori Spears, and I'm the owner of Levarté Travel. I get the opportunity to give you a little bit of information about Levarté Travel today before announcing the next speaker, but I want to let you know, Meet the Host is tomorrow at 1:30, and you can learn more about Levarté Travel. Levarté, by the way, is e-travel spelled backwards. So take a look at it. See there, it's e-travel spelled backwards. Now that's just a fun fact, but actually Levarté means to lift up. And that is our mission. That's our mission statement, is to lift professionals in a career in travel. So whether you're new to the industry or you are looking for a new host, we are the ones for you. Let me tell you about some of the things we have to offer. Many things you can already find out on our website. If you go to levartétravel.com, you can find out a lot what I'm going to tell you. But I want to take the time to tell you some things that aren't on the website too. First of all, let me start with some of the benefits that you will see there. We do offer our advisors individual websites tailored to your individual business. And we also offer weekly, monthly, annually, and quarterly live trainings where you'll be face-to-face with suppliers getting training, or what I even like more than that, and I'll go into a little bit more about our training. Sometimes it's just the relationship building that's important on those live trainings. We also have a back office for you with many resources, anything that you need, and it also tracks your commission. It's your whole accounting thing. For a low cost, you can be having all those benefits and part of the host agency. But here's 3 pillars I really want to tell you about. The first pillar I think that makes us different is our personalization. Our personalization in a way, let me give you an example. We have what's called a Lev mentor desk, where you as an advisor can make an appointment with our advisor support agents for a 30, 45, or 60-minute one-on-one appointment for some support. Let's say it's your first ever booking if you're new to the industry. Let's say it's your first group booking you want help on. Or one of the things I really like is you want to sit with one of our support advisor support agents and make your goals for the year, or set your business plan in place, because after all, you are starting a business. So if you want to get that accomplished, you get this personalized service, and we will help you not only set those goals, but reach those goals. It's the personalization. Our second pillar is education. We do many forms of education. We have a straight talk with Lary every other Thursday. We have webinar Wednesdays, and we have wave camps 3 times a year. And that's where we're personally 3-day wave camps. Not only are you being trained by some of the suppliers, but we also do some great training on ethics, business, and business communications, things that we think take you to the next level and having your own business, and things that you may need to learn. We all need to learn, and also sales training. So those wave camps provide that extra personalized service as well. And our third pillar is our relationships. The relationships that we have with the different suppliers and travel partners we've chose. We believe certification will set you apart. It will give you that competitive edge. And that's why we partnered with the Travel Institute for education and certification. And we've also partnered with ASTA and their certification. And we've also partnered with CLIA that offers lots of certification and additional training. As for an example, Levarté is a premier agency with CLIA. So we really want you to get those certifications to set you apart. So we encourage it by, one, being a premier agency, so your enrollment is much less, $69. But then once you complete the 4 free courses they offer, we reimburse 50%, because we believe that it's a proven fact when you get those certifications and set you apart, your sales increase. They have actually done statistics on this, and it's true. Certification equals higher sales. So we want to help you, support you, and back you in everything that helps you be the best that you could be in this industry. Now, again, that was just a short little bit about Levarté. We're going to have a special, and we're going to do a meet the host tomorrow at 1:30 Tuesday. So we say at Levarté, catch the wave. So be sure, if you're interested, to come on board and catch the wave at Levarté Travel. I really appreciate the time, but I'm more excited to introduce back to you again, Steph Lee, who is going to give you the State of Host Agency Address. Thank you so much.
Oh, gotta unmute myself. Well, thank you so much, Lary. Wonderful to have you on. Really appreciate you sponsoring Host Week again, and this keynote makes it so we can provide it free for advisors. So thank you again. Let's see. You know, every year when I'm preparing for my keynote, which is usually a couple days before I actually have to do it, but I get so excited. So this weekend I was working on it, and I've been looking at some of the cool trends that we've been seeing, because I don't get to do that on a regular basis. Usually I'm doing kind of the day-to-day stuff. So it's fun for me to be able to do some research for the keynotes. And for those of you that are more familiar with Carr, you might know this, but we're very unusual in the industry. And we have such a unique position in the industry for 3 reasons. So the first is that we work really closely with many host agencies because of the profiles on the site. And we also have all that data within there. So that allows us to analyze the data on their site and see how host agencies are changing over time. And we also the second thing is we conduct our annual survey of travel advisors, which, to the very best of my knowledge, is the only industry-wide survey out there that specifically looks at hosted advisors. But I do also want to note on that for those of you that aren't hosted that are tuning in, the survey is not just for hosted advisors. We end up publishing 3 reports, one on hosted, one on independently accredited, and then one on travel employees. So the third reason that we are kind of in a unique situation in the industry is that when people are interested in a travel advisor career, they usually end up on HAR. I don't know if any of you in the comments have had this situation where you were looking at a career change and then you came to HAR somehow. But we work with people at the very, very top of the funnel when they're just thinking about becoming a travel advisor. And then we get to follow them through their entire careers with the survey. So we get this good longitudinal data on what's coming down the pipeline and what's been happening in the past. So these 3 things really help us see the trends from the very beginning all the way through their career. And then switching on the advisor side, I've got to stop looking at the comments because I get distracted. And I forgot, no, I did not get a haircut, and happy Chinese New Year's to you as well. So switching from the advisor side to the host side of things, being the largest host agency directory on the web that's out there, we can see the impact that all of these hosted advisors have on host agency trends. So what I would like to do today is tell you about some of the exciting trends that are happening in our neck of the woods. And whether you're an advisor, a supplier, a host agency, these are important for everybody because it helps us keep a pulse on and kind of show us what the direction is that we're headed in post-pandemic. And let's see, there's 4 points that I'm going to point out today. And if we have time, we'll open it up for questions. I'm not sure if we will have time though. So I'm going to start again at the very top of the funnel and work our way down, which means I will start with what we're seeing in terms of travel advisor career interest. And then we'll look at people of those that are interested, who is actually converting and becoming a travel advisor. Then we'll cover some neat things about hosted advisors that popped up in our annual survey. And then we'll end with some info and trends that we're seeing amongst the host agencies. So let's get started. Let's start with those that are interested in a travel advisor career. So first of all, I know many of you listening are brand new to the industry. So thank you for attending Host Week. And I think I speak for myself and perhaps those of you that are experienced in the audience. You can chime in if this is also your feeling, but I want to say welcome to the wonderful world of travel. It's a super fun industry. We're so glad you're here. And in last year's keynote, we discussed how host agency reviews saw a huge growth in the interest to become a travel advisors. So one of our predictions was that we were going to have an influx of new advisors throughout 2022. And that turned out to be true because we saw our busiest year to date on the site in 2022, which is really remarkable because traffic was up 31% from pre-pandemic levels in 2019. So we knew that people were visiting the site in larger numbers than ever, but we weren't really and maybe we're not entirely sure still, but like, is that just pandemic daydreaming and people wanting to find like a new route in life? We're not exactly sure, but we don't think that's the reason because host agencies have told us anecdotally that they're seeing larger numbers of new advisors signing on, like much larger than normal. Now, if we talk about this year, 2023, so January is typically a very busy month for us. There's a lot of people that have their New Year's resolutions or are deciding to change jobs this year. So I ran analytics this weekend on the site for visitors from January so far this year compared to last January, and traffic is up a mind-boggling 66% from last January. And last year was our busiest year on record. So I can tell you all that things are looking pretty good in terms of what's coming down the pipeline. And let me tell you a little bit more about what we know on who are these visitors is joining the industry and who is not, because both of those are equally as important. So for those of you listening in that are newer in the last few years, I'd love for you to share in the comments why you made the career switch to become a travel advisor. Because while we have the data showing us that there's a huge interest in a travel advisor career, we don't know the thoughts behind what's driving it. My thought is the pandemic gave everybody the time to breathe and rethink their lives and what they're valuing. It kind of stopped the rat race in its tracks and people got off the hamster wheel and then they just didn't rejoin. So Perhaps it's driven by people who reprioritized what they were looking for when the whole world paused. And now they're looking for a job doing something they love that has the flexibility to work remotely and allows them to travel. So would love to hear from people in the comments on why they joined the industry. All right, so we also know that host agency reviews saw a huge uptick in interest last year that's still continuing. And whether you're from the host side of things, the supplier, the advisor side viewpoint, this is just, it's really fabulous news, because for hosts, obviously, this has great opportunities ahead for you this year in terms of growing your network. Same thing for suppliers. This boon of new travel advisors is an army of independent contract sales reps that you can tap into. And then for advisors, it means, and this is really exciting, that with so many people interested in it, that the conversation isn't anymore, oh, do travel agents exist? Because I don't know about you, but I definitely have heard that many times in my career. But it's changing from that to like, wow, you're a travel advisor? That's amazing. I would love to do that job. So it's kind of flipping itself on its head there. And as an industry, we need to make sure that this new wave of advisors coming in has the tools and resources that they need to succeed. And then it's going to be a win-win-win-win-win for all of us, which is great. And for experienced advisors that are out there, this is also great for you, because I know right now you're feeling probably overwhelmed with your bookings during wave season, and you're probably wanting to grow your agencies. So this information about this influx of people coming in should have you thinking about how you can use this wave of motivated advisors to help your agency reach the next level. And then I know we've been talking a lot, there's been a lot of talk in the news about a recession, but I personally am not sold that the travel industry is going to be a part of that after travel has been withheld for multiple years to most of the world. I'm not sure, I would love to hear in the comments what other people's thoughts are, but typically they say that travel is one of the first things to be affected when a recession is coming, but we're not really seeing that. We're seeing this boom right now. So the other things I want to address about the insane level of interest in becoming a travel advisor is last year's keynote. I mentioned there was this weird thing happening on the site that started with the pandemic, where in the 11 years we've had the site, the demographics, the age demographics have been very, very steady, no change at all. But like when the pandemic hit, when you compare it, this 18 to 24-year-old group jumped 10% in our demographics, which is really large. So it is still continuing to this day, and I'm not exactly sure why the new interest, I don't know, but I mean, this group though, what's important is having like kind of followed them last year and looked at a few data points. They are not the ones that are converting to starting their agency. And that really makes more sense to me than them starting agencies, because while I very much have an entrepreneur's heart, at 24 or 18, I did not have the resources, the connections, and definitely not the maturity to start an agency. It would have been a very, very heavy lift for all involved. But why I'm bringing up this demographic is because there's another huge opportunity for the industry, because they are not converting to starting their agencies. So we have a lot of young people that are not ready to start their agencies, but they're interested in becoming a travel advisor. This interest, but no conversion, is a problem that we as an industry need to look at and address, because we have this young generation interested in a travel career for the first time in a really long time. There's a shortage of staffing at the agencies out there, and there is a boom in travel sales. So we need to find a way to reach out to this audience. We need to bring them into the funnel, because the funnel for them is not starting their own agency, but we need to bring them into a funnel where they can be trained and they can help us fill those staffing shortages at agencies and on the supplier side. So while we're seeing the interest from the young group, we have a ways to go as an industry to make sure we're giving them the proper route they need to get into the industry. And that brings me to my second point, where I will tell you about who is converting. So people of every age are converting and starting agency, but it's really the 40 to 55-year-olds that are leading the charge when it comes to starting agency. And here's a few of the places I looked to get more context and kind of figure this out. So the first is our annual survey, and many of you participate in that. So thank you a zillion times for trusting us with that and for taking the survey. It allows us, again, to be able to give this information out to the industry for free so that people are able to benefit from it on all sides. And we will put a link to the report. If people haven't seen it, we'll put a link to the blog with it. It's a 59-page PDF report, and it's a gold mine of info for anyone in the travel industry. Let's see. So if you take a close look at the new hosted advisor section of this report, there's a few things that I looked at. So one is the median age of new hosted advisors. And that is, we call a new hosted advisor someone that has 0 to 2 years of experience. So that median age is 50 versus the median age of people that have 3 or more years of experience is 58. And of that 20% that, or let's see, 20% of the new advisor or survey respondents were new advisors to the industry, which is really neat because that's great news compared to a decade ago when we were questioning if there would be any new blood in the industry and what was going to happen. So this is what's really cool is of that 20%, nearly 75% have 0 to 1 year of experience. So they're brand new to the industry. That's a huge chunk of who's taking the survey, which tells us that there's likely a lot of new people coming in. And of course, no data is perfect, but I think it's pretty clear that there's a surge of new hosted advisors coming in, and it's looking to be even bigger this year, judging by the analytics on the site. And then another place we look to nail down who exactly is converting and starting agencies is our 7-day setup program. So it's a free course that walks advisors who know they want to start their agency through that kind of, I want to start my agency, but I don't know how. So maybe some of you in the audience have had some experience with that. But what we're seeing with people that finish the 7-day setup course, which we have hundreds of agents sign up for it a month, but it is the most popular people group age demographic that's taking it is those 40 to 55-year-olds. So while we're getting a lot more younger advisors in their 20s and 30s than we have in prior years, taking the 7-day setup, the largest chunk is more of that middle-aged 40 to 55. So we have two sources again for that, the survey and the 7-day setup, and that really helps us get a feel for who is starting agencies. And let's see, our next point of interest that I want to cover is you, the hosted advisor. So I'm going to start out and have you all guess because this is pretty fun. I want you to guess what the average number of countries visited by a hosted advisor is. And no peeking at the report if you clicked on the link, because the answer is in there. But this is really cool. As a team, we tried to guess it and we were completely off. So I'm curious what the travel advisor crew will think about this. And so write that number in the comments and I will let you know what it is at the end of this little tidbit of information. So let's see. So first of all, with a hosted advisor, the average booking amount, 5. Oh, this is fun. I've got to pay attention. Okay, focus. The average booking amount for the hosted advisor was $4,338. Now, this is just an average, of course. So if your varies on niche, it can vary very drastically by niche, by experience level, but it's a great number for suppliers, host agencies, anyone when they're doing projections on what's going forward. So you can say that on average, like an independent contractor is going to bring in $4,338 per booking. Now, the other thing I found interesting, oh, these are such good guesses. The other thing I found interesting is the trend that we've been seeing the last 5 to 7 years, which is this host within a host model. So a host within a host is an agency that's hosted themselves, and then there's another level underneath that. So they have independent contractors where they offer unique services to their network, but they're still a part of a host. It's a little bit like one of those Russian dolls. So what was neat? Oh my God, these are so great. Okay, I'm going to give a clue and let you guys know it's higher. So about 16% of hosted advisors reported being a host within a host, which is a considerable chunk. Because I think most often when people think of a hosted advisor, they think of a one-person shop. But this number, 16%, is pretty sizable overall. And then when you consider that 7% of host agencies reported having employees, that's a large chunk of advisors that have employees or ICs under them. So that one person show that you often think of with hosted advisors, maybe we can start challenging that, because about 1/5 of them have employees or ICs underneath them. And one of the other interesting things, ooh, Shanna, that is a bold guess with 125. Another interesting thing is that what we looked at was the stepping stones as people went from a one-person show to adding employees or ICs. What we saw was the stepping up of the income. So agencies who only had independent contractors under them, so they were a host within a host, they earned a little over $10,000 more than hosted advisors who were it was just them. And then you actually take a bigger jump when you have a host agency that has employees. They earned $25,000 more than a hosted advisor just by themselves with no ICs or employees. And then agencies that had both employees and ICs, they kind of blew it out of the water there. They brought home more than $30,000 more compared to those one-person host advisors. So I say this not to say that one is better, one model is better than the other. Having employees and ICs means a lot more risk and a lot more work. So not everybody's into that, and that's totally okay. But it is worth noting if you're looking for some new channels to grow your agency. So it looks like we've got a lot of great guesses here. Oh, wow. Okay, it is 73. So super, super exciting, because it's no wonder that people are waking up to the fact that travel advisors, not only being one can open up the world to you, but they know a lot about many, many places. So kudos to you for all being such well-seasoned travelers. And then we're running out of time, so I want to bring up my last trend, which has to do with host agencies. So the host agency playing field has become much more competitive than when I joined the industry, but it really became supercharged with the pandemic, because first of all, many ICs moved around during the pandemic. Last year on our report, we found that 9% of respondents changed host agencies last year. And then for a lot of existing agencies during the pandemic, they were looking for some new revenue streams when the world was standing still. And it was pretty much inevitable that we'd see some new players in the host agency world. But what I wasn't prepared with or prepared for was the amount of new people that joined, because we had more requests for new profiles than any other time in our 11-year history. So I looked up some numbers, and in 2019, we had 150 profiles on the site, and that includes consortia and franchises, but their numbers stay relatively, those are steady. They don't usually add a new consortia or anything along those lines. So 2019, 150 profiles on the site. Fast forward to today, I ran the numbers this weekend, and we had 209 profiles on the site. So that's a whopping 40% increase, which is really impressive. And then there's one last factoid on that. So joining a host agency is a very common way to enter the industry, but it doesn't always go that way. So what we found during the survey was that 21% of people that were hosted were employees before becoming hosted, and 8% were independently accredited before they joined a host, and 2% were with franchises before they joined the hosted world. So it's not always just new people coming into host agencies. And so I really think it still highlights host agencies are a great vehicle for people to enter the industry, but there's other ways they come in too. Well, thank you to all of you who are keeping me company in the comments. I really appreciate it. Here's our take-home wrap-up summary. So 1, the interest in a travel advisor has never been higher. 2, as an industry, we need to figure out routes for people to enter the industry beyond going the host agency route, so that we can help fill those agency shortages and fill the travel demand for travel advisors. The interest is there. We just have to create a route for them. Hosted advisors bookings average $4,338. They're very well traveled, and 20% of hosted advisors have employees and ICs underneath them, or ICs, I should say. And then lastly, with the host agencies, a lot more host agencies actively recruiting advisors. It's grown 40% on our site since 2019. And those, my friends, are not the only nugget of information you are going to find this week. We have something for everybody. So we are thrilled to have you join us for Host Week. We have so much fun in store for you. We are going to, let's see. Oh my gosh, we're right on time. This is amazing. So if you just hopped on, I'm Steph Lee. I'm the founder of Host Agency Review. I'm your MC for this week. And you have landed yourself on a very momentous occasion, because what's about to happen right now is our very first ever interview with a consortium during Host Week. So we are thrilled to have all the major consortia joining us this week. So here's the deal. All of the interviews with our hosts and consortia are pre-recorded. We do this partially because we are trying to wrangle the schedules of 30 plus people in the travel industry where people are traveling all the time. Trying to get them to wrangle their schedules to do live recording is impossible. So that's why a lot of them are pre-recorded. And we ask everybody the same question. So the consortia have a little bit of a different set of questions and the host agencies do, but everybody within those categories gets the same question. And we don't want there to be an unfair advantage to a host agency or a consortia that went later that could hear what the other people said. So don't be afraid to ask any questions in the comments for the host agencies or consortia, because they will usually have a representative from their company ready to answer your questions in the comments. So up next, we have Alex Sharp, the president and CEO of Signature Travel Network. They have been around since 1956, and they boast over $8 billion in sales. That is according to their Carr profile, which we will link to in the comments. And let's see, I want to, if you are with Signature, if there are many members of Signature out there, whether directly or through your host agency, you should follow the link we're going to put in the comments to Signature's profile, because I know that they have 591 members, because I'm looking at their profile right now, but they only have one review. So thank you to that kind soul, but let's get a little bit more information about Signature on the site. So without further ado, I'm going to pass it along to our recorded version of my interview with Alex from Signature Travel Network. Well, hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. We have our Meet the Consortia section today, and I have with Alex Sharp with Signature Travel Network, CEO and president. Hey, Alex.
Howdy. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. So let's see, we've got a bunch of questions to dive into here that can help people kind of differentiate the consortia that are on the site. So tell us a little bit about what's been happening in the past year. What are the big milestones you've
crossed?
Gosh,
it's been an incredible year, I have to say. Couldn't say that about the 2 years before.
Why?
But this past year has really been fantastic. And frankly, the 2 years before, we learned quite a bit about each other, about what we needed to do to come out of this pandemic. This last year has been about execution. How do you do more with less, right? I think every advisor, every agency is trying to figure that out. So it's been about, really trying to find efficiencies, trying to find technology that works for folks. And we've seen this resurgence. I mean, this industry, as you know, is just so resilient. Guests are standing online to make reservations, and there's never been a time in our history where travel advisors were needed more, right? I mean, if you're a consumer and you're out there and you're trying to navigate this crazy world and, get to destinations and want to understand health and safety protocols, but also great, product and destination knowledge, where are you going to go, right? You're going to go to a travel advisor. So it has really been about, this year's been about really working through the things that are the most valuable, being as efficient as we can, and getting back to travel and getting back to booking business.
Exactly. So for people that are maybe unfamiliar with kind of the differences between the consortia, what is kind of the unique selling point of Signature?
Yeah, I think we're known most for our technology. That would be first and foremost. But I think the structure of our setup works really well with our host agencies, because Signature has always been brandless, right? We're white labeled. So it's never about us. We're actually owned by our travel agency owners. So our focus is squarely on the travel advisor. How do we serve them? That for me was the guiding light through the pandemic, right? I knew exactly who I was serving. I didn't have to try and save myself some money and do this, do that. I needed to serve our members, and that's what we did. And so I think being white labeled, one of our tenets is that it's about the advisor's brand.
Mm-hmm.
You know, our benefits are about the advisors. It's not, well, because I'm an advisor for this agency that's part of Signature, you get X. It's because you know me, travel advisor Alex, that you're going to get, you know, free breakfast for 2 at the hotel, and, you know, free internet and a spa credit and those things. So we really focus on how do we allow our advisors to position everything that we do for them, all the things that we can aggregate, all the benefits, as their own, in their brand and their call to action. So for me, especially in this space, that is the key differentiator.
Yeah. Well, speaking of all, for these ICs that are kind of looking for a new home, so let's do 2 things. First one is 3 words that would describe the best fit for an independently accredited advisor looking to join you. So a non-hosted advisor.
The 3 things that we would look for that would make them the best fit. So I think engagement is number 1. You know, we want folks that want what we have, right? We're not selling anything, right? That's the beautiful part of what we do. We're serving our members. So how do we find people that really want to engage? That's one. Culture is a huge thing. And some of that is, again, goes to that engagement, but it's that exchange of ideas. We get stronger when we exchange ideas, right? And then and then the third I would say is growth, or growth mentality. Someone who wants to grow their business and is eager to do that. And I think all those things really, I've said almost the same thing with 3 different words, right? But it's critical. They come together. And what we found is, again, during the pandemic and for the last 65 years we've been in business, we're stronger as a collection of folks sharing ideas, right? We want folks who really want to dig in. We find that they do better, right? There's no doubt about it. There's no secret recipe outside of this. It's, you know, everyone's on the same bus trying to push forward. And those that want to grow. If someone came to us and said, hey, you know, I want to book my friends and family and that's it, that's probably not an agency or an advisor that makes great sense for Signature.
Yeah. So on that, well, not the flip side, but along with that, are there 3 different words that you would use for independent contractors, or they would be the same?
I really think a lot of it's the same. I look at independent contractors as small business owners, right? You know, and again, because we're really focused on those who want to get in the business and grow their business and have a business, right? I can remember one of the industry folks, I can't remember who it was, used the term, right, that we want people that are in the business of travel, not those that are just in the travel business. We want people in the business of travel. And doesn't mean that they have to know everything right away, but they have to be eager to learn, right? I think there's a beautiful thing in this world of continuous learning, and there's no better place than travel, because you're always learning, whether you're learning products, new products, destinations, or just how we reach customers in a more efficient and effective way. There's always something to learn. So that's really what we're looking for in an advisor.
Yeah, and learning is really fun in travel. I don't know of any other industry where you get to like learn in destination and get to experience all these really cool things.
Exactly. You know, it really is such a great career. And I think it's been highlighted again, just how valuable it is, the flexibility that it can provide for those who want flexibility. But it's a great opportunity to earn. You can earn a great living doing this. And but then more importantly, right, the balance and the opportunities to experience the world, which to me is kind of the gateway for experiencing life and being better people and being, you know, more empathetic and tolerant, all those things. So I think about what it's taught me, and then also what it in turn has allowed me to teach my children and introduce my friends and family to. It's like no other industry in the world. And, you know, I think people forget just how critical it is. I mean, you know, travel makes up 11% of the gross national product, right? Worldwide. And 10 or 11% of the jobs worldwide. I mean, it's impactful here in the US, but it's hugely impactful when you get to other places, when you realize that your safari guide on average supports, you know, 12 or 15 family members on one salary. Right? You think about how critical it is, what we do, taking people around the world, right? And frankly, taking some of the world's richest people around the world right? And exposing them to these other cultures, it really is, it's life-changing for those folks in country who are serving our guests.
Yeah, and for those that are tuning in, just a note off that, there's we'll have a keynote on sustainability this week. So make sure to tune in. We'll have Travis Pittman speaking on that and how you can kind of integrate and think about sustainability as you're selling travel. But let's focus back on you now, Alex. So
It's all about me this morning.
So one tip for an agency looking to supercharge their growth, what would it be? Is there someone at Signature, an agency that's done something really cool that you think other people could implement?
Well, I think there's a lot of things, but if I was going to focus on one thing, I think the number one asset that a travel advisor has, or even a travel agency has, is their database, right? So having a culture around capturing that information. You know, I'll use a couple of poor examples, which might highlight the good opportunities. You know, I've talked to people who do destination weddings, and they're so focused on the bride and groom that they don't realize that their database just grew exponentially with all of these other people, right, that are going to go on other vacations that aren't, you know, their niece Sally's, you know, destination wedding in Cancun. And so capturing that information, understanding who they are, what their needs and wants are, right, what their preferences are, is huge. And then behind the scenes, we do some really cool things with our e-marketing and print marketing that allow us to capture more and more information on those guests, and then use that to market to them more effectively and efficiently on our advisors' behalf. So it's I still think database. I mean, there's some old school people, and you've met them, we've met them, and they're great, and they've got their database on index cards still from, you know, the 70s, and that doesn't fly anymore, right? So leveraging a CRM, making sure the information is in there so that we can append other data to it, so we can highlight the fact that, hey, maybe you thought Mr. and Mrs. Sharp, you know, wanted to only go to the Caribbean, but every time you've sent them an email on European river cruising, they've opened it, they've clicked through, and then we've identified that for you and said, they're actually really interested in European river cruising, right? So how do we get them more collateral that focuses on that? How do you call out on that and make sure you do it? So database for me leverages the great technology we have, which is our backbone, but database is really the core. It allows advisors to do the fun stuff, right? The selling stuff, the product stuff. But if you don't have a good database, you have no one to talk to. So
yeah,
that's the key for me.
That's a great answer too, because databases are like gold mine, but they're, you know, databases don't sound that sexy, but they are the backbone, like you said.
They really are. And I always think, you know, it's a matter of habit, right? So when you, especially if we have folks who are looking at starting their business, right? How do you build that information into your CRM? And you know, every host agency has some mechanism, I would say, for that. We certainly do, right? Build that information in there so that you have it at your fingertips, and then you're more effective and efficient in marketing. And then as you get in new customers, as you get repeats and referrals and those types of things, you're loading that information in there. So you know where they've been, where they want to go. We bring in demographic and psychographic information, really is powerful. And frankly, at the end of your career, if you ever wanted to sell your agency, right, sell your business, well, you can't sell index cards. That just, no one's going to buy that, right? So if you have a great, meticulous, curated database of customers, you have a chance, right? And that's really where the value is.
Exactly. Well, this is the question I've been waiting for. So if your company was a snack food, what would it be and why? I surprised Alex with this. He just got this question a few minutes ago.
I did, but I don't miss meals, as you could probably tell, even on Zoom. I would have to say the perfect food is an Oreo cookie. The perfect food is an Oreo cookie. There's only one drawback of an Oreo cookie, is that when I eat them right before Zoom, if I don't, you know, like take a swig of water or something, I can have chocolate in my mouth, right, while I'm on Zoom. And but you know, it's efficient. It's you know, the perfect amount. I say it's the perfect size, but I've never had just one.
That's awesome.
And then when we redid our logo this year, and so I found, you know, I'm a scroller, and I've got teenage kids, so I was scrolling, I think, on Instagram or TikTok or something, and I saw that you could make custom Oreo cookies. So I did them for the whole team with our logos on them, and I got to put different sprinkles and designs and all this stuff. And I have to say, they were super cool. But I go back to just regular old Oreos. I don't need the double stuff, although I won't say no.
Yeah.
I don't need the thin ones. I don't want the different flavors, just Oreo cookie.
Ah, traditionalist. I see. I was just telling Alex, because he did tell me this ahead of time when I told him the question, and I was like, I started my day with an Oreo, and it's like 10 in the morning here Central Time. Like I just finished having an Oreo. So this is really resonating with me.
Doesn't make you a bad person. It's the holidays too. So
no, this is my daily life, Alex. This has nothing to do with the holidays.
I'm just trying to cover for you.
No, anyone that knows me knows I have an insatiable sweet tooth, and like I eat like a child sometimes. So
the biggest problem I have is hiding them from my kids, you know, because you know, when I have 3 kids and
they'll eat them.
A wife who all eat Oreos too if they're out. So, you know, you have to hide them. Otherwise you get 2 Oreos and then you come back and the box is gone.
I also do some hiding and hoarding of things that are like my top treats around the house.
Smart.
Well, awesome, Alex. Thank you so much for joining us and talking to us a little bit more about signature travel. So glad to have you on, and hopefully you'll be back next year.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, Oreos, isn't he just so much fun? And I seriously did have an Oreo that day, and now I'm eating my Chinese New Year's cookies. So I subsist off a lot of cookies from time to time. So wonderful information. Thank you, Signature Travel Network, for joining us during Host Week. We really appreciate it. Hello, hello. If you are just jumping on, welcome to Host Week. This is where we celebrate hosted advisors in the industry that supports them. I am Steph Lee, the founder of Host Agency Reviews, and I'm also the MC of the event. So right now we are breaking into the Get to Know a Host section. Now, here's the deal with that. So this is a place where you are able to hear from a variety of host agency representatives all about their company culture, the programs that they provide. This week, we have over 30 host agency interviews, so it's a fantastic opportunity to hear from and compare loads of hosts. So we encourage you to interact in the comments. Don't be shy, introduce yourself. If you've got comments about the host being interviewed, drop them in the comments for sure. They should have reps that can help answer your questions right away. And they might even have some advisors in their network in the comments to share their experiences. And April from our team, if you haven't met her, she works in marketing. She is heading up the interviews this week, and here's the layout of them. So similar to the Consortia interviews, we ask each host agency the exact same questions. So we, of course, have the stereotypical questions about the programs, but then, you know, we're hard, and so we just never take life too seriously. So then we ask about the Oreos, and that's fun to see where that goes, as you can see with Alex's. But this is who we have on the docket today to kick off Host Week for us with the hosts. So in the next hour and a half, there'll be 7 fabulous hosts. This is who we've got coming up. So first is Modern Travel Pros. We'll also be hearing from cruise planners, Million Miles Travel, Travel Leaders 365, Travel Planners International, Carlisle Travel, and then Avoya Travel. So if you're just tuning in, that's kind of the order we're going to be going in. So first on the docket is Christine Hardenberger with Modern Travel Professionals. And we will go ahead and drop in the link, drop in the comments, the link to her profile page. So those of you that are interested can read up a little bit more and check some of the reviews there. So this is a Virginia-based host agency, boutique size. It started in 2013, and it really prides itself on the small-knit, close community it provides to its advisors. They are a member of Travel Leaders Network for their consortia. So make sure that you tune in on Wednesday to hear more about, that's when Travel Leaders does their consortia interview. So that can tell you a little bit more about what the power of Travel Leaders plus Modern Travel Professionals can bring you. So now that we've laid that all out, I am going to keep you waiting no longer. Let's see what Christine and April have to say.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Host Week 2023. I'm April, and I'm here with Carr. I'm sitting down today with Christine Hardenberger, owner of Modern Travel Professionals. Hey, Christine, how are you?
I'm doing great, April. How are you doing?
Great. I'm so excited that you're here. It's your very first Host Week, so we're excited to have you.
Yes, I'm super excited.
Great. We have lots of questions to learn more about Modern Travel Professionals, so let's jump right in.
Awesome.
What's been happening this past year?
Well, this past year has been amazing, sort of beyond our dreams. We ended up more than doubling the book of business that we had in any previous year. I set what I call a BHAG, a big, hairy, audacious goal at the beginning of the year for our agents to try to hit. And I'll be very honest with you, I didn't think they were going to be able to do it. And we ended up blowing it out of the water.
That's awesome.
It was just the best year we've ever had.
I like BHAG, and I like that you started off with amazing. That gets me so excited. So great to hear. I love to learn what makes Modern Travel Professionals unique.
I think the one thing that really stands out at our agency, and this is what I hear from agents that come to us from other agencies, is the robust support that we have. Mm-hmm. And I'm not just talking about support from the agency itself. We do have a ton of support, both in training, marketing, and just day-to-day operations that comes from myself and my team, sort of the management team. But the agents themselves are super supportive of each other. They have no trouble, no compunction about helping someone, with suggestions. How do you do something? It's just a real feel of community and a spirit of healthy competition, but also a focus on the idea that if one is successful, all are successful. So they really focus on that, and it shows. And people that's the comments we get all the time is for people that came over is that they can't believe how supportive our community is.
I love that. And I love the word community. And it sounds like you've built a great community there. So that's wonderful to hear. Sticking with the travel advisor theme, I'd love to hear 3 words that you would use to describe your ideal travel advisor.
I think our ideal travel advisor would be described as enthusiastic, focused, and ambitious. The enthusiasm, our travel advisors really love being travel advisors. They love being part of the Modern Travel Professionals community, which leads into the whole support that I was discussing. Everybody is very focused. Our agents do choose niches for the most part and really hone in. And then ambitious, they want to grow, they want to learn, and they want to, build their businesses. And I love that. That's what I'm looking for in an agent.
Yeah, no, that's wonderful. And I love to hear that they're growing their business. I mean, that's what being an entrepreneur is all about. So exciting to hear. It's 2023. So let's hear what Modern Travel Professionals has in the pipeline for the year.
We've got a pretty exciting year coming up. First of all, we've implemented an entire new training platform and program, which I'm very excited about. We've worked on it pretty much all of last year just to make it flow as smoothly as possible for the agents that come to us. And then we have some really exciting trips planned. Part of the agency, we plan at least 2 to 3 FAM trips per year for our agents. So we've got Jamaica coming up. We've got Costa Rica coming up. We've got an agency meeting, which is where agents from all over, because our agents are everywhere, and they'll meet, and we bring in all the suppliers and the vendors so they can sort of get to talk to everybody all at once.
Wow.
So I'm really excited. And we do have a new BHAG. So we're trying to expand ourselves even further.
No, that's wonderful. And I love to hear people getting together as a community and actually face-to-face and interacting. So that's wonderful to hear. Let's talk about the new travel advisor. If you had one tip you could give a new travel advisor, what would that be?
My first tip would honestly be to choose the right agency. I think that a lot of travel agents, new agents, jump at the first offer, or they see, what looks great, but they really need to consider what they are looking for. Are they, it's kind of like looking for a college. Do you want a small, supportive community? Are you fine with a large agency who is sort of going to leave you on your own, but that's fine with you, because you need to find an agency that's going to suit you as a person, how you like to work, how you like to be supported or not supported. I mean, everybody is different. And also find an agency that offers really good training. The thing that bothers me the most is, like most agents and agency owners, I'm in a lot of Facebook groups for different, agents, agency owners, areas, and the number of people who are out there planning vacations who seem to really have no training and no support in their agencies is kind of scary. So it's important to take the time to find somebody that's going to help you grow and help you grow in the way that you work best.
Yeah, no, and us at Carr believe the same thing. A host agency is so important in finding that right fit. So you're absolutely right. So enough with all those questions. Let's get to the fun question.
Okay.
It's usually the hardest question we ask, but we love this. So if your company was a snack food, what would it be and why?
Okay, this one did take me a minute because I did read it in advance. I think we would be Cool Ranch Doritos.
Oh, I like it.
Yes, because we're sort of a classic agency in that we're set up. Doritos are a classic snack food, but with a twist in that we are much more of a cohesive unit with, like I said, a ton of support, which is not something we see everywhere. So that was the one I finally came up with. That was a hard question, though.
And who doesn't Cool Ranch Doritos, too? You got to add that in there, too. Everybody loves it.
Well, that is true. I didn't even think about that. I love them.
Right? Me, too. I'm going to go have some now. No, that was great. Last but not least, I hear you have a Host Week special, so we'd love to hear more about it.
I do. So for our for agents that sign up during Host Week, we are offering an additional 5% on the commission split for the first 6 months. That is both for new agents and experienced agents, because part of our agency is we do have a tiered commission split, as many do. So the more you produce, the more you can earn. And this additional 5% can sort of help them get on the road to that.
Oh, that's so great. And I love that. We'll actually put a link in the comments to navigate people to that special too.
Awesome.
Christine, it was so great to have you here for your first Host Week. We look forward to many more with you. And thank you for coming and talking about modern travel professionals with us.
Thanks so much for having me. I'm super excited for Host Week. I can't wait.
Great. Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Thanks.
Well, thank you so much, Christine, for that wonderful Host Week special. We are going to be plugging the link for our next host, Cruise Planners, in the comments so people can look up more information and read their reviews. And I did hear that there was an issue with Million Miles Travel's page. We did get that fixed, so that's all set for people that were looking to access Million Miles Travel. Just give your page a refresh and it should be good to go. I wanted to give a special thanks to April from the HAR team, because you've only seen her once so far, but you're going to be seeing her an awful lot this week as she completed the nearly heroic feat of interviewing 30 plus hosts for this week. So thank you so much, April. And just a reminder, if you have questions for any of the hosts, drop them in the comments. Don't feel shy about it. I know people are talking about their favorite snacks in here, which of course I'm very happy to see. We also want you to get some information about host agencies, but it's important to talk about snacks. The cookie, I'm having trouble eating the pretty thing, but it's happening too. I'm snacking. It's making me hungry. So talking about Cruise Planners, our next host agencies that's up, don't let the name fool you into thinking they just sell cruises, because their advisors sell all types of travel. The Florida-based host, Cruise Planners, has been around since 1994. They're a member of Signature Travel Network, which was today's Meet the Consortium member. So if you're just tuning in now, make sure to rewind and watch the Signature to get more about what Cruise Planners belonging to Signature can give you. Now, Cruise Planners is our very first franchise we'll be interviewing this week. And if you're newer to the industry and aren't exactly sure what being a franchise means, go ahead and take a look at the comments, and we'll pop a link into our article explaining more about travel franchises so you can get a little bit of a better idea about what that is. And I also know, I think I've got, we're on this really tight schedule, and so I've got to make sure I follow the schedule. But let me see, I think, yeah, I have a minute. So let's see. So I wanted to address one of the questions that came in that came in asking about MLMs, which are multi-level marketing business models, I'll say. So thanks for asking about that. We'll put a link in the comments to our article about travel MLMs. This is something everybody that's looking for a host agency should be aware of. Travel MLMs, MLMs, multi-level marketing, if you're not familiar with them, other words for them are pyramid scheme or direct selling, things like that. It's where essentially most of the money comes from recruiting people in their downline or that are underneath them on the pyramid. And it doesn't come from whatever product they're selling. So if you know Amway, you know what direct selling or a MLM is like. And so we have on our site, when you're on the host agency page, within the filters, there's a area where you can look at more filters. And if you click on that and you click MLM hybrid, that will show you who is the MLM, but also claiming to be a host agency. But also take a look at the MLM article, because that's very important and tells you, when we say an MLM hybrid, it means someone is saying, we're not a host agency, our marketing arm, or we're not a host agency, we're a host agency, we're not an MLM, our marketing arm is the MLM. We just happen to be like a sister company, but we're the host agency. But a lot of times there's a lot of crossover. So for many reasons that you'll read in the article about MLMs, we do not recommend them for advisors. Most people end up losing money. And if you look within there, we have looked at their income disclosure statements. And what you'll see in there is if they're publicly traded, they have to publish these by law. And so it gives you some information, and you can very clearly see within there that usually 70 to 80% of people don't make anything, like nothing, in regards to selling travel. And then the very top of that pyramid that's up there, a lot of them, that just means they made something. And then if you average out how much people that made something made, it's often a losing proposition. They maybe made $400 during the year, but it cost them $900 for a membership. So that's one of the many reasons that we don't necessarily say don't join an MLM. We say be educated about what you're joining, because the truth of the reality is you're a lot better off going with a reputable host than aligning yourself with someone that is a sister brand of an MLM. So any other questions you have for the host agency team, host agency reviews team, you can pop into the comments. Whoever's watching the comments will be able to answer them, or if we have time between, I can also jump in and answer them. So let's see. We are working on, let's go back. We're going to go introduce cruise planners now. So representing cruise planners is Scott Kepf, who is the Senior Vice President of Strategic Development. And again, ask any questions for them in the comments. April, we'll go ahead and have you take it away.
Welcome back, everyone, to Host Week 2023. You are sitting with April Oliveira, and I'm with Carr, and I have Scott Kepf here, Senior Vice President of Strategic Development for Cruise Planners. Hi, Scott. How are you?
April, I am great. Thank you so much for having us today.
Oh, it's a pleasure. I know this is your first Host Week with us, so I'm excited to have you here and learn more about cruise planners.
Well, I'm excited to be here. It's great to share what we have going on with cruise planners.
Great. Let's jump right into the sharing. I'd love to hear what Cruise Planners has been up to the past year.
Well, we have been up to a lot. Obviously, the entire industry certainly went through a bit of a major change, we might say, or a major interruption over the last few years. But we really never pulled the plug or stopped anything that we were doing. We kept the most of all of our staff. We kept our investments into our technology, and a couple of the most exciting announcements that we've made, actually. And we just came off of our conference in November. And we always launch new programs, new things happening at that time. And we did a number of technology solutions and additions to our program, which we think is best in class from a technology perspective, of really a soup to nuts program that we call CP Max. And it really does offer a tremendous amount of resources and pulls everything together and makes the life of the travel advisor much more efficient than really anything else that's out there. And we actually launched a program, which is actually patent pending because it's so unique, called Live Planner. And it kind of takes the Zoom experience to a whole other level of really being able to meet with a customer and really kind of almost take over their screen, so to speak, and kind of show them and walk them through destinations for products, ships, cabins, bookings, the whole thing. And on an interactive basis, much like you and I are here, we can see each other and see a screen and see videos. It's really spectacular.
That's exciting. I love to hear that. And learn more about that. I think that's great to be able to have that interaction with your customers when you can't personally be with them. So it's a great way for outreach. Wonderful.
That's exactly right. I'll say, obviously, when customers can meet face to face, that's always going to be the best, and we certainly recommend that. And we have franchises again all over in all 50 states. So again, we certainly recommend using that eyeball to eyeball approach. But in today's world, we know people are everywhere and anywhere, and just schedule wise. So this is a great new resource we have.
No, that's wonderful. And I mean, I feel like this almost goes into my next question, which is what makes cruise planners unique?
Well, I think there's a number of things. And as I mentioned, obviously, our technology is something that has become really probably, I'll say, one of our top pillars that we really rest on. And, when you think about, again, there's a number of host agencies, and they're all wonderful and do a lot of really good things, and certainly a lot of opportunities for advisors to hang their hat with certain ones. And everybody's going to talk about support, and everybody's going to talk about their educational programs. And again, I think ours certainly are top of class in both of those scenarios. But, the couple things that make us different is that we really are the #1 cruise and tour and vacation selling agency in the country that's a host agency. And so size does matter when it comes to getting specials and having offers and having programs that really make a difference to an advisor. And then, of course, we have a single brand, and that allows us to use that brand to explain why we have such great buying power and why we can offer this, and then to go to market with a brand that is incredibly well respected in the industry and known. And that's the benefit that a franchise gives you. And then, again, to offer that technology package, which is second to none, and really allows an agency who really wants to grow and build their business to do so in the most efficient manner possible.
Yeah, I mean, lots of stuff. It sounds like makes you unique. I love hearing it. So let's talk about travel advisors. I'd love to hear 3 words you would use to describe your ideal travel advisor.
So that's a great question, because again, there's a lot of advisors out there, and there's a lot of choices when it comes to host agencies. And again, we don't want to say that we're for everyone, and there certainly are other options out there. But what makes us really different, I'll say, is that probably the first word that jumps into my mind is committed. If you really want to build a business, then we, I think, are the very best choice for you. Sometimes the term franchise scares people of, oh, it's a franchise, it's not a host. Well, we are a host by definition. That's what we do. But the franchise model, don't be afraid of it. It really, in some ways, it's much more protected because we have a lot of government oversight, et cetera. We have to be very transparent on our financials. We have to, again, disclose exactly everything that we do and how we do it. So that really works to the advantage of any of the agencies and agents and advisors who want to be in part of cruise planner. So that really does work to your advantage. And even from a cost perspective, sometimes think, well, a franchise is going to be significantly more expensive. And that isn't the case either. It really is not going to be that different than what you'd find through another host agency, because we have specials available for our travel advisor partners. So again, to say commitment, I would say is really probably one word more than any, is that, again, if someone's looking, well, I think I want to do, 1 or 2 trips a year and sell my family and maybe get a discounted trip, we're not the right choice. We're not the right place to come. But if you really want to build your business, and it can be part-time and again, maybe move to full-time, but not necessarily. We have a lot of part-time advisors, but they have the best technology, the best programs, best marketing programs, and a brand to stand behind them. So I'll say commitment. And of course, our other word that we use a lot is cruisitude, right? That we have a lot of fun in what we do. And we, again, enjoy our green, as you can see here, our color green, which maybe the advisors who are listening to this have seen us en masse at various events. But we do have cruisitude, which is really just an attitude of loving life and loving what we can do to help people get their dream vacations.
Sorry, so I'm having a little video technical difficulty, but I love the cruisitude. The first time I ever heard that, I just fell in love with that word. And I really think always like reading your articles and seeing pictures, I just think it's the perfect word to really describe your company. So kudos, I love that word.
It is fun.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, I mean, it is 2023. We are here. And I would love to hear what you have in the pipeline for 2023.
Well, as I said, we've just announced this live planner program. We have that rolling. We also in 2023, it'll be our first year that we are part of the Signature Travel Network, which is a great organization. And we're happy to bring even more marketing services, programs, relationships into our network. So we're very proud of being a part of the Signature Network. And again, it's just even more that we can bring. And, I'll say that one of the things that we are certainly continuing into 2023 is our marketing programs. And certainly, as everyone I'm sure is saying, the 2023 is certainly looking much different than the last 3 years. And of course, we all know there's pent-up demand, and folks are traveling and making decisions, and they're booking further out. All of those are good news, but it becomes even more important, again, to be efficient, right? The more efficient you can be, the more business that you can do. The easier it is to set up meetings with customers, to follow up. We have a task manager program built into our technology to basically help keep track of all of the things that you need to do and follow up on and to chase down. And again, because this is a business that just has multiple different customers doing multiple different things, it's a detail business, and that can get overwhelming and end up chewing up a lot of time. And so with our task management system, and really everything that we design in our technology is designed as we move into 23 to make people more efficient and to really help them change the amount of business that they can do and the time that they're putting into it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So let's talk about a new travel advisor. What would be one tip you would give a new travel advisor entering the industry?
Well, I think that's a great question. And our system actually is really designed as a fabulous program for people brand spanking new into the industry. And actually that never been a travel advisor before. Now, your audience definitely has at least kind of put their toe in and have decided they want to be a travel advisor. And again, might be looking at some various options. But our whole system is really designed to help a new travel advisor learn the business. And one of the primary differences that we have is we have what we call Star University, and that's an in-person 6-day program that's held in Fort Lauderdale. We do it about every 7 weeks or so. And again, there's nothing like in-person training. Now, we all do virtual training. We all do these videos. We all know the value of them. And we certainly have hundreds of those available through Cruise Planners. But at the end, when you're building relationships in this company, you're talking to suppliers, you're talking to the home office staff that are supporting you, you're talking to coaches that we have. Again, all of this is designed to help someone really make this a career for them, or at least a very viable business for them. So we're very focused on helping new folks come in. Our system was designed for that. So unlike, again, others that kind of evolved and, they might have a program that they outsource or something online, but, I don't think there's any such thing as an instant travel agent kind of a program. It goes back to the word I used earlier. It's commitment. And that commitment includes coming down to Fort Lauderdale and an amazing program that's for 6 days. A little overwhelming of the amount of content, but it's well worth it to get your business started as a new travel advisor.
No, and it's so great to hear just the support that you're lending your new advisors and helping them get into the industry and get comfortable. So that's wonderful. So enough with the business questions. Here at Carr, we always like to ask a fun question for our host week interviews. So, and I always find it to be not just fun, but one of the more difficult questions to answer. So Scott, if your company was a snack food, what would it be and why?
Wow. Well, okay. There you go. That is an interesting question. And hey, I'm going to have to go with 2 answers. So I'm not sure that follows the rules here, but
that's okay. I couldn't choose either.
There you go. Okay. Well, first of all, I'll say I think it's $100,000 bar is a candy bar. That's, And because again, I think the opportunity to make money is again going to be based on, obviously travel is growing, and we can all talk about travel being an amazing business and being again on the comeback trail here of an amazing year in 2023, and that's going to be true regardless. The big key is how are you going to be the most efficient possible to sell as much as possible to make as much money as possible. And that really is what the business is all about. So again, if you're committed and you really want to come in and you really want to build a business and build it with the right platforms and the right marketing and the right branding and the right company that, again, can provide you the best offers and programs and deals and all kinds of other things that we get because of our size, then Cruise Planners is the $100,000 bar, I'll say. But we're also Snickers. And I say Snickers because I just, again, I'm going to come back on our term that we coined and a number of years ago that you mentioned was Cruise Planner or Cruisitude. And the Cruise Planners Cruisitude is real. We have a lot of fun. We enjoy this. This is a fun business, right? We should always have a smile on our face in this business, which was really hard to do over the last couple of years. But we kept it up. And now I think we're back. We have a lot of fun. We have fun at all of our meetings. We enjoy it. So we do have that balance between being very serious and an incredible business opportunity, helping agents make money with the $100,000 bar, but also to enjoy what they're doing with a little snicker now and again.
I love that. And you're giving me a craving for chocolate right now. So after this, I'm probably going to go look for some chocolate. Oh, Scott, it was such a pleasure to have you on. I'm so sorry my video is shut off here, but it is a pleasure to have you. I hope you get to join us for more host weeks in the future. And it was so great to hear about everything that's happening over at Cruise Planners. Thank you.
Well, April, I'm so glad to be here. And of course, we have our website that we'd love everyone to go to and to listen in and to, again, see a little bit more about Cruise Planner and see if we're the right fit for you. Again, we're very pleased to be a part of this organization and to be here. And again, we just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. And we hope that, again, that some folks will take a little more time and learn a little bit more about the Cruise Planners opportunity.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, everyone, and continue on with Host Week. We will be back. Bye.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much to Scott and April for helping us learn more about Cruise Planners. Really, really appreciate it. For those just joining us, welcome, welcome, welcome. You have popped smack dab in the middle of our Meet the Hosts interviews. So we have got 30 interviews this week, in addition to the daily keynotes and our EduSpots in the afternoon. If you haven't already registered, make sure to go to hostagencyreviews.com/hostweek. That way, if you're registered, you get the daily emails with the schedule and then the link to view the events. So I know I saw some questions come in that I don't know if they got answered yet. So I just wanted to go over those really quickly. So Sandy, in terms of the acronyms, we don't have a list of the acronyms. We actually will in the surprise launch we're doing this afternoon, but go ahead and ask any questions if you know, MLM is multi-level marketing, but if there's anything else that people have questions about, please just post them in the comments, and either the HAR team, there's a lot of other experienced people and host agencies, people with a lot of knowledge in the comments, and they can answer it as well. So always post things in there. And I know someone had asked about closed captioning. And that is a great question. I don't think we're able to do that live right now, but it should be able to do the auto closed captions once the videos have been processed, but because we're doing it live, I don't think it can do the closed captioning that fast. So I think that's most of the questions in there. And like we said in the comments, I know that there's a lot of questions about Cruise Planners in there. And if you weren't able to get an answer for it, please go to their profile. We'll put a link again to it in the comments. There's a question and answer section within there that you can ask them a question. But I do know for one, I saw something coming asking if you needed to be a franchise to belong to Cruise Planners, and I know that for sure, yes, you do. So that about answers the questions I think that I saw came in during that. But I would love to hear from everybody that's in here kind of looking for a host agency. Is there one most important thing you're looking for in a host? Is the commission splits the end all be all in the pricing? Or are there stronger things at play? Because I would love to hear what people are looking for. So while you're popping that in the comments, let me do the introduction of our next interview, which is Million Miles Travel. We will drop the profile link for Million Miles Travel in the comments for those looking for more info and to read reviews. But here's a quick overview of Million Miles Travel. So this is a boutique host agency based out of Brooklyn. They opened their doors in 2015, and their focus really is on advisors who have a niche already chosen or they're wishing to do so. They are a member of the Travel Leaders Network Consortium, which I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, is on Wednesday for the consortia. And so members are able to tap into the suite of tools provided by Travel Leaders Network, as well as the perks that come direct from Million Miles Travel. And then another thing to mention is that Million Miles Travel is a sponsor of today's first EduSpot, which will happen in about an hour, which I'm very excited about. So if you haven't actually ever seen Erica Carr present, she's really great. Her presentation is on the marketing playbook, and she was one of my guests on the Travel Agent Chatter podcast we do last year. And so she has great advice and tips that agents of all levels can pick up. And so we'll drop a link to the podcast in the comments. So if you like what you're seeing with Erica, make sure to check out her interview with us because she's got lots of fun tips. And let's see, we are still running on time, which is so exciting. So enough chitter chatter from me. I'm going to kick the ball over to April, who is with our next host agency, Million Miles Travel.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Host Week. I'm sitting down with Tammy O'Hara, owner of Million Miles Travel. Hello, Tammy, how are you?
Hi, April. I am doing excellent. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm so glad you're here to talk all things Million Miles Travel.
I'm very excited to tell everyone about Million Miles Travel and all we've been up to in 2022 and moving forward into 2023.
Great. So let's jump right into it. So I'd love to hear what's been going on the past year with you.
So in the last year, we have rebranded. So we were normally, before 2022, we're a general travel agency, kind of doing a little bit of everything. But in 2022, I decided that, you know what, we really need to focus on our group business. So we have rebranded into a group travel agency. And we are focusing a lot more on getting groups all over to anywhere in the world that they want to go. And I have travel agents that are doing cruise groups. I do mostly Caribbean and all inclusives. But we're very much 100% into doing groups now.
Love to hear that. Sticking with your travel agency, I'd love to hear what makes it unique.
I think one thing that makes Million Miles Travel Agency unique is that I've really always been about focusing on making sure that travel agents learn as they go and learn by doing and learn by seeing. From the time that I've established this host agency, I've always believed that as travel advisors gain experience, that they should have the opportunity to go out and do FAMs, and that money should not be a prohibitive factor in getting to those FAMs. So after a year with my travel agency, I do offer all of my ICs a scholarship up to $750 so that they can take those FAM trips and learn about the places that they are selling. Because my belief has always been that once you've had an opportunity to go to these destinations, it makes it so much easier to sell to your clients because you've already had the hands-on opportunity to experience and do everything that you want to do in that destination. So you can really talk about it authentically.
I can't agree more. And I love that idea that you're kind of giving everybody the opportunity to go on these FAM trips. So that's wonderful.
Absolutely.
So let's talk about travel advisors. I'd love to hear 3 words that would describe your ideal travel advisor.
So I'm going to cheat a little bit. And my first word is actually more of a phrase, which is customer service oriented. And I feel that, that is, if there's one thing that we are as travel advisors, we're number one, customer service oriented. And you really need to be that because there's so many things that can go wrong and with a travel, a trip that, being able to anticipate and then also roll with the punches in terms of things that happen is so important. And you also have to keep a calmness to you, especially when your clients are panicking on the other side of the world. You need to still be calm. So that's my first word/phrase. My second one is being flexible. And I think that it kind of correlates with being customer service oriented. You have to be flexible and be able to, anticipate and roll with any kind of punches that happen.
There's a lot.
A lot can happen. I mean, I think that over the last 2 years, we've seen how things can change very rapidly. And we're still kind of getting through that. So being flexible is so important. And then I think my third and final phrase would be, or word would be, being curious. I feel that knowing what's going on in the world and what other things are going on that's outside of travel can really affect the experience that your client can have. For example, there's strikes in France, in Paris. And if you have a client that's going to be going to Paris in the next 2 weeks, you want to know that's happening so that you can warn them and tell them that, hey, things are going to be a little bit weird and a little bit more difficult. You might not be able to get a taxi to get around because they're going to be striking. So giving your clients that type of information not only puts you as the expert, but also helps helps them have the best travel experience that they can have.
And that's so important and a great point, because a lot of people that get into the industry might not actually think of that as far as, oh, I need to know this kind of stuff going on in the world. So I think that was a great one.
Absolutely.
So let's see. Let's talk about the upcoming year. What do you have coming in the pipeline for 2023?
So for 2023, going along with our rebrand is helping my independent contractors really find their niche within the group business, helping them create those experiences that they would like to have with groups. Some people want to, their ultimate goal is to have a group business where they can travel along and go along with their clients. And we are working on that to make sure that they have the opportunity to do all of that with the skills that they have learned. And I'm always learning from my ICs. They learn from me. I learn from them. So it's really a work in progress, and I'm really excited about 2023 and what's to come.
I like that. It's a group effort.
Yes, absolutely.
So I love to hear, we have a lot of new advisors watching. So let's hear about a tip that you would give a new advisor coming into the industry.
A tip that I would give is just to always be learning. I think that there's so many different things going on. There's always new hotels opening up. There's always new regulations and new rules that are occurring. And sometimes it feels overwhelming, but I feel that taking the time to really understand what's going on in the world, and being a part of the different organizations, travel agency organizations, such as ASTA, such as CCRA, and those types of organizations, that only helps you, because it creates an opportunity for you to continuing to learn without having to put making a huge effort to do so. Reading the industry magazines and the industry newsletters that you get, although it seems like you're getting a ton of them every day, but taking 5 to 10 minutes to read, it really helps, make you feel more of a knowledgeable travel agent or travel advisor, and really helps you kind of put yourself forward as an expert.
Great one. I love that. So here at Carr, we always like to throw in a fun question. So of course, it's no different than the last 2 years. We have a goodie for you. So if your company were a snack food, what snack food would you be and why?
I feel that we would be like Chex Mix. Because it's a lot of different goodies kind of mixed up together, and they're all individually wonderful, but then when you put them all together, they are amazing, and you never want to stop eating them. And it gives you a little bit of everything, so it feels like you feel satisfied with whatever handful that you get out of it, it just feels great and it just tastes great. And I feel that all of my ICs and myself, we all bring something a little different to the table. And when you put us all together, it's magic. So that's what I can, like, I think that we're Chex Mix.
What a great analogy. And I love how you put it all together. Because I mean, this question is so fun and it's great to hear how everybody kind of interprets it. But I love how you put that together. And it's kind of making me hungry. So
yes, me too.
So, all right. So last but not least, let's talk about your Host Week special.
Yes. So our Host Week special is going to be 50% off the sign-up fee for Million Miles Travel Agency. So that's going to be about $120 savings on the initial startup fee, which I hope that will help. And, just to say that we offer a ton within the monthly fee that we collect from our travel advisors. We have a group booking system. We also have our CRM system, and we have a lead magnet program we have a lead magnet system where it gives especially new travel advisors, a template that they can use to get those leads flowing from their social media. And again, one of my beliefs is just that, I want to give my travel advisors all the tools that they need to be successful. So I put a ton of, time and thinking into what it is that I provide so that, my advisors, the only thing that they really have to worry about is finding and selling. They don't have to really worry about anything else.
That's great. And that's what it's all about, is just kind of focusing in on that. So that's wonderful that you provide that. And thank you so much for the Host Week special. We'll make sure to put a link in the comments so people can get right to it.
Absolutely.
Tammy, it was such a pleasure having you. It's always fun to talk to you. And I look forward to a great 2023. And happy Host Week.
Thank you, April, so much. It is always a pleasure speaking with you guys from Carr. And I look forward to the new advisors coming in, and welcome to the industry.
Awesome. Well, thank you again. And we're going to continue on with Host Week. See you soon, everybody. Bye.
Bye.
Loving it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Tammy, for telling us a little bit more about Million Miles Travel. And Claudia, I do see your comment about snack food not helping you decide but I would actually, and this is actually very serious, Claudia, I would disagree, because asking someone a fun question brings out the personality of the host agency, because it's a lot more than just what the commission splits are and what kind of tools they bring to the table. Those are very important, but it's a culmination of everything, and the culture, because this person is essentially going to be your business partner. It's important for you to know. So that's something to keep in mind. But we are about halfway through our host interviews today. If you happen to be watching on Facebook or LinkedIn, hop on over to Host Agency Review's YouTube channel, because that's where the real party is and where all the comments are. So come on over and join us over there if you can. After we finish this group, we're halfway through the host agencies, and after we finish up with them, we'll be moving into our EduSpot sessions, which are the educational sessions. So I wanted to give you a quick rundown of the educational opportunities that we have coming up, starting in just maybe like 50 minutes, so at 2:30 Central Time. So first is Erica Carr with the Marketing Playbook. Again, we did a podcast with her last year, and she's fantastic with great actionable items you can do for your agency. We have Nikki Miller, train your clients on how to communicate, because that can be something that's very hard, putting up those boundaries. And Lary Néron is going to be coming on. He's an airfare expert, and he is going to talk about elevating the client experience and monetizing airfare. We also did a podcast interview with him, and he has great tips for people looking on how to monetize air. We have Rita Perez, who's helping us out throughout Host Week and has been helping us beforehand to set up this event. So she is going to be talking about attracting clients on LinkedIn. And then we have Blanco and Theresa Chu-Bermudez doing podcasting for your travel business. So how to grow your agency using podcasting. And then last but not least, myself and HAR's Mary Steiner, editor, I'm sure you've read many of her articles. We are going to be doing the launch for our new course that we're doing. So we just heard from, I like that, Mary, EduSpots are stacked. So we just heard from the Brooklyn-based Million Miles Travel, and now we're going to jump into the Midwest. That is home to Host Agency Reviews. Our next host agency is Travel Leaders 365. This host accepts agents in the US as well as advisors from Ontario, Canada. So that's something to note. If you're a Canadian advisor listening Thursday, we also have a bunch of Canadian hosts on, so tune in on Thursday. But Travel Leaders 365 has around 100 advisors in their IC network, and they are a member of Travel Leaders Network. And beyond Travel Leaders Network, they're also they're partnered with Zelle, which is they're a big corporate-ish entertainment agency that has a lot of perks that goes along with it. So Wednesday is Travel Leaders Network's Consortia interview, so mark your calendar for that. And I know there's a lot of questions in the comments throughout the day. This will be recorded, so you can always come back to this and rewatch or watch things that you missed. If you are not exactly sure when I'm talking about Travel Leaders Network being a consortium, if you're not exactly sure of the role a consortium plays, we're going to drop a link in the comments that explains what a consortium is, so you can have a better idea of the role they play in the ecosystem. And along with that, we will also drop in there a link for Travel Leaders 365's profile, so you can do a little bit more research if you like what their rep, Lindsay Taylor-Lauer, has to say. So it is with great fanfare and excitement that I pass things over to HAR's April, who will get the skinny on all things Travel Leaders 365. Go ahead, April.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Host Week. So excited you're here. I'm sitting down with Lindsay Taylor-Lauer, Director of Luxury and Hosting for Travel Leaders 365. Hey, Lindsay, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing well. We're so excited to have you here and chat with us. I have some great questions for you to learn more about Travel Leaders 365.
Awesome. Thanks so much. I'm so glad to be here.
Great. Let's jump right in. So I'd love to hear what's been going on the past year.
Our past year has been technology filled. We actually just won a few Magellan Awards for our advisor platform. It's called the Atlas. So I'm calling it a one-stop shop, but what everybody is starting to see is that it's kind of the dream technology that every agency kind of wishes they had, but they don't. We have on staff 8 full-time developers. And so because of this, they're able to really streamline and be intentional about what we develop. So our Atlas platform is an all-in-one booking tool, CRM, intranet. It has automated invoicing. Artificial intelligence drives a lot of it. Our advisors are able to spend their time working with their clients and their supplier partners instead of dealing with the nitpicky daily things that you typically have to do without it. So that's kind of our biggest what's new is the Atlas. We're very excited about it. Our advisors have really been loving it. And I apologize for this my assistant here next to me.
No, we love assistants that are furry.
But yeah, so that's been the newest. That's been the latest and greatest.
No, that's so exciting and so good to hear, especially that it's really working for the advisors. So that's exciting.
Definitely.
So what makes your company unique?
Our company is unique. We do business a little bit differently. We are really approaching the industry as a consultancy versus more of a retail function. We really look at ourselves as those true fiduciaries. And so as the host agency, we seek to support our advisors as a realtor's broker would support them, really giving all of our advisors the best tools possible, the best leads possible, the best opportunities possible to really grow their business. We empower our advisors then to grow their individual businesses, bolstered then by our support, our technologies, our programs. And so that's really how we approach and build. We are definitely intentional about how we relate with our advisors, in that every business is different, right? Even if we're all in luxury travel, or if we're all selling cruises, whatever it is that we're all doing, at the end of the day, by virtue of the fact that each business is owned by very individual different people, we must then adjust our hosting to meet the needs of those very individual people and their businesses.
I love to hear that. I don't think I've ever heard anybody say to adjust the hosting towards each individual business. That's refreshing to hear. So thank you.
Thank you.
Well, sticking with travel advisors, what would be 3 words you would use to describe your ideal travel advisor?
My ideal travel advisor is intentional, busy, and professional. We really aim to cultivate an environment of support for advisors who have needs that we can serve, right? So we've got a program called Business Assist. So I've got a whole team of personal assistants that aid my advisors. Obviously, that's only going to be appreciated by a very busy advisor who needs that level of support. We've got all of our technologies that serve to streamline the business function so that you're not having to waste time. My assistants sit on hold for my advisors so that they're not having to waste time, sitting on hold with the cruise line or the airline or whomever. My air team is incredibly professional and streamlined. My air team, I can't tell you some of the commissions that they're able to source as well. But again, it speaks to that very professional advisor who wants to coordinate the air for their clients, and also engage on that professionally. So I think those would be my three.
I like that. I like the busy one too. That's another one I haven't heard. I like that. So it's 2023, and we'd love to hear what you have going on for this year.
We are continuing to build. So what we've got happening this year is very intentional actually for our hosting program. We've been spending a lot of 2022 working with our supplier partners to optimize programming for our advisors specifically, helping them grow their knowledge base and understanding of certain regions, different travel types. Certainly different suppliers have been very eager. So we've got this entire menu basically of opportunities for our advisors, in person, hands-on, boots on the ground types of things, which we're very excited about. We're continuing to build our technology. So that's a constant for us. My ownership team is very passionate about technology, obviously with such a big development team on staff. We definitely take that very seriously. And so our technology developments are huge. On the corporate level, there's actually several things I am not allowed to talk about yet, but I cannot wait to. We're definitely making some big inroads into that luxury market throughout the country. It's very exciting, and I can't wait to be able to talk about that once that happens as well.
Oh, I can't wait to learn more about that. Well, it sounds like you have a lot going on, so that's so exciting. We have lots of new advisors watching. Hello, new advisors. What would be one tip you would use, or I should say you would give a new advisor?
The one tip I would give a new advisor is approach your business with intentionality. This is not a profession for people to take lightly. This is not something that people should dabble in just as a hobby. This is absolutely a profession that once you enter it with intentionality. Go into it with the understanding that there's a lot you don't know yet. There's a lot that you're going to learn. There's a lot that people who've been in the industry for decades are still learning, and that's normal. This is not a static industry that changes constantly. Approach it with intention. Choose to take the professional development courses. Choose to have the conversations with other experienced advisors. Take the risk. Don't do what's most convenient. Don't only book through this one channel because it's the easiest or it gives me the most commission, whatever. Approach every single engagement that you have with intentionality. And then that's how you're going to really build your career in our industry.
I love to hear that. So Lindsay, I know this is your first host week with us. We at Carr always like to ask a crazy question. So it's out of the norm, a little silly. So here we go. If your company was a snack food, what would it be and why?
Oh my goodness. If our company was a snack food, our company would be I think, trail mix.
Okay.
Because we've got a little bit of everything that will make anyone happy. So you've got the sweet with the M&Ms and the nuts and the salt and the, right? So we've got a little bit of everything. And somebody's going to find something to be happy with us for some reason. So.
Right. I like that. I like that. And I like the sweet and the salty because it sounds like my personality personally.
You're a little salty.
I'm like a Sour Patch Kid, I guess. A little sour, a little sweet. You never know what you're going to get.
People when they're not looking.
But no, I love that answer. Well, Lindsay, thank you so much for being here. It was such a pleasure talking to you and learning more about Travel Leaders 365. And onward with Host Week, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Well, thank you so much, Lindsay. I am loving that you have a dog in the background as well. For some reason, my dogs today, they're usually in the background, but they're like one sleeping on the couch, which she never does. So thank you so much for telling us more about Travel Leaders 365. I know the entire Carr team, we're so grateful for the hosts that took the time out of their days to do these interviews and to be in the comments. So thank you to all of the hosts participating in Host Week, as well as to all the EduSpot educators and the keynotes and the consortia that participated. I can't honestly think of another industry event that gives advisors access to this many host agencies, especially without having to fly somewhere to do it. But I think even if you flew somewhere, you would never find this many host agencies. So if you are just tuning in, you are in luck. This is our Meet the Host interview where today we have 7 interviews with host agencies, including our next host, which is the Florida-based Travel Planners International, or TPI. We're going to drop the link to their profile in the comments so you can start checking them out. They've been around since 1988 and are one of the larger hosts that are out there. They have roughly 4,000 members. And remember today's earlier consortia interview with Signature Travel Network with Alex and his Oreos, and I got so excited about it. Well, Travel Planners is a member of Signature. So I'm actually hoping that what they say for their snack food is milk, because I think that would be really cute. But two things to go over before we jump into the TPI interview. First, the TPI interviewee is Jen Lee. And while we both have the last name and we both have lots of energy, we both used to have like big curly hair, but Jen, I'm afraid, has straightened hers recently. But just to let you know, we are not related. And the second thing to mention is that Jen is doing one of the upcoming EduSpots. So if you're liking what you're hearing with what Jen has to say, go ahead and tune in on Thursday at 3:30 Central Time. She's doing one called Personality Selling, Gain Control from the Beginning. So even if your PPI isn't on your list, tune in for that because it's a great lesson for anybody in sales about how to tweak your message based on your clients' needs and wants and kind of their personality. So with that, let's head over and see what April and Jen have to say. Go ahead, April.
Hello, it's Mary Stein with Host Agency Reviews, and we are going strong with our Host Week interviews with the host agencies. And the woman I'm sitting down with right now barely needs any introduction. It is Jen Lee. She is the Vice President of Industry Engagement and Support with Travel Planners International. How are you doing, Jen?
I'm excellent, Mary. I love Host Week. It's so much fun.
I love it too. It's like, especially it's like once it gets going and just the energy. So thank you.
I listen to the whole week because I learn stuff the whole week long. I love it. Thanks for doing.
And I'm looking forward to learning more about Travel Planners International. So
yeah.
So I'm just gonna start with the questions. So what's been new in the past year with TPI?
Wow, 2022, if we were to use one word at TPI, it is growth, absolute growth. The great news is, just like many advisors and agency owners out there, we saw gangbuster numbers. We beat our 2019 production in September of 2022. And because we had to rebuild our team members. We've been adding to our accounting team, our Airfare hotel team, our agent support team. We brought on an onboarding specialist to really help with those that are joining TPI, walk them through everything they need to know from TPI and kind of direct them. We're added to our marketing team to help our consumer facing marketing for our advisors. We brought on a VP of sales and marketing so that I can just focus solely on advisors. We have grown. Our advisors are growing and TPI has grown. So 2022 brought a lot of that.
Growth in every direction is
yes,
very
everywhere, every department. It was fantastic. I loved it.
So what are some of the things that make TPI unique, Jen?
You know, all of us host agencies have the same goal in mind, which is to support the advisor and agency owner out there. That's what I love about our host community. What I hear over and over again, though, from advisors that notice the difference with TPI is that we truly, truly embrace the entrepreneurial spirit. With everything we do, it is our advisor's brand, their business, their identity. We just kind of like walk alongside with it. It's not about TPI. You'll never see a piece of swag that has the TPI logo on it. There's nothing that we talk about. When I speak on the stage, we don't talk about Travel Planners International. It's where you are in your business. We don't have a sales quota because we know there are people that are doing this part-time, and we're cool with that because, quite frankly, as long as they're doing it responsibly, that's 2, 3, 4 more customers per client or per advisor that is using a travel advisor. We understand entrepreneurs need a lot of support, and strong community is a big part of what we do. So I personally am available usually 7 days a week. Our Facebook community is super strong. Community support and understanding that hard charging independent spirit that comes from launching your own travel agency. And that's what I hear from the advisors that are part of TPI.
Excellent. I love it.
Yeah.
The true independent entrepreneurial spirit.
Yeah. And flexibility. And it's your choice. We don't require you to do anything but submit your sale. Because if you don't submit your sale, we can't pay you. You can use your own CRM. You can use your own, we provide a lot of tools and resources, but with every program, everything, it really is about giving flexibility to that entrepreneurial minded individual.
Okay. So in that vein, what are some of the qualities that you're looking for in an advisor, or what 3 words would describe your ideal advisor for Travel Planners International?
I would say the first one is kind. Those advisors that are kind, have kind hearts, have joy, that are in this industry for the right reason, which is to serve and bless others through their services. Number 1. Number 2, driven. Those that are driven, whatever that looks like to them. It doesn't mean they have to be driving towards $2 million a year in sales, but they're driven to do their absolute best. And then collaborative, going back to that community mentality. So if they're kind, if they're driven, if they have a collaborative nature to them, they get along really well within our advisor community.
Oh, I love that. The collaborative.
Yeah.
Independent spirit. So
yeah. You got to want to share, right?
Yeah.
This is the most amazing industry. You want to be with people who get excited about building their own business through serving others. It's super fantastic, as Dondra would say from Celebrity.
Super fantastic. So what is Travel Planners doing to prepare your network for success ongoing in 2023?
Technology is a huge pain in most advisors' side and in the host agency world as well. And we're pretty darn excited. We're going to be tapping in and doubling down on our technology for 2023. Some of the stuff I'm not allowed to talk about, but I'm pretty darn excited. We're going to be leveling up our CRM and leveling up all of our technology to make it easier for our advisors to kind of pick and play. Choose what they want and what they need, and not worry about so much of the other stuff. So technology is probably the biggest thing, and continuing with our mission and our mantra to be the easiest host agency to do business with. Transparency is a big part of that. So I'm pretty proud of that for us at TPI, that even going into 2023, the conversations that we're having, the very next thing we say is, now, how do we tell the advisors? Whatever decision we're making now, how do we make sure the advisors are aware of that? Technology and transparency, TT.
So it's a top secret choose your own adventure technology.
Yeah.
for advisors.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to keep my ears open for updates.
I know, I can't wait.
So for the new advisor coming into the industry, what is one piece of advice you would give to the new advisor?
It's a business. Look at yourself as a business owner. It is a business. It can be a part-time business. It can be a side hustle. That's fine. But you do not book travel. You need to come to the table and understand that you own an agency. Unless you're an employee, you own your own agency. And so when you are talking about this new passion project that you have launched, you need to talk about it, how you have launched a travel agency, how folks can hire you. Words matter. What you say when you first launch and you first start will dictate so much of the next 2 to 3 years of your business. If you start out saying, hey, I'm kind of dabbling in this, then no one's going to take you seriously. So you have to come right out and understand this is a business. If you understand that, then everything else is really just logistics and really good decisions in building that business.
I love that. Yeah, just like starting right out of the gate with the confidence.
Yeah. Well, and the understanding, Mary, that this is a business.
Yes.
You are earning money. People are paying you for your services. It is a business.
Yes.
It is not a hobby.
Duly noted. I like it. I like it. I just love the passion you have behind your answer.
Yeah. Oh,
it's translating.
We are obsessed with your success. We are obsessed with every entrepreneur's success out there. I don't care if you're with TPI or not. It does not matter. We bleed that entrepreneurial spirit, and we want to see everybody be successful, whatever that looks like to them. I'm not to determine that. You are to determine that. And it's important to know that.
Excellent. Okay, so most important question, deeply psychological and probing. What kind of snack food would Travel Planners International be if you were represented by one snack?
Okay, great news. It's like one of my most favorite snacks. We would be nachos, loaded nachos. And the reason being is, the chip by itself is good. Sour cream by itself, believe it or not, is good. Refried beans, chicken, shrimp, cheese, all of that, couple of it together is good. But boy, when you load up those nachos and you sit down with friends and family to eat a big plate of nachos, it's so much better. And that's kind of like how we look at things here. It's not working in silos in the building within TPI headquarters here in Orlando. We do everything together. We're a big family. We like to kind of like come together and strategize and figure things out. And then our advisors and our travel partners, they're part of that loaded nacho as well. And together we're just so good. Like, you just can't have just one chip. You want to dig in and have multiple chips. So I would say we are nachos, loaded nachos.
So nachos where you need an excavator to.
Yeah, just digging in and having a good time and a cold beer, margarita, maybe a sweet tea if you're from the South. Yeah, nachos.
Love it. So what Host Week special does Travel Planners International have on the docket?
Well, we are huge believers and supporters of ASTA, our industry association. We believe every advisor should be a member of ASTA. And so for our Host Week special, for any advisor that decides to join the TPI family between now and the end of February, we're going to pay for your first year of ASTA membership so that you can really reap the benefits for your first year. Either if you're new to the business or if you've been in the business for a while and you haven't joined ASTA, we want to be the reason that you join ASTA and take advantage of all of those benefits of being part of your association. Yeah,
it ties into taking your business seriously.
Yeah.
Yep.
And yeah, it is. It's a business, guys. We're an industry. I've only been in the industry 7 years. And, what I know to be true is we're getting closer and closer to going over that hump of consumers assuming travel advisors are dead, are no longer around, but it's because we're changing the mindset of the advisor. when the advisor changes their mindset, then the consumer has no choice but to see you differently. So we're pretty obsessed with all of that. As you can tell, I'm jumping in and out of this. This is really how I am. Those that have never met me or seen me speak, Mary has known me for years. This is exactly who I am. I'm exactly like this. And this is how all of us are at TPI. Yeah. Maybe not as bouncy, but yeah.
Well, I appreciate the passion that you bring. And Jen, it was really nice to chat with you. If you want to learn more about Travel Planners International, we will have a link to their profile on the site. And there's just a million ways that you can reach them and reach Jen. So,
and if anybody just wants to talk to me personally, even if you don't join TPI, it's okay. Just send an email to me at jennl@tpionline.com, and we'll hop on the calendar together and spend a few moments. And let me see if I can help you overcome an obstacle or something. I don't care if you're part of TPI or not. You're part of the industry.
Nice. We'll make sure to put your contact in the comments.
Excellent. Good.
Thank you so much, Jen, and happy host week. We'll chat soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Mary, who I thought was going to be April. So we were all surprised when Mary popped up and it wasn't April. So big thank you to Mary for filling in on that. Just to let some of you guys know, I don't know if you like how closely you follow Carr's blogs, but April, who's been doing all these interviews, was diagnosed with stage 4 stomach cancer about 9 months ago. So she goes to chemo every 2 weeks and has been for the last 9 months and will be going for the rest of her life. And she still managed to pull out all these interviews, but there was a few where we had to have people step in during chemo days. So Mary, thank you for doing that. She is very introverted and she stepped up to the plate to do that. So, and a big thank you to Jen Lee from Travel Planners International. We're also big fans of ASTA. And so I love their Host Week special. And it's worth noting that even if you don't end up at Travel Planners International, ASTA is #1 a great organization to join to support our industry, but they also have a Host Week special for $50 off their annual membership. So make sure to check out the specials. Again, if you haven't, lots of great stuff in there. And we will be talking more with ASTA this week. Tomorrow, we'll be going over ASTA's roadmap to becoming a travel advisor course. I worked on it with ASTA to write it. It's an amazing course for those that want to start a career as a travel advisor and want to know everything about it before they make the leap. So we'll be going over that tomorrow. Tune in for that if you're at that stage of your journey. And then the ASTA Love does not stop there. We have Mark Casto as our keynote on Wednesday. I'll be interviewing him. He is the president of the board at ASTA, and we'll be having a sit-down conversation during the keynote, and we're both pretty fun, so tune in if you can. And by the way, I know some people came over last time I said this, so I'm just going to say this again. If you found us through LinkedIn and Facebook, because we're also streaming there, the real party is over at YouTube. That's where all the comments are. So come on over to the Host Agency Reviews YouTube page if you aren't there already. Let's see. So next on the docket, we have Carlisle Travel Management. And they are based out of LA, Los Angeles, but they have offices in DC, Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio, and Tennessee. So I also think they win the award for the longest running host agency so far. Well, actually agency, longest running agency so far with the start date of 1941. So they're members of the Travel Leaders Network for their consortium, and they partner with Zelle as well. And as they say on their profile, which we will link to in the comments, if you are someone who likes to book travel for leisure, corporate, entertainment, and luxury clients, or you have a background in booking, or if you like to book cruises, they want to talk to you. So let's jump into our second to the last Meet the Host interview, and we can hear what Trisha Lennington, the manager of Carlisle Travel's IC program, has to say. So I think it's April. April, it's all yours.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Host Week 2023. April from Carr here. I'm sitting down with Trisha Lennington, Assistant to VP of Sales for Carlisle Travel Management. Hey, Trisha, how are you?
Hi, April. I'm great. How are you?
Great. We're so excited to have you here. I know it's your first Host Week with us, so this is exciting.
It is, and we're very excited to be involved in the Host Agency Week.
Great. So I have lots of great questions for you, and in true Host Agency Reviews fashion, I have a fun question at the end, so let's jump right in.
Hey.
We'd love to hear what's been happening with Carlisle Travel Management the past year.
So Carlisle Travel is growing like weeds. We are doubling our agents.
Wow.
So we're constantly hiring, we're looking for experts and new people in the industry as well. So we're just constantly out there, keeping our feelers out there. And, you know, 2023 is going to be amazing for Carlisle.
That's so exciting to hear. I'd love to also hear what makes you unique.
So at Carlisle, we don't have any fees. So no agency fees, no overhead, fees for the agents that we ask for. We have our own training that has been designed and created and everything right within Carlisle Travel Management. Let's see, we've also, we're available to our agents 24/7, pretty much. So we're always advising, guiding, whatever the agents need. Our doors are always open for whatever guidance, recommendations, anything that they need to succeed.
I love to hear that. It's great to have an open door policy. And I mean, the no fees, that is very unique. So that's so interesting. And we'll have to send people over to your profile to learn some more.
Love it. Thank you.
Yeah. So let's hear, if you had 3 words to describe your ideal travel advisor, what would that be?
So my first one is outgoing.
I like that.
The second one is organized.
Mm-hmm.
And the third one is patient. So
very important words.
Very. So as an agent myself, I have always been organized. That's just something that you need to do for travel, have that passion for travel and let your everybody hear about it. That's what I like to train our agents on. Let the person on the other end of that line hear that passion in your voice. And then just again, being patient, because it is a long process and you want to make sure that you're staying with it the entire time.
That's wonderful. So it's 2023 and let's hear what you have in the pipeline for this year.
Well, so exciting because we are going to double our agents and get, double what we have now. We have the capacity to do it. So I think that that'll be great. Lots of business coming along, of course, in just, 19 days in. So it's great that, the world wants to travel. So we're here to increase our agents that again are out there and they're also wanting to assist in booking travel.
Great. So if you had one tip to give a new travel advisor, what would that be?
Just be confident and be patient.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I come back to patience all the time, but just be confident, know that, you're a professional, you know what you're doing, and it just, it takes a couple to get under your belt and you'll be confident, but be patient in the meantime, because we're always learning. And so just, again, be patient. That's kind of my main key that I let them know. And it works. I found that it works quite often.
And coming from an actual travel advisor, that's great to hear. Somebody that's in the field and really knows what they're talking about. So wonderful.
Yeah.
So, all right, we are at that point in the interview where I get to ask you our crazy fun question. It's the most important question of the interview, really. So if your company was a snack food, what would it be and why?
So I say that we're the $100,000 chocolate bar, because we're going to thrive and we're going to reach for the stars in 2023. And that's why we're so excited to be a part of your host week. So, we can obtain that and show other people and other agencies, that we will represent that snack. And, we're just shooting for the stars.
I love that. And it's chocolate. And who doesn't love chocolate? I mean,
really. I agree. Yes.
No, Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you taking time to join us for Host Week. And thank you everybody watching, and we look forward to a fun-filled week.
Yes, April, thank you so much. And everybody out there, I appreciate it. And thank you. Take care.
You as well. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Wow, it's such great info. Thank you again for sharing that with us, Carlisle Travel. So how is everybody feeling out there? I know there's a lot of you tuned in, which is so exciting. So go ahead, let us know how you're feeling. Feeling overwhelmed, liking what you're seeing, super excited like me, because you had a lot of caffeine this morning. We have one more host interview to do today, and then we'll be moving into our EduSpot sessions, where we have a really, really fun group of presenters today. And that is seriously, while I haven't met them all in person, I have spent a lot of time talking to many of them, and they're super, super sharp. I'm thrilled they're sharing their knowledge to help other agencies grow. So make sure to tune in for the EduSpots after this. Who is our last host of the day? Well, it is Avoya Travel, last but certainly not least. They are ready to answer the most important question of all, and that's what kind of snack food is Avoya most like? I'm sure that they'll answer some of the questions you may have, but in the meantime, here's a few things to know about this Florida-based Avoya host agency. So they are part of the Travel Leaders Network, which again, will be interviewing travel leaders on Wednesday after I keynote. So make sure to bookmark that. And then with roughly 1,250 independent contractors in their network, they're a sizable host, and they also have kind of a unique model with their live leads. So just to note before we turn it over, I wanted to say earlier we had asked when I was doing the keynote, why did people join the industry? I wanted to share some of the answers because Mary went through and put them into a little document for me, which was really nice. So we have people saying, I love travel. I've always booked for my family and friends. I found a niche of volunteer vacations, and they want to work remotely and live on their boat. And I get a lot, I'm reading through this and one person says, I go on a scuba trip every year with a group and I want to begin booking these myself. I've always wanted to be a TA and the flexibility in the workplace. This was the right time for me. ADA Journey said my career change was prompted by pandemic trauma and job fatigue. So lots of newbies in here. It's great to see you. So happy that you've tuned in. Next up, let me get off that note that Mary wrote me. So I'm going to turn it over to our very own April to hear more about what makes Avoya unique. So there you go, April.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Host Week 2023. I am April from Carr. Woo, I know, right? I'm sitting down with Chris Green, Director of Network Expansion for Avoya Travel. Hey, Chris, how are you?
Hi, April. How are you? Great to see you again.
I'm great. It's always a pleasure to have you. We're so excited for another Host Week with you. Thank you for being here.
We're excited as well.
Great. I have lots of great questions for you. And of course, our infamous Host Week special question at the end. So let's jump right in.
Fire away.
All right. So we'd love to know what Avoya Travel has been up to the past year.
Well, no doubt, April, that 2022 was an exciting year in the travel industry, I think, for a lot of people. But among the changes at the very top for Avoya Travel was our new relationship with Travel Leaders Group as the consortia for the Avoya network after 30 plus years with American Express. With this new relationship with Travel Leaders Group, a consortia, in my opinion, really built for the modern travel advisor. We expect amazing synergy and results that help Avoya Travel meet its lofty goals and expectations for the future. We saw record growth in 2022 for the Avoya network with our two biggest affiliation months ever, something which I take great pride in. And these new members understand that it's the best-in-class resources offered by Avoya Travel that offer them the best chance to build a successful travel business, and we're very proud to have them join the Avoya family. We also launched an Avoya e-magazine that is already award-winning and provides yet another deployable asset for those in our network to engage with their client base. And the best part is it's customizable. But real quick, let's talk about results, because fancy stuff without fancy results really means very little in our world. But in 2022, Avoya Travel saw a staggering 92 agencies sell over $1 million in gross sales. That's a big increase over the previous year. Almost 250 agencies in total had sales over $500,000.
And keep in mind, April, that network-wide, Avoya Travel, about 60% of an average affiliate's gross sales come from a live lead that was generated by Avoya. And in December alone, just last month, over 100 members of the Avoya network posted their highest sales for the whole year in a month that's traditionally considered slow for travel sales. And you know, I could go on and on about the accomplishments of 2022, but I know we have other cool questions, and really the future is where it's all about anyway, right?
Yeah, no, and you know, I love hearing when you talk about your leads program, because I know you have just such a wonderful leads program. So, you know, seeing it to continue work for your agents is so great to hear.
Thank you.
So let's hear what makes Avoya Travel unique.
Well, everything. So I guess we can go to the next question, right? No, seriously, Avoya Travel isn't just the best at what we do. We're the only ones that do what we do. And that's a fact. It all starts with our unique business model, our shared success business model. You're not going to find anything like this with any other host agency or franchise model. At Avoya Travel, we don't compete with our own affiliates. We don't have a team of in-house sales agents that directly sell to the public. Every bit of our sales go through a member of the Avoya network. And since we don't sell directly, everything we do is to support that network in their ability to sell more travel and have fewer customer service issues. And we accomplish that with best-in-class resources like True Support, where you can pick up the phone and actually talk to a real person, through the industry's top professional development programs, such as our amazing early success program, brand sales programs. These are experts in their field that offer our network exclusive sales coaching and business coaching, brainstorming sessions, group lessons filled with practical advice built upon 50 years of success in the travel industry. These types of professional development programs are the backbone of why those in the Avoya network sell more and generate more in commissions.
That's so great to hear, and I love everything. I just think your model is so unique in general, like you were saying, kind of everything. So that's great to hear. Let's talk about travel advisors. So what would be 3 words you would use to describe your ideal travel advisor?
You know, April, I really wanted to come up with 3 new words for this year versus last year's appearance on Host Week. But as much as I tried, I really had to recycle the word that makes the most impact, and that is engaged. It sounds simple, but it means so much. You have to be engaged with the idea that you're the business owner, that as a business owner, you sell leisure travel to the public. Now, our resources can help guide you. They can help you grow and find levels of success you never imagined, but we can't do it for you. You have to want it, and you have to know inside that you want it. Those that find both early and long-term success in the Avoya network are engaged with us as a partner. They're engaged to the point they participate in the various ways that we keep our network updated. They're engaged with their clients, and of course, they're engaged with the vendors they sell. If I was a business owner, it would be on a huge banner hanging in my office. Was I engaged today? Word number 2, winner. We all want to be a winner, but some people just have the right habits that make them win more often, and it doesn't happen by luck. Some people think those 2 things are interchangeable, luck and winner. But I'm here to tell you that's a big fat lie, because winners win because they put together winning systems. They listen to other winners. They don't think they know everything already. They never rest on their past successes. They instead use them as springboards for future success. Winners find a way to percolate to the top no matter the challenges, and they employ an attitude that crafts success. Those are the type of people that Avoya Travel, our employees, go above and beyond for on a daily basis. And word number 3, responsible. Playing the blame game, that's just a losing hand, April, for a business owner. One of the most important things to remember is that this is your business, and the buck will always stop with you, the owner. This whole concept of it's not me, it's you, I mean, that's for teenage romances, not for small business ownership. And the agencies that take full responsibility and find ways to succeed will succeed at a much higher level. They're not weighed down by this idea that someone else needs to fix that or make this right. They instead take the lead role, they act as the alpha of the situation, and they really power through. Really, when you take all 3 words into account, even though my order was off a little bit, you get an engaged business owner in the travel industry that takes full responsibility for their own success and become winners more times than not.
I love that you recycled the word engaged, because I think it's so important and it's such a passion. And really being involved and like you were saying, every aspect of the industry being engaged in it. So I think that was a really great word to be using. And I don't think I've heard that one. So I love that word.
Good.
Well, we were saying how we can't believe it's 2023, but it's 2023 and here we are. So let's hear what Avoya Travel has in the pipeline for this year.
Whew. Again, this one goes back to our whole, well, for 2023, one of the things that we wanted to focus on was really our whole business model, shared success. We're proud to offer industry best-in-class resources like our exclusive live leads and marketing, technology support, business intelligence. Yes, I said business intelligence because numbers don't lie. And we help our affiliates by making sure they have that raw data, the analytics to create the most effective best practices possible. All I can say is be part of the future of this industry because that's where all the sales are going to happen anyway. If you're hanging on to the past and guessing and hoping versus analyzing and deploying, you're kind of running your race uphill. And two areas that I want to highlight really quick is our new travel agent education powered by Avoya that recently launched. This new education platform will help those new to the travel industry in 2023 find their footing faster, sell at higher levels, and hit their goals faster. In conjunction with the Travel Institute, it allows those that participate to take the TAP test, the Travel Agent Proficiency Test, and upon graduation includes complimentary memberships to both CLIA, the Cruise Line International Association, ASTA, the American Society of Travel Advisors, and bonus commission coupons valued at over $3,000. If you're a smart cookie, those bonus commissions alone could cover the cost of the education, the cost to affiliate with Avoya Travel, the cost for corporate structuring for your business if you take that state in most states, and the cost of obtaining your own error and omission insurance. And the other area to highlight for 2023 is our newly expanded early success program. It's now been expanded to cover the first year and a half as an affiliate and help those new to the network achieve sales surpassing $150,000 annually. Sales coaching, business coaching, group sessions, best practices, all of the vital resources and steps to success that a new to travel and a new to network affiliate would really want in order to be able to succeed.
You have lots of great stuff happening this year. It's so exciting to be a part of Avoya.
It is exciting.
So let's talk about, we were talking about new agents and everything that you have to offer them. So let's talk about the new agent and what would be one tip you would give a new travel advisor entering the industry?
All right, I'm going to try and sneak in 2 tips if you don't mind for new to travel professionals.
For you, absolutely.
Thank you, April. All right, number 1, specialize. Because even those that have been in the industry for years and years don't and can't know everything about everything. Instead, successful agents that sell more and have more repeat clients, fewer customer service issues, they specialize. They become hyper knowledgeable about the handful of vendors or destinations they sell. They become true experts, and by being an expert, have an easier time differentiating themselves versus all the other ways that someone could book travel. Now, of course, in the Avoya network, the Avoya Live Lead program makes that a lot easier versus when you have to market for yourself. And again, it goes back to being a top reason that our affiliates end up selling more travel than those of other networks. And my number 2 tip is just don't give up. Being a small business owner is hard no matter what field you're in. And no doubt you're going to come across some challenges you never thought you would, but just keep grinding. I mean, one foot in front of the other and stay focused on that big prize. At Avoya Travel, we have the resources that can help you feel, you just don't feel so alone. You can get off the ground faster in a more successful way. And we're very encouraging to those in the Avoya network. So reach out, start the conversation. And in 2023, let's do some amazing things together.
That's awesome. Some great life tips in there too, which I'm taking note on. So enough with all the business questions, and I like to hop right into the fun question that we always ask in true horror fashion. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right. If your company was a snack food, what would it be and why?
You know, at our innovation center, we actually have a whole area that's devoted to snack food. So Avoya Travel and snack food, we go hand in hand. So I guess it depends on who you talk to, though, right, April? I mean, We might be just a big giant can of mixed nuts in all honesty, but my official answer is Flamin' Hot Cheetos. Because no one in leisure travel is as flamin' hot as Avoya Travel right now. I mean, our results keep getting better and better. We keep introducing more and more effective and exciting ways to connect those that want to go on vacation with those that sell vacation. Our new relationship with the Travel Leaders Group will only make it easier for Avoya Travel to hit its lofty goals. And you might be able to eat potato chips kind of passively, you know, kind of just dip in the dip. You might be able to snack on chocolate passively, but there is no way to eat Flamin' Hot Cheetos passively. It's an experience you know you're having, and that 1,000% is the same way for those in the Avoya network. Nothing passive about that. And those working directly for Avoya Travel. And guess what? We do it all without getting those orange Cheeto fingers. How about that?
I like that. That's probably the best part. I love your answer. I haven't heard that one yet, and I love how you correlated it. So kudos to you.
Thank you.
And Chris, it is always a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much. Your answers are always great, and we love learning about Avoya Travel. Thank you for being here for Host Week.
April, thank you so much for the opportunity. Avoya Travel really appreciates our relationship and the connection that we have with Host Agency Reviews. You guys do an amazing job. We're really excited when we can send somebody there to do some research so that they can find the best fit for them. We don't claim to be the best fit for everybody in the travel industry, but those that are looking to sell high levels of travel and do it in a way that they really feel supported. I think after doing the research on your website and then coming back and having a conversation with somebody on my team, they're going to find that it's probably going to be a really great fit. So again, we appreciate the opportunity, and we just love being part of Host Week.
No, thank you so much. And we love having you here. It's been such a pleasure, and we're going to be carrying on with Host Week. So onward. Bye, everyone.
I think we're all still smiling from the Flaming Cheetos reference. That was amazing. I like the Oreos that was done by Signature today, but I also like the enthusiasm behind the Flaming Cheetos. So this wraps up our Get to Know a Host section for the day, but don't worry, because we will be back with more hosts tomorrow and Consortia, because tomorrow we actually have 2 Consortia interviews and then 6 hosts that we get to know. So they are Travel Savers and Nest are going to be the 2 consortia we interview. And then in terms of host agencies, we have Independent by Liberty Travel, KHM Travel Group, Levarté Travel. You may remember Lary from when she did her intro earlier today to the keynote. We have Nest Plus, who's one of our sponsors. And then we have Pickles Travel Network and Travel Leaders Market Square. But just because we're wrapping up our host interviews, that does not mean we are done for the day, folks. We still have lots and lots of great content to go. If you're just joining us now, welcome. The main party is over at YouTube. So if you hopped on via Facebook or LinkedIn, come on over to YouTube. That's where all the conversation is. So to give you an idea for a layout for the week, it's pretty standard every day. It does change a little bit through some of the days, but here's the big picture. Start every day with the keynote, and then we break it down into the Get to Know a Host and the Consortia segments. And after those interviews we wrap up, we go ahead and dedicate the rest of the afternoon to our educational sessions. And as you know, this event is free to attend, but it is definitely not free to put on. So a huge thank you to our weekly sponsors again. We have Adventure Travel Trade Association, Next-Gen Travel Group, who will be doing their interview Wednesday at 1:40 Central Time. And then Runway Health. If you're not familiar with them, they are doing a webinar next Wednesday that talks a little bit more about how they work with advisors. And I know they also have a travel special up for double commissions for travel advisors that are attending Host Week. So we'll put the link to our events calendar where you can find that webinar. And we also have Tour Radar as a weekly sponsor. They are doing a keynote tomorrow on sustainability and then a question and answer afterwards. So I'd love for you to tune in for that. And then lastly, we have Travel Planners International, who we interviewed earlier today in the Get to Know a Host section. So if you missed that, you can rewind and find it in the previous section. So also thank you to our daily sponsors. We have Globus Family of Brands. Again, they have specials in our specials blog. and Nest Plus and Travefy, who both also have specials for Host Week attendees. If you haven't already, go ahead and make sure to check out those specials though. Let's see. I think with Globus, you get $50 off per person as part of their Host Week special. Plus you get a $25 Amazon gift card, I think, and that's for their all of their brands that we're looking at. So Globus, Cosmos, etc. And then Travefy has a coupon that's an itinerary builder, and it can save you 20% off their itinerary builder. So that's for canceled accounts or new accounts. And then, like I said, Runway Health has their double commission for the next 90 days for advisors. So lots of great stuff going on. And that is just scratching the surface for the specials. So there are, I think Mary at last count said 60 deals. So let me introduce you to our next speaker. Erica Carr loves notebooks, Nespresso, and brand new Sharpie pens. She's a firstborn Enneagram and who loves building things, systems, efficiency, organization, and to-do lists. She holds a lot of boxes, AKA wears a lot of hats, as the founder of Book It Box Travel, and is personally involved in designing each client's travel experience, every social media post, and crafting our Inside the Box Club emails. And with that, I'll pass it off to you, Erica.
Thanks, Steph. Thank you so much for having me, and happy Monday, everybody. Wanted to also say thank you to Million Miles Travel for sponsoring the segment. So happy to be here today. Wanted to come and share some of the fun things behind the Book It Box Travel brand, what we're doing in terms of marketing, and how we're trying to wow our clients as we all struggle to do every single day. And then also we'll talk about how I geek out over systems and some of the systems that I use. At the end of today's session, in about 25 or 30 minutes, if we have time, we'll do a Q&A, and I'll also have a freebie for you. So I'll be talking about a lot of the things that we utilize within Book It Box Travel. And I'll have a freebie at the end where you can opt in and have that list sent to you. So certainly take notes throughout the session, but I will also send you that list at the end. So thanks again for the intro, Steph. I'm Erica Carr, founder of Book It Box Travel. Book It Box was born in 2018. It really came to life in 2019. Before travel, I spent about 20 years in the dental and orthodontic industry and software sales. So that's really what I did post-college. And I'm going to go through the story of how Book It Box was born before we kind of get into all of the fun brand stuff. So I was trucking along in my orthodontic sales career and loved my job, had a great job. Always knew that I wanted to do some sort of business on my own, but as Steph mentioned, I'm a control freak, and these things would come along and I would try to make a business of it and nothing ever stuck. And so of course, once I kind of relinquished that control, Book It Box came along very organically. So what happened was some really good friends of ours, they go on a trip every March for their anniversary. And so in 2018, they had flights booked to Barcelona and they were going to go for 10 days. And I kept asking them, leading up to the trip, what are you going to do when you get to Spain? And they kept saying, we don't have time to plan the trip. They have 5 children and they both work. And so it was really stressing me out. I could not take that they were going to just fly to Barcelona and have no plans. So I finally at some point said, okay, just hand the reins over to me. I'm going to plan your whole itinerary for you. And so I did. And because I don't do anything the easy way, I ran to Hobby Lobby in town, grabbed a craft brown paper box, and I bought a bunch of stuff that I knew that they could use on that long flight across the pond. And once they got to Spain. So that is how Book It Box was born. When they got back from that trip, they came over and some of us gathered on our back porch over some wine to hear about their trip. And that's really literally the night that Book It Box Travel was born. So from there, that was mid 2018. From there, I was still, of course, working full time, and I would just do some trips on the side for friends. And so this is version 1 of the Book It Box, again, straight from Hobby Lobby. But this was a trip that I did for a friend to Toronto. So that's what Book It Box looks like before it was official. And then in January of 2019 is when I joined Gift to Travel Network. And decided that this was going to be a full-time gig for me. So I left that orthodontic sales career and started Book a Box full-time in 2019. So the first iteration of the True brand is this. And so the first, I wanted to carry that box into what my travel business was going to be. And so this was the first iteration of the box. It's a friend of mine saw it after. I was so excited about it because it's, cute and has these colors on it. And a friend of mine said, "Oh, it looks a little corporate." And I was like, "Oh man." So we rolled with this box for about a year. And then when we did a brand refresh, the box got even more fun and more colorful. So this is the current box that we use. So you can see it's a little bit bigger. And then on the right-hand side, the fourth picture on the right is actually the shipping box that the Book It box goes inside of to get shipped. So how we use this is about a week before our clients depart on their trip, they get a Book It box in the mail. And that box has just some fun goodies in it, again, that they can use while they're on their trip, or something, a memento that they can use after the trip to kind of remind them of where they just were. So again, lands on their doorstep about a week before. And really and truly, I feel like this has been one of the big reasons that the brand took off so quickly in that first year in 2019 was, just the tangibility of having something, especially for people who were looking to gift a trip. This really fit in really well. So let's hop into the current marketing playbook and some of the things that we are doing. Obviously a goal of all of ours is to create a really wow experience for our clients. And one of the things that I learned pretty early in was I played around with some Facebook ads, and I realized in that activity that we loved our clients. The clients that we kind of started out with really fit the way that I work. And as I kind of started to hire a team, is the people that we enjoyed working with. And that's so crucial, obviously. And so we kind of changed our focus and said, okay, instead of going out and paying for leads, let's just really wow and nurture our clients and love on them so that they tell their friends about us. And so that's really what our focus is. So we do not do any external marketing. We are truly 100% referral based. And so these are some of the things that we've incorporated in. So first and foremost, our clients have to know us, like us, and trust us. When I first launched the brand, my goal and vision was to look and act and feel bigger than I was, because I was, nervous. I was coming from 20 years in an industry where I knew everyone and knew how it worked, and coming into this travel industry. And so I just had some insecurities about, being just me and the small business. And so that's how I kind of started. And Vanessa McGovern with Gift to Travel Network finally said to me, she said, "Erica, you have to be, the face of your business. We want to see more of Erica." And so I embraced that, and it really has helped. And so I really think it's important that you are the face behind your brand, and that people know you, and that you put things out there about yourself and let them really get to know who you truly are. So social media makes that extremely easy. So, whether it's sharing, what Peloton instructor you rode on Sunday afternoon, which I did yesterday, or letting them follow along on your travels, or what you do with your kids, or what your puppy dog's doing, just letting them get to know you and like you so that they know that you're a real person. That's what our clients want. Also, they always say that your horn is louder when you let someone else toot it. So let your clients toot your horn for you. And you can do that through testimonials. So we are constantly requesting testimonials from clients after trips, and then we post those on social media. We have an Instagram highlight of testimonials so that someone can go and just read all of the glowing reviews that we've gotten from our clients. What's interesting about this client, Jay Cooper, is that he actually has never been on a Book a Box trip. He was one of my COVID trips that canceled, and I, worked with him through getting his cancellations and refunds and things like that. And this is the review or testimonial that he left after that experience. So your testimonials don't necessarily have to be from your clients who have traveled with you. So if you're newer to the business and don't have an established clientele, you can get testimonials from other people, even supplier partners or from your host partners. Inspire your clients. So again, social media makes this really easy to do. And so a lot of what we'll do on social media is we're of course following the properties and the destinations that we want to sell more of, or that we want to sell. I've never sold Giraffe Manor, would love to sell Giraffe Manor. And so, social media, again, just makes it super easy to share their content and just inspire clients about where they want to go next. And then of course, as I'm traveling, we're doing, I'm constantly doing Instagram stories and posts and things like that as well. And one of the things I've started doing is anytime I visit a new property or destination, I create an Instagram story highlight of that. And that way, that is material that people can come look at any time and get inspired, even if it's in a year from now. Hook them up with a freebie. So one of the things we started doing was Friday freebies. And so that is an IFO or an opt-in. We use MailerLite for this. And so essentially on social media, we will prompt them to opt in for a freebie. So they essentially give us their email address in exchange for whatever that freebie is. So in this case, we were giving out 9 family-friendly vacation ideas. So they opted in through MailerLite through the freebie. And then as a result, the MailerLite system that we use sends out 9 different family-friendly vacations that they could take with their families in the US. So people love freebies. I mean, it's, these days, it's hard to find a website that you visit that doesn't have some sort of opt-in, popping up on the website. So you can do it in other ways as well. You can do it kind of proactively through social media. Slide into their inbox. So we also use MailerLite for our e-zine or our electronic newsletter. And this is one of those things that I did for a really long time. And if you've done an e-newsletter before, you know that it can take a lot of time. It's a little part-time job and one of the many hats that we wear as a travel business owner. I wasn't getting replies back to those emails. And so you start to kind of question like, hey, is this working? And what I found interesting is when I would be out and about in our community, people would say, oh, I loved what I read about, so-and-so about what you emailed out in that newsletter. And so I was like, okay, well, maybe people do read that. And I think more than anything, that weekly or monthly or however often you can do it in your business is just a really good way to keep your brand front of mind for your clients or prospective clients. So, they might not be interested in that particular property that you highlight that week or that month, but it just reminds them. So when the time does come that they're ready to travel, that they hopefully reach out to you. It's also a really good way, again, to build that know, like, and trust. And so, you don't have to highlight resorts and properties and destinations all the time. You can talk about things that you're doing or a trip that you're going on or, an accolade that you've recently received. And love on your clients. So one of the easiest ways to do this is on social media. Again, if you see something on social media from one of the properties or DMC partners or someone that you're following on social media, you can tag your client and say, hey, I thought this would be right up your alley or check this out. So again, social media making that really, really easy. Another easy thing to do is text your client. So I had last year, I went to Capjaluca, which is my favorite new resort, Capjaluca on Anguilla. And when I left, I sent a text to someone who was a prospective client. They had not booked a trip with me before, but I texted them and I said, hey, knowing what I know about where you've been before and how you like to travel, I really think Capjaluca is a perfect spot for you. And we literally had them at Capjaluca 2 weeks later. It was a $20,000 booking. So I could have very easily not sent that text, but because I did, it created a booking and they will now travel with me again. And then giftology. So this is in terms of gifting clients, like literally physically gifting clients. Giftology is a book that I read. It's by John Ruhlin, and it completely changed the way that I thought, that I think about gifting. So great book. You can grab it on Amazon. If you don't want to read the whole book, you can go to your podcast app and just search John Ruhlin Giftology. He's been interviewed by so many people, and you can probably find a quick 20-minute interview that gives you the highlights. But essentially what John's theory is on gifting is when you gift, don't give branded gifts, because that's not really a gift. That's something that is for you, right? If you give a branded gift, you're giving it because you want them to remember you. And that's not exactly what a client loves to give. But instead, he talks about gifting things that people use over and over again. He really likes gifts that can be in the kitchen, because that's where they get the most use. So an example would be Cutco knives, which he sold in college, and so did I. So he has a very soft spot in my heart. But you know, if you gift a cheese knife from Cutco to someone who's been to Italy and visited wineries and eaten, you know, cheese, every time that they use that cheese knife, they subconsciously think about that trip and hopefully of you who helped them get there. So some of the gifts that we love to give are things like Cat Studio brand. So Cat Studio has some adorable destination goodies. They have hand towels. They have lots of cute different stuff for different destinations. Again, something that they use in the kitchen, hopefully gets a lot of impressions because they're using it time and time again. Or something like a Cuisinart wine opener, like a really nice wine opener for, again, your Italy wine drinkers. So those are just some ideas, but highly recommend John Ruhlin's book, Giftology. So some of the systems, again, that we're using for some of the things that I just covered are Travefy. So we use Travefy, of course, for proposals and our clients' itineraries, but we also use it to create those freebie giveaways as well. MailerLite is the system that we use for our e-newsletters, and they also have an opt-in form feature as well for those freebies, and of course, social media. So next, let's hop into systems. So I am a big believer in having tried and true systems in your business. I also think that it's really crucial to put systems in place when you're in your infancy, and something, systems that will grow with you as you grow. So as we all know, when you go from 5 clients to 15 clients to 50 clients and so on, once you get too far into it, it's too late to go back and implement systems. So really crucial to do that. If you're a new advisor, go ahead and invest and put those systems in place now. So these are some of the things that we have in place. So, we know that there are emails that we write time and time again. We know that there are pieces of information that we have to collect from our clients to book flights and book travel. And so we have systemized how we collect all of that information. So for a new inquiry, after a client fills out the new lead form on our website, and they schedule their consultation call with me through Calendly, which we'll talk more about in a bit. This is the canned email that I have that I send to that prospective client. So, hey, prospective client, you're one giant leap closer to an amazing vacation experience. Before our phone call, take a peek at our custom planning guide. It's chock full of fun details on what's upcoming. You can also read more on the B word, our minimum trip budgets, and that hyperlinks them to a blog article about what the minimum recommended budgets are for different destinations that we plan travel to. Next comes the design fee. So I'll have the consultation call with the client. I quote our design fee. And then once that design fee is executed, that's our service fee, then they get this canned email. So one of the things that we try to do is always give them a what's next or now what, so that every email kind of ends with them having a really, really clear vision of what to expect next. So we're always trying to set expectations for our clients. And then next, the next email, big email that comes to them is the trip proposal delivery. And so this is when we are going to send them the proposal that we have put together with our DMC partner. And this is going to take them through that. So again, we use Loom. And so we'll create a Loom video that walks them through the Travify. So it's just a really kind of high level overview. It can, help to sell which property we want them to choose. If we're pitching 3 different resorts, for example, or if there are any notes that we want to kind of highlight about their proposal, we'll do that in the Loom video, which gets hyperlinked here. And then we link them directly to the Travify proposal. And again, we're setting those expectations on what comes next. So what do we want them to do after they read that email? And then after they've traveled, we ask all of our clients for a review request. So we're constantly trying to build our online reviews. Again, part of that know, like, and trust. And then forms. So I'm, again, a really big advocate of having a formalized system in place. And so for me, it all starts with the start planning or the lead form that lives on our website. So, people call, they text, they send social media messages saying, hey, we're interested in a trip to Italy, or we're interested in learning more about Book It Box. I always send them to our website and ask them to complete the start planning form. This even goes for our existing clients, because this is going to give me all of the information that I need in terms of the basics of the trip. Who's going? What are the dates? Do they know where they want to go, or do they need help with that detail, and so forth? So always push them back to the website and have them start with the new lead form. Traveler documentation. So this really has come in handy as we've had so many repeat clients. All we have to do is collect their information one time in terms of names, birth dates, seat preferences for airlines, known traveler numbers, passports. All of those things come through on this form, and then they live within our CRM tool, which is Dubsado, so that we can use those time and time again. Food and allergies form. So this helps us collect what their food preferences are. If they have any allergies, do they prefer a dining reservation or simply recommendations? If they like reservations, what time do they like to eat? And so what we do with this is, again, for those repeat clients, we will resend them the original food and allergies form that they completed, and they can update it. So if they're bringing their kids along on the second trip that we plan for them, they can add in what the kids' preferences are. Calendly, this is one of my very favorite tools. And so this is our scheduling system. So this is, again, I work off of scheduled calls. Our clients are typically busy professionals and they have really full calendars, and same here. So I always try to push my Calendly link out to clients when they want to schedule a call. So instead of, playing phone tag and me trying to call them and them trying to call me, I always send the Calendly link and we work off of a scheduled call. Calendly has a free system that you can use. So it's a really easy tool. It plugs in with your calendar. So whether you use Outlook or Google Calendar, it all syncs together so that it only shows your available times for them to schedule. This document, so this is one of the documents that I had created whenever COVID, all the COVID pain ceased. And I was able to kind of take a step back from my business and put some things in place that I needed to at that point. So I was about a year in whenever COVID hit, obviously had some time of, cancellations and reschedules and things like that. And then after that, I had some time to put some things in place. And this is one of those documents. So this pricing and expectations document is something that gets sent to the client after they submit their lead form and schedule a consultation call, but before we actually have the phone call together. So the real goal of this document is to pre-sell that person on why they need Book It Box in their life, right? So it's going to introduce me, and it's going to tell them all of the cool things that we do and how easy we are going to make their life. So that way they choose to work with Book It Box. The other thing that this document highlights is it gives them a preview of what our design fees or service fees are. So if you're struggling with charging fees, if you feel nervous about it, one of the ways to kind of hold your feet to the fire is to have a document like this that you send out to those leads, because by the time you get on the phone with them, they will have seen that you have fees. So they're expecting you to quote them a fee. And then after the client hires us, we have a very similar document that's called a welcome guide. And this guide is going to give them information about kind of what happens between now and their vacation. So what is the process? What are the timelines? What are the kind of rules to working with us in terms of if you do need to get in touch with us, this is how you can do so. Frequently asked questions, things like that. So that is it. So again, I have a freebie for you. So if you are interested in having a list of all of the systems that I personally love in my travel business, just simply text the word freebie to this phone number, 202-410-4202. And once you do, it will opt you in and you can grab that freebie list for yourself. So Steph, I will turn it back over to you. If we have time for Q&A, great. And if not, I'm happy to answer any emails. You can reach me through my website or through social media.
Perfect. Well, we have some questions for you, and we do have a little time. So let me pull them up really quickly. We had them on okay, here we go. All right. So first question comes in from Lindsay Wise with Ambient Vacations. How do you do the freebies or giveaways on Travelify?
So we use MailerLite. So we use a MailerLite form. That's where that's where they actually opt in for the freebie. So that's the system we use for that. And then through MailerLite, you can set it up to say, send this document or redirect them to this URL. So then Travelify is where we create that freebie. And so it just gets linked to that document.
So are the freebies usually itineraries or something along those lines that you're building in Travelify?
Typically, yes.
Perfect. Okay. Let's see. So Bella Vita also asked, would like to know more about the mailer, but I think we covered that. So if you still have questions, Bella Travel, let us know. Gail Hutchins says, how did you build that MailerLite list to do your Friday freebie? So how do you, is it just via social that you're advertising?
Yeah. So anytime that a lead comes in, our virtual assistant, Amy, she adds their email address to MailerLite. So anytime we get a new email address, we add it to MailerLite. If I attend an event in town, like a lead generation event, I'm collecting email addresses there and they're going into MailerLite. So it's just been a slow process over the last 4 years.
Well, we've got Angela Barton saying, I want to be Erica when I grow up, but
Thanks,
you can be her when you're young too.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, we've got, okay. So we put this in here. It's text freebie to 202-410-4202 for those that missed it the first time around. We got a lot of comments on really liking the Calendly and the welcome guide. And I did put in the comment, or I think I put in the comments. I thought I put in the comments the link to Erica's interview we did last year, which covers a lot of this stuff, but it has a lot of the links that she talked about during her presentations. So if you really liked what Erica had to say, I would encourage you to also tune into that for a little bit more detail on things. And let's see, I just want to make sure. There's a lot of people loving you out there, Erica. There's someone that's saying, let's see, this is everything I strive to be. So
Aw. Well, it's one step at a time. This does not happen overnight. And I mean, you know, it's all been a work in progress. So don't put so much pressure on yourself to think you have to do all of this now. Do one thing at a time and give yourself some grace.
Yes, absolutely. And well, Erica wouldn't bring this up, but one of the things that we talked about in the interview was that she started, when did you start again? 2019?
2019. Mhm.
Okay, so right before the pandemic started, and she went from, of course, $0 in sales when she started, and now you're at like over 2 million. Is that right?
We ended at 2.2 for last year. Yeah.
Yeah, which is amazing when you consider there was 2 pandemic years in there and kind of the recovery in there. So her system clearly works, and there's a lot of things that can be picked up and implemented by advisors, whether you're new or experienced. So hopefully you learned a lot from Erica. There's people are very impressed in the comments, Erica.
Thank you. So sweet. I appreciate that.
Yeah, excellent. Well, let's see. Do you have any other things you wanted to say, Erica, or are there any other questions that are going to pop in here?
Thank you for having me, and thank you for doing this event. I know it's just so beneficial for everybody. I was looking at the insurance chat. I love that you put it on Friday evening. I'm like, oh, we're ending with the insurance chat with Roseanne Coyle.
There's no better way to start a Friday party than talking about insurance.
Yes, like get your martini or your margarita ready. And I mean, because Roseanne, I mean, she really does. She is so knowledgeable about insurance. But yeah, I love it.
Yeah, so just in case for people that don't know Roseanne or haven't heard about Roseanne, she is going Friday later in the afternoon, but she's got this very unique angle. So a lot of times the events will have someone that speaks about travel insurance and what you should be doing with your clients. But her angle that she comes at is she used to be in insurance for, I don't know, do you know how long, Erica?
A long time.
Yeah, she was in insurance for a long time, so knows it really well. But then she came to the travel advisor side. So she has this, usually the BDMs from the insurance company have never been advisors. And so there's, while they know their product very well, there is that kind of disconnect of having never sold it on the front lines. And so Roseanne kind of works to demystify that and give her thoughts on things. So tune in for that, because travel insurance, especially in today, is something really important that everybody should be aware of. So thank you so much again for joining us, Erica. If anyone has any questions, you guys can reach out to Erica. Her contact information is on our episode podcast page 2, I think. But wonderful having you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right, now let's see. We are going to jump into our next session. So let's see. Nikki Miller is coming up next, and Nikki and I have met in person numerous times. And I want to acknowledge that her passion for travel and education, and she has a really, really thoughtful heart. There's such an asset to the industry. So we're super happy to have her on. Mary and I, we went to the Young Leaders in Travel Conference put on by the Ally Society this fall in Puerto Vallarta, and Nikki was there. Which, by the way, if you are looking for any industry events, especially for those of you who are new, but also if you're experienced, we'll put the link in the comments to our events calendar. And it's right now there's 60 plus events on there. So it's a great way to get a feel for everything from FAMs to conferences to webinars that are out there. And if you have something, if you're more on the supplier side, if you ever want to put an event up there, it's free to list events, but it's definitely the most comprehensive event calendar that I've ever seen out there. And before we jump into Nikki's bio, if you are on LinkedIn or Facebook and that's how you find us, hop on over to Host Agency Review's YouTube page, because that's where all the comments are coming through if you're not seeing them. All right, so let me introduce Nikki here with her bio before we bump it over to her. So we all have our own paths, and Nikki will be the first to tell you that there are no shortcuts in this industry. Her goal is to empower travel advisors to create a business that supports their financial goals. Nikki has been in the industry since 2009 and has learned a lot. She can't wait to share that knowledge with you. Nikki doesn't want it to take you as long as it did her to get serious about running a business. She wants you to know that working on your business is just as important as working in your business. So there are no quick fixes and no shortcuts on the journey to a successful agency. Nikki is happy to be sharing with you what has worked best to assist her in transitioning from an employee and a hobbyist mindset to one of a business CEO. She can't wait to help you get into the CEO and CFO mindset, establish some actionable goals, and discover your path to profit. So Nikki, you've got this, lady. Can't wait to hear your session on how to train your clients to communicate. So without further ado, let's pass it over to Nikki.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Steph. I'm so excited to be here and chatting with everyone on Host Week. This has always been a great part of the industry. So I wanted to kind of let you guys know a little bit about me. I am the Chief Educator at Your Voyage Vocation, and I'd like to share some tips on how to train your clients, how to communicate, and spoiler alert, it's all about setting boundaries. So briefly, as Steph was talking about, I have been in the industry since 2009. So I have seen a lot and done a lot and learned a lot. And I love being able to help those that are more of the part-time, more of the hobbyist, really transition over to being a business owner and wearing those C-level hats so that you're putting your business first, you sell travel second. And I do have my assistant, Erin, moderating the chat. She's going to help a little there. And I know we'll have time at the end for some question and answer. So just, spit out those questions as they come. You might not know that you're struggling with setting boundaries along the lines of communication with your clients, but if you have some of these signs and symptoms, some bells should be going off for you. So if you try to do it all the time, everything, if you're constantly second guessing the level of service that you're providing to your clients, if you're taking those business calls during personal events, if your sleep, health, and personal life are suffering, if you're starting to resent when your clients reach out to you and communicate with you, if you're starting to hate your career, and if you jump from email to phone to text to Facebook Messenger and you don't know who you talk to when, these might be some of the big key symptoms to set off the bells that you're having problems, training your clients how to communicate and setting boundaries around communication. So what are boundaries? Every time we hear the word boundary, we think of something negative, and boundaries should not be negative. They're really actually positive because boundaries are anything that you put in place that dictate how and when you work. And boundaries, they're not just for your clients, but they're for you too. So when you set boundaries, you need to adhere to them as well, because that's what's going to help you be the best that you can be for your business and give those best services for your clients. Another way to think of this is, if you're setting a boundary and you're saying no to something, you're saying, no to taking that call during personal time, what are you saying yes to? If you're saying no to taking a call at the baseball game for your son, you're saying yes to being present, to watching the game, and to seeing them hit that first time home run. The call for the client can wait, but you only get one first time home run. So you want to be present for that. So it's not what you're saying no to, but it is what you're saying yes to. And boundaries are important. To be frank, they allow you to dictate how you run your business, and they keep your clients from walking all over you and telling you how to run your business. If you got into the travel industry and are owning your own agency, you probably did that because you wanted to work for yourself, you wanted to set your own hours, and you didn't want to have a boss that you were constantly answering to. So when you're transitioning from maybe a more traditional work environment to owning your own agency, don't let your clients become your new boss. You left because you didn't want to be told what to do, when to do it. So don't let your clients do that either. When you have boundaries, you have way better time management abilities. Boundaries will help you curate better relationships with your clients, because when you're communicating with them, you are in that mindset of, yes, I want to talk to this client right now. It's not, oh, I was working on, all this other stuff, and all of a sudden the client calls and I have to interrupt everything. So it's going to create a better relationship with your client if you have those boundaries in place. And then they're going to boundaries uphold that mutual respect between you and the client, and then they help you prioritize quality over quantity. It's not how many people can I talk to today, but what's the quality of conversations that I can have because I've set these boundaries about when I'm going to communicate. So, how to set boundaries. One of the biggest things with setting boundaries is you have to hold yourself accountable. You can't make those one-time exceptions because the more that you make that little exception, that boundary becomes weaker and weaker and weaker. Because if you said you'd talk to the Smith family at 8 p.m. on a Friday night, then when the Johnson family wants that same thing, you're going to be like, oh, well, I made the exception for the Smith family. I need to make it for the Johnson family. And then that whole boundary is just gone. So you need to hold yourself accountable once you make those boundaries. Otherwise, it's just going to be harder and harder to work on your own terms. So being clear with your communication is a great way to set boundaries with clients. And using automation tools, I'm going to go over a couple of those in a minute. But when you use automation tools, it takes your brain out of things and makes it automatic. So then you don't have that ability to second guess that boundary and to make those exceptions because everything's automatically set up. So it's a good way to hold yourself accountable for those boundaries that you're setting. And when you train your clients on how you want to communicate with them, you're laying everything out for them. You're educating them. This is when I want to work. This is how I want to work. And you're not letting them train you. You're not letting them be the boss of you. You are the CEO, the manager of your own travel agency. So you get to dictate the terms on when and how you communicate. So one place to start setting your boundaries from the beginning is in your email signature. So, I have a couple different things that I have in my email signature. At the bottom here, you can see I have my operating hours. And I'll say, a lot of my colleagues will ask me, Nikki, you only work 3 days a week? No, I work 5 or during wave season, sometimes 6 days a week. But I'm setting this expectation for my clients that these are the times they can expect to hear from me, that I don't need to be answering emails and calls outside of those times because they're not going to expect me to because, my operating hours are listed right there in my signature. Another great option is delay send or send later functions. So many email clients now have the ability to delay the time that you send your email and to, schedule that email that you send. I know Gmail has it built in. If you have a CRM that you use, check that. I use TravelJoy and it's built in TravelJoy. Some of my Microsoft operating friends tell me that you can do that in Outlook. I haven't used Outlook in decades, but they tell me you can do it. So check it out. But when you have that delay send option, maybe you spent the afternoon, working in your grandchild's classroom or volunteering locally around your community. And you weren't able to, get the work done that you wanted to. So you decide to work later after hours. You're your own owner. You create your own hours. You can do that. But you don't want your clients to get in the habit of being like, oh, Thursday at 9 p.m., Nikki's in there answering emails. No. So even though that's the time that I want to work and I want to answer those emails, I don't want the clients to think that they can contact me 24/7. So I'm going to set that boundary and expectation of the normal working hours and use that send later function to schedule my email for probably Friday at 8 a.m. Just because then that's a more normal time that normal business hours work, and they're not always expecting me to be working after hours. Another option here is the calendar links. I'm going to go into more of this later, but I work by email. Email is the way that I like to communicate with my clients about their trips and everything. So at the bottom of every email, the first thing is, if you need to chat with Nikki, you pick a time on Nikki's calendar. So they're constantly seeing that, and that's getting ingrained, and they're learning that that is how I work. I have just like my top 4 calendar links available here that I use. And then, however you want to do it, you can always put different links in there, but they know, if they're a new to me client, they click on the new trip chat and then they're able to get a link right to my calendar and be able to schedule that time. The other thing would be autoresponders. So autoresponders we use a lot when we're out of the office so that people know not to expect a response right away. But you can use your autoresponder at different times. So if you are, we're in the peak of wave season right now. And if you know that your response time is delayed, set up an autoresponder. That way, if your client sends you an email, they know, hey, my email was received because I got our autoresponder. And this is the time that I can expect to hear back from my travel advisor. That's, what a lot of colleagues of mine will do during wave season. I turn mine on for the weekends. So a lot of my clients, they're great at answering emails Friday and Saturday because they're done with their work week. That's when they're focusing on their travel plans. Well, I want them to know that I got that email, but I also want to set that expectation and educate them not to expect a response from me right away, but, to expect a response in 24 to 48 business hours. So they know once I get back in the office that that's the earliest they should expect a response. It's helped, keep from getting that email Friday night and then maybe another email Saturday afternoon and then a text on Sunday saying, hey, did you get my message? That autoresponder lets them know, yes, it was received, and it tells them exactly when to expect a response. So it's helping to train them on how I work. So going more into a virtual calendar, there's several different programs out there. These are kind of the top three, Acuity and Calendly, and then Google does have a scheduling program that they've rolled out as well. The one that I can talk most about is Calendly, just because it's the one that I've used the most. And it's really great in the fact that if you've ever spent a time going back and forth by email with a client to just pick a time to talk on the phone, you might have 6 emails back and forth. I can do Wednesday. Well, I can't do Wednesday. I can do Thursday. Well, I can't do Thursday. Let's do Friday. And you've got all those emails going back and forth. If you have a link to your calendar, I send out one email, say, hey, let's chat. Here's my link, pick a time. And then it's done. So 6 emails down to 1. We don't like to see too many emails in the inbox. If you're anything like me, you get a little anxious when there's so many emails. So that's, something that's really great for using that calendar link. And then I have my calendar link right up to my Google personal calendar. So that way, if say I have a hair appointment on Tuesday, it will block that out from my Calendly as well. So that way I'm not, over scheduled, overextending myself, overlapping anything. With both Acuity and Calendly, they do have free subscriptions. So I always say, start where you are. There's no need to purchase something if you don't know if it's going to be the right tool for you. So start with that free program and see how it works. Explore, see if that's a system that you can implement in your business. Calendly also has a great widget that you can add to your browser. So it's real easy for me to copy and paste my calendar link into, if someone tags me on Facebook, I can just copy it right in there, say, hey, let's see if we'd work well together. Here's, my new trip time, or here's my 15-minute, chat for you to pick a time. So using those automation, that calendar program to your advantage to, again, train your clients on how and when to talk to you. Setting boundaries in voicemail. So I know we've only been together a short bit, but you can already tell that I like email. I don't like phone calls so much because, that'll come in at a random time because somebody thinks to call me, and I might be in the middle of putting documents together, and I don't want to stop my workflow because it's going to take me twice as long to get back to where I was. So most of my phone calls, I don't answer. If it's an unexpected phone call, unless it's somebody that I know is traveling and might be having an emergency, I don't answer the phone. So I use a voicemail message, that just says, you've reached Travel with Nikki. Sorry, we can't take your call right now. Here are our operating hours. You can expect a response within 24 to 48 hours. You can also email us. And this is a little preview of what's coming next, but I'll put my email in there and say, you can email me for a quicker response. And so, just in that little voicemail, I'm training my clients that, maybe phone isn't the best way to reach me. It might be the first way they're reaching me though. So here's how you can get to me even faster. and then that foreshadowing with the voicemail, the power of redirection. There's so many of my colleagues that I've talked with that feel guilty if someone Facebook messages them or Instagrams them, and then they ask to communicate a different way. Don't feel guilty. That person, Sarah might have been at a party Friday night and met with your, old colleague or your old client, Jennifer. So Jennifer is just like, yeah, this is my travel advisor. Her name's Nikki. Look her up and send her a message. So, you get that message right away. And that's what I would do too, because I'm going to message on a Friday night, because if I wait till I get home or Saturday morning, I'm going to forget who it was that I was supposed to message. So it's okay that the client's reaching out to you with the communication method, and then you redirect them somewhere else. So you always want to thank them for reaching out. Like, thank you so much for reaching out to me via Facebook Messenger. I'm going to move this conversation over to email so that I can keep better track of our correspondence and give you the best service possible. Here's my email. What's your email? And you don't have to feel guilty, because you have told your client right there, this is why I'm moving. If you want the best service from me, this is how we need to communicate. So, drop the guilt. It is okay. They're just learning how you communicate, and they're not going to learn unless you educate them. So I know I've talked about quite a few different things today, and you're going to hear a lot this week with Host Week. So what I challenge you to do next is create an action step. So yes, you've heard the information, but now what are you going to do with it? How are you going to implement this into your business? So, kind of maybe pick one of these action steps. What's going to work for you? Are you going to add your business hours to your email signature and voicemail? Are you going to trial out a couple of different scheduling programs and see what works for you? Are you going to start using delay send on emails that you make up after hours so that clients don't expect you to work after hours? Are you going to work on writing that redirection statement? Because a redirection statement, what's great about it, you write it once and you really don't have to do it again. You just copy and paste it however they are contacting you. So, which one of these things do you feel is going to work best for you? And if in the chat, if you want to write it down there, it's, you're like a small percentage is likely if you tell yourself, but if you share that goal with, the community in chat, you are, I forget if it's like 8 times more likely to do that action step. And that's what I love to see is action steps. So you've got all this information. Now, what are you going to do with it? And know that as you're working through this, it's going to be challenging. There's going to be bumps along the way. But if it doesn't challenge you, it won't change you. So expect it to not be an easy process. It's going to be a little clunky. You might have to work on the integration of your calendar scheduling app. But if you don't have that challenge, it's not going to be a change that sticks. So make sure that, you keep with it and that you rise to the challenge. So I know that, I did go over a lot and still working on getting some of those questions through chat. It looks like Tracy had a question about redirecting calls of travelers that may have an emergency. So that is the one thing. All my travelers go into my phone, so they pop up. So if they are in the middle of traveling, I will stop and answer that call. But, if it's a new inquiry or somebody that's traveling in 12 months, that call can wait. So it is, triaging each of those situations for sure.
Perfect. Nikki, it's Steph. I'm on again. I don't know if you can see me, but thank you for that.
I can see you, Steph.
Thank you for that fabulous. I think it's such a basis that people should work from to make their life so much easier. I feel like it plays off of what Erica had talked about building these systems from the very beginning. And if you already are experienced, building them as soon as you can will make your life easier as things go along. So
yes, all about working smarter, not harder.
Yeah, exactly. And what also resonated too was when you talked about, I think it was Calendly or whatever it was, and you said that, just choose whichever one. You don't need to necessarily go out and get Calendly if you have Gmail, because you can use Gmails.
Right.
Yep. And that's the topic on, now I'm forgetting if it's Wednesday or Thursday, where we have Travefy's founder, David Chait, is going to be talking about how technology is personal and how you decide which ones are going to help elevate your business the absolute most. Because most of us don't want to spend $1,000 on technology every month and software.
No.
So
yeah. And most of us, that are the smaller individual ICs, we don't have that in our budget, especially if we're just starting out. So start where you are, start with what works.
yeah, exactly. And I'm hearing from a lot of people in here, they're going to watch it again. Tiffany is going to, they're loving their clarity and wisdom that you're bringing to it. Love the redirection. And then, yeah, there's a lot of people, what they're going to do for their action item is they're going to create that redirection statement or the delayed emails, which I also do the delayed emails. I have not during host week because host week has been very long hours, but normally I do that, and it's so nice. Not because otherwise I don't know what your problem is, but when I send something out and then I get my inbox cleaned at say 5 or 6 p.m., there's nothing more disheartening than like being like, yes, I'm going to be caught up the next day. And then you have 7 emails that come in and you're like, oh, it's not clean anymore. This is terrible.
I know. Yeah. It's like, oh, I got to inbox 0. And now everybody just reply to those emails I sent. So yeah, using that delay send also helps, if that's how mentally you like to work and, close out your day, it's going to really help with that. And yeah. And it's all about that mental clarity.
Exactly.
Sure.
And then we also have, I saw a question came in on if these sessions are recorded. Yes, they are, Rhonda. Everything will be recorded this week. So actually all you need to do, because this is a live stream. So once it's done, it'll process and then you'll be able to go back. We'll actually put bookmarks in. So if say you wanted to go back specifically to watch Nikki's, you'll be able to click on her name in the bookmarks or the timestamps on the bottom and be able to watch what Nikki had to say. We've got Jenny Blazik asking, can we get a sample of the redirection email?
Yeah, so you can either catch that on the replay once it posts, and then you go back to that slide and copy it, or if you want to send me a message, an email, because email's the best way I work now.
We've been redirected, everyone.
I'd be happy to share it.
Oh yeah, if you want to show it up there, it looks like your slideshow showing up on the screen now,
sure.
Nikki. So we'll pull that up. And why we have Tiffany is saying you get your inbox clean. How does one do that? It's very, 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 very short-lived, unfortunately.
So it is hard. And I haven't gone to inbox 0, but I've gone to inbox 10. So in my mind, 10 unread emails. That's my personal goal. We all have different goals.
Yeah, mine has been keeping my head above water. So Jackie says, great presentation. I thought I was the only advisor who rarely answers their phone. No, I screen phone calls as well too, because otherwise we get some really random ones from people like in a small island in like the Indian Ocean that are looking to start their agency. I'm like, I don't know how to help you.
Right. Yeah. Well, and spam calls have gotten so sophisticated now too that there's nothing wrong with screening your emails.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or screening your voicemail.
Yeah. Well, let's see. I think that's all we've got for questions. Nikki, thank you for coming on. It has been such a treat to see you, even if it's just online. But thank you so much for sharing kind of what you've learned through the years on how to set boundaries. And I love the way you put that boundaries aren't a bad thing. They're like good for everybody.
They're a good thing. We always think of them as the negative because when we're little kids, we're set on boundaries and we can't do this and that. But it's really, what can you do? Turn those boundaries into a positive. It'll be so much easier to set them.
So true. So true. So let's see, let me look at our time. We've been running so on time. We're going to take a little break because I have to go down. Mary reminded me that I needed to go down and take a bite to eat. So we're going to take a quick break, but we will be back shortly with Lary Néron on monetizing Airfare. So stick around. We're going to put some music on in the meantime, but we will be back hold on, let me look at this, at 3:41 p.m. Central Time. So we will see you all soon. Thanks again, Nikki. Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you for joining us for Host Week for this afternoon of EduSpots. So if you've been tuned in all day, you know, I haven't really taken a break. And then Mary said, oh, you should probably go take a break and eat. So we had a little bit of a break between things. So I ran downstairs, grabbed something to eat. And then my partner told me, he's like, Mary sent you something. And Mary is our editor, who's fabulous. And then my favorite flower, tulips. And it says, good luck for Host Week. And this is also because on our next session, Mary and I are talking about the new course we're launching at Host Agency Reviews. So today's a big day. It's Host Week and it's course launch day. And now we have beautiful tulips to celebrate it with. So thank you, Mary. That was very sweet of you and very sneaky of you. Well, let's see. So we've got a week full of fun for everybody out there. And I'm so excited. If you didn't tune in earlier, we do host interviews, we do consortia interviews, we have our keynotes, and then we of course have those exclusive Host Week specials, which if you haven't checked them out, we're going to put a link in the comments. There's, I think, over 60 at this point in time, and they're all across the board with host agencies, suppliers, associations. So there's something for everybody, whether or not you're hosted. Now, I've been chatting with myself for hours now against the screen. And so let's get a little bit of crowd interaction. So go ahead and let me know in the comments if there's some EduSpots that you're particularly looking forward to later in the week, because obviously you're interested in the upcoming one, Larry's, and Larry's is going to be amazing. So good choice tuning in on this one. But would love to hear what people are looking forward to in terms of EduSpots, because it's a really stellar group of presenters all this week. And again, we were able to make this all free through our sponsors. So a big thank you to our weekly and our daily sponsors, everyone that pitched in throughout the week to help out. But let me, yeah, it was very sweet of Mary. And cool, we've got one attracting clients on LinkedIn. So that is going to be with Rita, who has also helped us with producing Host Week, and she will be on shortly too. So without further ado, I want to go ahead and do a little intro here for Lary. So let me, here we go. So Lary Néron is the founder and lead geek at Airfare consultant, 100% Airfares. He's highly personalized white glove concierge services, professional fees driven company serving some of North America's most innovative entrepreneurs. He's also a nomad. And if you didn't, I met Lary years ago. He listened to the podcast and sent a note in, and then we ended up interviewing because he's got a very interesting take that he only does airfare, because a lot of times you hear don't do airfare. But Lary proves that you can do airfare even if you don't have the GDS or the global distribution system. So I am very excited to hear what he has to say. So without further ado, I am going to pass it over to you, Lary.
All right, thanks, Stephanie. Glad to be here today. So hopefully everybody can see my screen. So this is a topic that's been very close to my heart, as Stephanie alluded to. I mean, we at Airfare Consultant focus solely on airfares, and it's something I've heard time and time again through Facebook groups and chats about agents fearing dealing with air and feeling that they don't have access to GDS, they don't have the necessary skills to do so. So this presentation is going to be about, like the title say, like how do we elevate the client experience and how could we find a way to monetize that in the process? And all this without any GDS skills at all. And so I'm going to skip fast over this one because I got some good stuff on the other slides. I mean, just a little bit about me. I mean, I worked in pricing and revenue management in an airline in Canada called WestJet for about 6.5 years, which is where I got a lot of that inside knowledge. I did also work as a retail travel agent at Flight Centre in Canada for about 10 months. I've been an independent hosted consultant since 2016. I also, 2014, and I started on airfare only in 2016. I started doing everything for everyone, just like many of us have done. And I decided that's all I wanted to, selfishly, just what I wanted to focus on, because that's what I really enjoy doing. And then got my first retainer client in 2016 as well. And it's been really good ever since. Some information about what we've done last year. I mean, just to give you a perspective, I mean, most of our revenue comes from fees. We do have commission because we do a lot of business class, but we treat that as gravy pretty much. We're not gonna take it, but that certainly doesn't drive our decision-making process. We've handled some flights in the country. So let's just dive into it. So I just want to preface all this by saying that if you're convinced you hated air and you don't want to do it, I'm not here to convince you should do it. I'm here for the people that have an interest in doing it, people that are already doing it, and just want to get better at it, just want to be less stressed about it, just want to learn a little more about what they can do to make it easier on them, make it easier on their client, and in the meantime, monetizing it at the same time. You don't need any GDS access for anything I'm talking about today. You certainly don't need any special skills with Airfare in particular. Most of that stuff is stuff you already know. You either do it for yourself when you travel, or you know the information and perhaps you may not think that it's valuable for a client to hear. And then you certainly don't need to make the booking either. Making a booking, if you had access to GDS or if you do the booking on behalf of your clients, that comes with a huge responsibility, which I feel is often what triggers a lot of the insecurities from an advisor, is that they feel like they're in control of too much for the client. So you don't need to do any of that if you don't want to, but you will need to do a little bit of work and make sure you have a little bit of bandwidth for yourself and for your team in order to achieve that. And I'm going to talk in like the very basic, like I break them down in level 1, like the very basic you could do in terms of service. And if you wanted to go a little deeper and do a little more and serve a little more, then, what would that look like? So first, create a home-to-home experience. One thing that puzzles me a lot is, I only do air. So, I'm only responsible for the bookends of most people's travel. But I always, wonder why somebody would put so much effort in curating the best experience and whatever niche that you're in, being a river cruise or a safari or something, and curate it down to the minute and the transfer and the experience you want the clients to have, but then leaving those bookends to either the client or the airline being worse. And to me, it always made sense that you would integrate the two, so the air and the experience you're trying to deliver, so that for the client, you can create a home-to-home experience. And that way, it also allows you to keep your finger on the pulse of how your traveler, your client, gets to their house, to your event or your experience that you've created, and be in the know. If something happened during the air process, then right? You know what state of mind they're going to be in when they arrive at the hotel, when they arrive at the cruise ship. And perhaps it may make communication a little easier, as you know what they've been through, if they're stressed, if they're not stressed, and if they complain about something that they may not be complaining about normally, that it may have something to do with something else than what you did or didn't do. So that, to me, that'd be a crucial part, is to integrate the air into the experience as well. Because at the end of the day, it is an experience. And that's all we do here at Airfare Consultants, is we make air an experience. And that everything we're going to be talking about is all the things we do and more. So some of the things that you could do as an advisor, as a level 1, is you can guide the client, right? And the next slide will have a whole bunch of examples of what you can actually do, to implement. You can guide the client with the air, and when we say just help them make the air booking or the air decision, and help them into what to look for, what not to book, what to focus on, and just try to narrow their energy to something that will work very well for them. And then if you want to push it a little further, then you've done the guiding, and you can offer a little bit of support while they travel, and you could do it as minimally as you want, or as much as as you wanted to do it. And in the end, the key benefit, obviously, for you as an advisor, is you keep control over the experience for the client from home to home. And I would think that would be something that would be super important. And then for the client, kind of a no-brainer. It just provides them a seamless experience from home to home. Because why or not, that's where their experience starts. Even though your bit may start later on in the journey, that's where their experience starts. And if you find a way to offer any kind of service for that first part and the end part, then it will pay dividends tremendously. So level 1 and 2, so if we do guide, so what that would look like is you'd offer advice on airfares. And honestly, if you have a client that goes from Seattle to Orlando, they're going to Disney, for example, and they've got a flight, and you package this whole Disney, this beautiful experience at the other end. That when they look at airfare, and most of that information is information you already know. You don't need to look for it. You don't need to study it. Most of that stuff you already know from the experience that you've already had. they're most likely that perhaps they're going to see, an Allegiant flight and a Delta flight. Well, perhaps you can highlight the difference in between. Why would you book a Delta flight over an Allegiant flight, right? They only fly 3 times a week. If the flight gets canceled, you're 4 days in Orlando. Well, guess what? You may miss a whole day of your experience. While you fly Delta, they fly pretty much every few hours, and then we can get you to your destination with very minimal interruption. If you know they're going to see a connection in Denver versus Houston, then if it's winter, you know what happened in Denver and Houston normally, probably not the best place to connect if you can avoid it. So you'd highlight that you'd be better off to perhaps take a Houston connection. So you're just planting all these seeds in their head, right? Sharing some information. So when they get to see all the abundance of information, they will be able to self-select the best stuff for them. And you already given them the confidence to be able to pick the right product and the right flight. It could be, if they see a 50-minute layover, everybody wants to jump on those because nobody wants a long layover. But, you can highlight that, that perhaps they should take a 2-hour layover, and maybe they show up it's a bit of a longer layover, but at least they've got some buffer to accumulate a delay leaving Seattle should there be fog or something, and it won't interrupt the rest of their day. So you're building a buffer through the layover so that their journey is as seamless and stress-free as possible. You can just tell them, listen, if you're looking, you're going to see some basic fares. Those fares are non-changeable. They're throwaway. If you change your mind, you lose your money. So these, again, are all the things that you probably already know on the top of your head that perhaps you think it's common knowledge, but I can assure you most of the stuff I talk about, it is common knowledge in between all of us. It certainly isn't for most of my clients and most of you as well. And then, if you want to push it even further, you could say, do the work, send me the itinerary. I'll have a look at it. I'll tell you, what I think about it, what I think you should focus on. Maybe you should look at something different. So that'd be the guiding part of, just looking for the airfare to make sure you set them up right from the get-go so that, again, you have a little bit of influence, a little bit of control over the rest of their journey. And the support, if you want to layer another thing on top of that, then once they do the booking, you can do the online check-in for them. It's a great thing. It takes literally, you can do it on an airline app. It takes no time. It has tremendous value. You send the boarding pass directly to the client. If you know they're going to be checking a bag, you can prepay for it online. You're saving them time at the airport. If the airline has offered an upgrade, you can offer it to them. This is all public information. Like there's no secret here. And that's the key, is it doesn't need to be a secret in order to be valuable or in order to be able to monetize it. You can track the flights for them if you want to, or sign them up for flight tracking, just so they know. Encourage them to put their flight on the app so that they can also get the information for their flight. The more they know, again, the pressure, the stress kind of drops, and you're trying to get them as relaxed as possible. So when they get to your experience, then they're going to be able to enjoy what you've laid out for them. You can provide them backup options, again, peace of mind. You do the original research, or you just have a look. If you connect to Houston, on the 5 o'clock, and you can have a quick look, and there's a 7 and a 10 o'clock, then you can easily tell them, listen, if you miss your flight, there's 2 more flights that still get you to Orlando the day of travel. Put those in your bag if you ever need them. Ask for those. You can send them a pre-check email. Again, that could be a very easy template to let them know things they should focus on before they check in or before they get to the airport. So again, it seems like it's a no-brainer thing for most of us, but trust me, when a traveler is just getting off work and they're getting into planning, the last thing they do is think about a lot of these things. And when you do it for them, it's either they already know, and if they already know, in their mind, they're like, so he's got my back or she's got my back, right? Because she also knows because she's telling me as well. So it serves both purpose, regardless if the client knows about what's coming and if they have access to alerts or anything, or if they don't. So, oops, I'm gonna go the other way. So that's the first part. So the second part is, obviously we want to elevate the client experience. We're going to monetize the service and try to get them to pay for something, then we got to give them an experience. And that starts with upgrading their relationship with air travel. And today what we're doing is hopefully trying to upgrade your relationship as an advisor with air travel as well, so that you can pass that on to your client, so that everybody knows and everybody takes for granted that the investment in travel is not just the cruise or the safari or the FIT in Italy. It's the whole thing. Because let's face it, most of us see, we spend a lot of money, get super excited, we're going to Italy for 10 days, and then you get that oh, now I got to book the airfare, right? And that's just a cost, and it's just money, and it seems like it's an out-of-pocket expense for literally nothing, just the right to get there. It doesn't have to be that. It could be a whole lot more than that. So one of the things that you could do is, again, as part of guiding, you can educate the client. You can arm them with information about flying, and you wouldn't believe what that does to their mental, especially if you've got people that traveling as families, and there's a lot of other things they have to think about on day of travel, and just knowing that, you know, you may have told them about things that they didn't expect, you know, like you've sent them a list of amenities beforehand, and you says, listen, you're traveling with the little ones, you know what, this plane has feedback TVs, you don't need to bring your iPad, or if you do need to bring your iPad, there's power on there. And then there's Wi-Fi if your husband needs to work or if you need to work. And what I think, meals on board is always something important. These 4 things can create a quick template. You can find all the information. SeatGuru.com has all the information. You can find exactly what type of airplane just by typing the flight number in the airline. On the data travel, it's going to bring you exactly what the layout of the airplane is and all the amenities on board. You can find that on the airline app as well. Your client sends their confirmation number, you just scroll to the app, find all the pieces of information that they're most likely not going to look at, and you just send it back to them in a timely manner, either through email or WhatsApp or text, however you normally communicate with your clients. And that's the educate part of it. I mean, other things, I mean, down to layover, you know, they're connecting in, you know, Chicago, and, you know, they're from their itinerary, you could see they're arriving in Terminal 1 and they depart Terminal 3. Well, a quick Google Chicago airport map will bring up a bunch of images. I screenshot those, I circle Terminal 1, I circle Terminal 3, and I say, you go from here, you send to here, I send that to them. It seems like nothing, right? But in their mind, when they see it, first, they always know you're looking, they always know you're there. And what that does is that now, as an advisor helping someone with air, you're positioning yourself alongside your traveler, right? You're not in front of them. You're not duking out for who's going to book the air and who's going to find the cheapest fare. Because if that's what you're trying to do, they're going to win, because they're going to have way more time than you do for the most part. And they're always going to find the cheapest, right? So the positioning you want is, you don't want to be in front of them. You want to be next to them. You want to make sure that they know that you're a team, that you're next to them, and you're going to tackle stuff together. And that you may not know all the information, but when it comes to looking for it or helping them or just managing the energy when something happens, you're going to be there. And that has tremendous value. I mean, my whole business, if you ask any of my clients why they stay with me, they'll say it's peace of mind, right? That's really all it comes down to, just knowing that there's help if I need to. And most of them are self-sufficient and they're travelers and they can do, but sometimes, you know, in a crisis, then it's good to, you know, to have some help. And as an advisor, you could do all these things also to prep yourself so that you're not caught off guard last minute with somebody calling you with a flight being canceled, right? So you can prep a lot of these things ahead of time so that you also can be prepared if you need to help a client. So the educate piece is a good one, because if client knows what's happening and what's coming down, they're way more likely to react in a much better way. So there's all kinds of things, you know, timeline you get to the airport. Again, the airline app usually give you that when you check in the client. The airline have that information already. You do it once, template it, and just reuse it and keep sending it. And again, it just reinforces the fact that you're with the client at every step of the way, or do the steps that you want to commit to. You don't have to be there every step of the way, but whatever you want to commit to, you can be there. And the level 2, if you educate and communicate, that is the sweet spot. That is where the airlines falter constantly, right? If you can master that, and it's not even about mastering, it's just about having the information and passing it along to your client for the most part. And as you keep doing that, sometimes you'll learn a few things or you'll gain experience a little more, because the more you do, the more you learn. But at the end of the day, it's just passing on and communicating to your client. Incoming flight, for example, like the one thing that's super popular with me is, like, I use an app called Flighty, F-L-I-G-H-T-Y. And the airline app does it as well. I like Flighty because I can put all my clients' flight on there. It's always going to tell me where the plane is coming from. So if I have a client that leaves at 6 in the morning, again, the example in Seattle to Orlando, then I could look the night before and I could see that the flight is already taken off from wherever it's coming from, and it's going to land in Seattle on time. And I could look at it and I could send a quick message to my clients like, listen, looks like your plane's going to be on the ground shortly. So chances are tomorrow morning, everything should be smooth. And then they go, oh, wow. And then they get to the airport and they already have an extra piece of information. Same thing if you look at the weather, and you can use the weather app that you use for every day. You don't need anything special. I use an app called Climb, CLIME, and it's visual, right? I mean, if you want a visual, FlightAware has a map that's called Misery. It's called the Misery map. And at a quick glance, you can see the whole United States, and you can see where the problems are, right? Where there are delays and cancellations. And if you know where your clients are connect from and to, then you can try to anticipate. You don't have to figure out what to do, but you can just highlight to your clients sometime and communicate, listen, it looks like it's going to be a little dicey in Houston, but you know what? Good thing we have 3.5-hour layover. We'll monitor the flight. You either do it, you set them up with alerts so that they get the update. And then once they know that the flight's delayed and the delays are compounding or something happened, then just because they know, then they're way more prepared to attack it. And if you're alongside them, again, helping them to through that, to ask questions, get reassurance or something, then that's going to be gold for them. And that is the sweet spot. Like if you can just communicate, like it's unbelievable what it would do when the client know that you're with them and you're just monitoring what they do. So we're gonna go here. And then again, the benefit is that for you, you're gonna earn your fee. If you want to monetize it, and you should, then you're definitely gonna earn your fees for doing most of this work. And for the client, it's just unbelievable peace of mind. And once you start doing it, like you're not going to want to stop, and your client are not going to want you to stop doing it either. So one caveat I will say, just be careful how deep you go, because sometimes it create expectations, and the goal is not to create lazy travelers, right? You want to keep your travelers self-sufficient so that if you're not there, they can still keep moving, but you can still help them and guide them along the way and offer them support as you go along. So level one we've looked at. So if you guide and educate and support and communicate. So here, again, that same, oh, and I was missing a slide here. Anyway, all good. And then the third piece is monetize. I mean, you may already do fees, you may not. This is not about fees today, but if you're, you can create a new stream of income doing something like that, or you can increase the stream of income that you're already doing with your current client. And I mean, you could charge $50 and you can itemize 5 things you're going to do for them and charge them $50. And that's a really good way to start if you're just dabbing into it. It's a very easy thing for somebody to see what you're going to do. They see the dollar amount. You're comfortable with what you're going to do, with what you're going to charge, and it's probably going to propel you to actually ask for a fee because you know what you're going to do. The clients know what to expect, and it's a really good way to start. And then you can increase from there and say, you know what, now I'm going to charge $100. Now I'm going to do these 10 things because I'm way comfortable with the first 5. It's an evolution, right? You can add to it at your own pace. You don't need to do it all from the get-go, but you can just keep adding as you go along. And these are very tangible things, right? You say, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z, and I'm going to charge you X amount of money. Everybody understands that. It's kind of a very basic way of getting into it. The goal is where you get to a place where you can articulate perceived value. Perceived value is the value from your client's eyes, not what you think is valuable or not valuable in many cases. It's what the client thinks is value. And for the same reason, as because you do something so often and it takes you less time, doesn't mean you should charge less money for them or no money at all, because the end value for the client is still the same and always is the same. If you say, I hear that all the time, like I book X product and I don't charge a fee because it pays me a commission and it's super easy to do. Well, great. But you know what? You're going to have some hurdles, and the client's still getting a service. They still don't have to do it. You're still adding and recommending certain things. So don't discount yourself because of what you perceive the time that you're spending on, but always be mindful of what the perceived value is from the client. And if your client are spending money on things like, if I pay $60 or $80 for a massage, but they go to the spa and they pay $150. If my oil change on my car, probably $60. Well, they have a supercar or a high-end car and it costs $500, right? So once you adapt your fees and your thinking to what they're accustomed to pay in their everyday life for services that they buy, then all of a sudden, like your fee can go higher. And it's irrelevant of what you're going to do, but all about the value you're going to deliver and how, and especially in this, we're talking about traveling. more peace of mind you can bring, the more value you can add, the more ease you can bring to their travel, the better, and the more money you're going to ask without any question, if anything. So be mindful about setting fees from a fearful place. You know, it's something that obviously come with time, but you got to start somewhere, and I definitely encourage you to do it. I always say to my clients, for example, first-time clients, I always offer them as like, listen, if you commit to be doing this, we'll do it when you get back home. If you can call me, don't message me, don't email me, but if you call me and you can tell me why you feel that for the fee you paid, I didn't deliver enough value, then I want to learn from that. And then I'll refund you 100% of your fee, no questions asked. Like, I don't have any qualms about that. I'm okay to take 100% of the risk. And I am really okay to take 100% of the risk. And most of the time when you say that, most clients will just buy in automatically because it's risk-free for them. And then it gives you a chance to display what you can do. And chances are they're never going to leave you. And that's how you'll build the long-term relationship. And that's how you're going to differentiate yourself from other people, from other advisors and other service providers that you compete with as well. The benefit for you as an advisor is now you have a little more control over your revenue, because that's fees and that's something that you can control, that you can increase, and nobody can take that away like commission perhaps could. And for the client, it's just trust. It's just massive. When they pay for something, when they pay for your service, you work for them, you show up, that you show that you're there with them alongside, and you have their back constantly. Like that's you know, for clients nowadays, like it's something that's really hard to come by in any service industry. So if you can manage to crack and earn some trust, you're never going to have to worry about how much you're going to charge for the service ever again, pretty much. So I'm going to go forward here. So here's the overview again. So if you level 1 guide, educate, monetize, and level 2, you support, you communicate, and you monetize. And in level 1, you do a bunch of tangible things that you're pretty much trading your time for money at this point. And there is a ceiling, unfortunately, of how much you will be able to charge doing that. And then once you get to level 2, then now you're into the intangible things where you're like into value, into peace of mind, and you're into stress level and seamlessness and all that kind of stuff that can't really be measured, but once the clients have experienced that. And that's why it's important to get the client to experience what you're going to offer them, because intellectually in their mind, they go, yeah, I get what you're going to do. 5 things, itemized. Yeah, I get it. Often they'll be like, yeah, I already do all of that, but you know what? Maybe I'll give you a chance. And once you get them to travel with you and you get to support them, then it goes from here, and then it goes to emotion. And once they get that, and once they feel what it is like, then that's like you've pretty much won the game at that point. And now you're trading value for money, where again your ability to monetize it is pretty much exponential. And it's a really good place to be when you never have to worry about asking for money and worrying about money. And then you get the types of clients as well that you know that will appreciate tremendously what you do, and have become tremendously loyal in the long run. So in the end, what we're trying to do is just transform air from a hassle to an experience. So we're just trying to switch the table, right? And we want to get the client to try, you know, what we have to offer. And you could test it on people if you don't feel up for it. I mean, you can just notice next time you travel yourself and see what you do for you, for your family, the things you go through, the things you look at, the things you pay attention to when you book your air, when you travel, when you get to the airport, when you get on a plane. There's all these little things that, again, they're second nature to you, probably because you've been doing this for so long. Then it's definitely something that, like I want to say, that's not something that most people would pay attention to, even if they know to, they likely won't. So just, you know, that's the experience we want to create. And in the end, people don't really want cheap, they want easy. They end up on the internet most of the time for flights because that's easy, right? And to a client that looks online that's overwhelmed with information, the difference in between a $300 flight and a $400 flight, it's $100. And that's all they see. They don't see that one leaves at 5:30 in the morning and the one leaves at 9:30 in the morning. They don't see that one, they do, but they kind of ignore it. They don't realize that one connects to Denver in the winter and the other one doesn't. They don't understand that the other one is a 50-minute connection in Chicago and they have to go from Terminal 1 to Terminal 3, right? So that's why they end up there, and that's why they end up booking itineraries that are not optimal for them. And as a result, make it a little bit harder for you to deliver your service at time. And none of the stuff that we talked about today pretty much require you to have access to GDS. I mean, it is handy if you do, but it is definitely by no means necessary. And you can charge good fees and monetize and do really good service and add a ton of value without any of those specific skills and access to GDS. And you also don't need to be making the booking. Like I said, if you want to take it on and take it a step further and take some of the hassle away from your client, and you go online and you can do the booking for them, then you can definitely do that. But that's definitely not a prerequisite. And all you want to do is craft an experience for the flight to the same level to what you do in your own niche. It's not any different. It's something you already do, but for some reason we hear flight and then it just switch and it goes technical, complicated, hassle, pain, and all this stuff. And it really doesn't have to be. It can be, right? At time, I'm not going to lie, it's not always rosy, but it's definitely something that as you do going forward, and if you try it, then something that you're going to learn to embrace, and you're going to see the advantage of doing it. And perhaps you're going to want to do even more, or add somebody on your team that can do it if you have no interest in doing it. Just like we end up hiring accountants as entrepreneurs after a while because we've done it for so long and we just need to delegate it. And yeah, I can't stress it enough to emphasize that you're part of the team, that you're alongside and you're with them. And that in itself is a tremendous peace of mind for the client. And that's what gets you the relationship that's going to last forever. And one thing that's always clear with my clients too is the boundaries that I set is nobody's on a pedestal. Your time is as important as mine. My weekends, my night, whatever, that's mine. And then my knowledge is equal to your money. So there's nobody on a pedestal here. That's how you build a relationship. And you will find that most people will respect that often. And that's how you get relationships that last forever. And you get clients that keeps coming back over and over and over again to you. So that's all I had to say for today. So thanks everyone for being here. I think in the offer, I have something for you. If you guys want to keep learning about this, and I'm going to keep sharing some of the information, some of the tools, some of the tips, some of the tricks that I do, screen share about exactly what I do. And so it's something you're more than welcome to join on, and we'll keep the learning going from there.
Great. Thank you so much, Larry. It was, I definitely learned a lot, had a lot of great ideas. You do have a lot of questions in the question and answers, but unfortunately don't have time for Q&A. So if there's any way you can pop into the question and answers on YouTube and answer some of the questions, they're kind of wondering how you're booking, what do you do when the airlines make changes, lots of other things that I think you can help out with. And then please, the webinar you're doing, make sure to either list it on the event calendar or put a link to it in the comments.
Yeah, it's just a broadcast. I broadcast once a week, sometimes twice a week, and it's just sharing as much as I have to help as many people as I can. So hopefully it's practical.
Cool. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Larry. Sorry we don't have time for question and answers, everybody, but if you guys, Larry will be answering your questions in the comments. So let's go ahead. Next up, we have Rita Perez. Now, one of the other things I want to mention really quick before we bring Rita on is we're going to put a link in the comments to our latest hosted travel advisor report. Has all information on fees and a lot on air fees. So if you're specifically wanting to dig in, see what people are doing, check that out, and definitely, drop Larry a line if you have any questions. So next up, we have Rita Perez, who is the owner of Rita Ventures and Take the Helm, who is going to be talking about how to attract clients on LinkedIn. And she is also, as I mentioned earlier today, she's been working with us to help orchestrate Host Week and has been an immense help to us. So here is her bio. So Rita is a fellow travel advisor, marketing strategist, podcast host, and autoimmune warrior. She started working in the hospitality industry in 2004, working for the Orlando theme parks while pursuing her bachelor's degree in hospitality management. while pursuing her master's degree in 2010 and simultaneously also attending a wedding in Tunisia, her travel business was born. She has earned her CTA, VTA, and MCC certifications in the travel industry. And in spring 2021, started her podcast to support fellow travel business owners, the Strategic Entrepreneur Podcast, which I've been on, super fun. And she hosts the annual virtual event Prep for Wave Week, which brings together experts both in and out of the industry to discuss ways travel advisors can prepare for the upcoming wave season. Rita has created frameworks and programs for travel entrepreneurs to help take inspired and effective action in their businesses, including Marketing Business School that hosts monthly trainings and collaborative virtual sessions. So Rita is actually pre-recorded this because I think that would have been very stressful for her if she would have had to do it live plus help in the background. So she is going to be in the comments asking if you have any questions, ask them in there. And I think without further ado, let's turn this over to Rita.
Hello, travel entrepreneur community. My name is Rita M. Perez. I am a fellow travel advisor, and I am here to show you all things LinkedIn. Well, maybe not all things, but a lot of things LinkedIn to help improve your client attraction efforts on this social media platform that not a lot of fellow travel entrepreneurs are using for their travel businesses. So let's dig in deep. If you have any questions, feel free to add them to the comments. I will be answering back to you in the comments. And then also, feel free to screenshot everything. I am giving you chock full of information about utilizing LinkedIn to increase the client attraction for your travel business. So please feel free to screenshot anything that you find useful and want to remember for a later time. Alrighty, so lowdown on me. I've already introduced myself. My name is Rita M. Perez. I've been in the travel business since 2010. I will say that I was more of a hobbyist when I first began. I feel like I really came into being a travel entrepreneur 2018-ish, and then 2020, I was like, I am going full speed ahead on this. And we all know what happened back then. I did become full-time business owner in 2021. I kind of resigned from all the full-time positions that I was holding and decided to really go all in the travel business and this second business where I support fellow business owners in their marketing efforts. So what is the 411 on LinkedIn? It is the professional social media network. It really is a community of other leaders and other business owners, people that are wanting thought leadership, to be inspired, to be educated, to really find the solution to any sort of problem that they may have, but also to collaborate and discuss ideas in their own individual industries or just general ideas that are happening within the world. It's very different than what you're going to find on Instagram and Facebook, where it's a lot of personal things. We're talking about like maybe raising children or our pets or different things. Some of that does happen on LinkedIn, but it is really people I feel are on LinkedIn to help and support other people, which is why I find it different and find it way more of a community or much more of a community approach than some of the other platforms. It is all about making connections. Long form written content is the ruler here. So if you're a writer, this is going to be a really great platform for you. If you have purchased a lot of writing templates, another really great thing for you. If you like to speak or like to go live, this is going to be a really great platform that you can transform those audio files or video files into long form written content. So you can use different programs I think it's Otter AI or Descript to take whatever you have spoken and said and have it actually written down, and you can use that, edit that, and put it on your LinkedIn personal profile as a piece of long form written content. Original content is preferred, meaning that you are not sharing other people's content. That is amazing to share other people's content, and I'll give a couple of tips about that a little bit later on. But really, LinkedIn wants you to showcase your own thought leadership, and then also to have an opinion and voice it. That's all what this thought leadership is about. Alrighty, so your personal profile versus your business page. You can have both, and I do have both set up for my businesses on LinkedIn. For the purposes of this presentation, though, I'm going to be talking hugely on your personal profile. So what did you come here for? I'm going to show you how to optimize your profile for maximum search results. That's going to be a big chunk of time during this presentation. What types of content the LinkedIn audience prefers. So I'll show you like real examples from my own content, and then how I've engaged with other people, how that all works. And then again, how to engage strategically with potential clients and referral partners, because it's not just about attracting people who are going to do business with you. It's also about attracting people who can refer business to you. But first, there are quite a few changes and updates that have been happening with LinkedIn in the past, even like 3 to 4 months, that I wanted you to be a little averse on. And that includes the algorithm update reports. Ideally, you want to have 1,200 to 1,600 characters per post. So this is a combination of both letters, not like words per se, but letters and punctuation and spaces. Additionally, so that's why I say long form content is the ruler. 1,200 to 1,600 characters is a lot. It's a couple of paragraphs. Additionally, on top of that, people are reading on an app. They are just skimming quickly through. So you don't want to have huge chunky paragraphs on there. When you are writing this long form content, 1 sentence to 2 sentences is a paragraph, and then skip so that you can draw a new line. You'll also want to have more than 3 and less than 10 hashtags. So whereas a platform like Instagram can allow you up to 30 hashtags, do not put 30 hashtags in a post on LinkedIn. The algorithm will not prioritize it. You can also create a personal hashtag. That was seen to be somewhat of preferred. If you're adding a personal hashtag to your post, that also creates a bank of content. When people go and click on your hashtag, they can see all the posts that you've created with that hashtag and see all they can what is it called? They can binge. That's the word. They can binge on all your content at once if you're using the same hashtags over and over and over again. To be considered consistent on LinkedIn, you just need 2 posts per week. If you share a post, you are 80% more likely to see that person's future content. If you comment on someone's post, you are 70% more likely to see their future comments. And if you just like or react to somebody's post, you are 30% more likely to see somebody else's comment. What that tells you as someone who is trying to promote and build up that client attraction on LinkedIn is that you really want to create content that is shareable, because content that is shareable will get those same people that shared your content more likely to see future content that you're putting out there. Seeing future content means that they're creating a relationship with you through LinkedIn, through the content that you're putting out there. Same thing with commenting. I love that there's only like a 10% difference between sharing and commenting. And there's a huge difference between liking and commenting. So I have said this on many different avenues before. Posting something on whatever social media channel is not enough. You have to engage on these platforms, and engage means commenting and sharing. If you're sharing, add your additional thoughts and create a whole new post on that. Don't just simply share an update that's happened with one of your favorite suppliers. Add in, I think this is a really great update because it helps X, Y, and Z have a better experience when you are traveling to XYZ destination, whatever it is. Put your own thoughts when you are sharing. So what can you do to make your content more commentable and more shareable on LinkedIn, or just some things that you want to be thinking about? Also, if you add a selfie, it increases the engagement, comments and shares by 3 times. And it increases your reach by 2.5 times. Engagement means how many comments or shares you get on that particular post, and reach means how many people are seeing that post. So maybe one of your thought leadership posts that you want to be creating every week includes a selfie. Maybe it's a selfie in destination. Maybe it's a photo of you in destination. But you want to add that photo. It helps create the personal relationship. And obviously, from what the algorithm is telling us, it is going to help your increase reach, meaning that more people, more eyeballs are going to be on your business, which is what client attraction is all about. 6, wait 10 minutes before editing. If you edit your post within the first 10 minutes, your reach is gonna drop down. You don't want to do that. So this is a good thing for you. Before you post, make sure that your post looks amazing before editing anything or adding anything into that post. So if you have any typos, just grin and bear it for a couple of minutes, or just make sure that you're editing it prior to like making that post live. Respond to every comment that goes onto any of your posts. And not only that, if you can respond within an hour of those comments being posted, that increases your reach again by 20%. Do not be the first one to comment on your post. I have taught this before, and so this is a really, really important update. Do not be the first one to comment on your post, because that will decrease your reach on the post. You want to have somebody else, which is why we want to have engaging calls to action, or just really, this is not like a surface level medium. Like I would say, if you're trying to look for surface level medium, you probably want to engage more on a Facebook or an Instagram. LinkedIn really is about creating deep conversations and deep relationships with people. You want to be engaging with other people's posts. That helps increase your engagement by 20%. So again, this is not all about you. This is not all about your content. This is a community. This is a collaborative project. So you have to help other people out as well. And then if you are commenting as well, make sure that it is more than 12 words, because again, that increases your reach. Some new updates, some amazing updates that have been happening on LinkedIn the past couple of months. You can now natively schedule posts via your web browser, so your laptop computer, or on your mobile device, which is fantastic. LinkedIn, I have been recently hearing a lot of like LinkedIn jail stories, because people do use schedulers like Publer or Buffer or Later. And everybody was doing that because we want to like batch create our posts and not always be on the hamster wheel of creating new posts or posts on the fly. LinkedIn did not like that. And so, but LinkedIn was very behind on the times, because as you know, for Instagram, Facebook, some of those social media platforms, you can natively schedule in the Meta Business Suite. So finally now we can schedule LinkedIn posts as well. So if you have thought of something, maybe you've thought of a couple different posts, you can go ahead and start creating that post on your mobile device and schedule it out for today. And then you're going to add another post to be scheduled out on Friday. So you have your 2 posts per week, or however it is you want to work. It just makes life easier. And when I say natively schedule, it means that you're scheduling on the platform as opposed to using one of these other schedulers. You can now add links to photos and videos via your mobile app. I'm hoping that changes, and you can also do it via your laptop or your computer. But that is amazing if you have been doing posts, and that's like really great news, like for me, because I love to add links, like listen to my podcast, or if you'd like to join me on this cruise, here's my inquiry form, or whatever it is. And so if you add a photo, which we just mentioned that photos do increase your reach, you're going to want to add that photo. And when you add that photo mobily, or if you're adding a video through your mobile, you're able to add a link to that. So you can just say, click on the picture, and it'll take you to XYZ, wherever you want them to go. And then finally, this is a big thing. If you are posting videos on LinkedIn, they must have transcriptions. A lot of people have been using platforms like Descript, or even I have been using, like, I'll record something on Instagram, add the captions through the Instagram app, download the video, and then upload that to LinkedIn as a fresh piece of LinkedIn content. Because LinkedIn didn't have a possibility in order to transcribe. A lot of the people that are scrolling through LinkedIn are professionals. They're in a professional environment, which means you can't actively listen to what a video is saying or telling you, which means if they pop on a video, they are more likely to read the transcriptions on that video than they are to like turn on the sound. So you need to make sure if you are adding video on LinkedIn, you need to have the transcriptions on there. And LinkedIn has made that easier because now they have a feature where you can add that, the closed captions to videos natively within the app. So again, like I am all about making things work smarter, not harder, make things easier. And the more things you can do within the platform, the easier it makes it for you posting the different content, but the easier it makes you to use these apps as well. All right, so how are we optimizing our profile? There's a couple different things, and I've added all these different arrows. You have, would technically be your above the fold of LinkedIn. So on your above the fold, you have a photo. You can add different text on here if you'd like, but really the photo here that you want to feature is the type of travel that you want to be selling. I specialize in cruise ship retreats, so I want to specialize groups that are having fun on their cruise ship retreats. Then you also want to have a professional headshot available, a professional, and I would say timely, so that you look like what your picture actually looks like in real time. You want to make sure that you add any certifications that you have to your name. And then when you are this is like your quick description, make sure that you are adding in any like keywords of things that people would use to search LinkedIn. So people are going to use retreats to search for LinkedIn. They're going to use corporate events. So when they're searching on LinkedIn, this helps for the SEO, the search engine optimization within LinkedIn itself. The more keywords that you have in there, the more likely you are to pop up. But you want it to make it, you want it to sound like it is something, the terms that they would use and not that our industry insider minds would use. So in a great example of this is in the chiropractor world, they use auto accidents a lot. They use that term a lot. But us as the general public, we're not going to say, oh, I got into an auto accident today. We're going to use, I got into a car accident today. So I hope like that kind of example helps you differentiate between the words that we use internally in our own industry versus what does the public know us as and would use the words they're describing for the type of travel that they're looking for. Additionally, there's a couple of hacks that we can use in here. And we'll jump onto my own LinkedIn profile to view a couple of these hacks. And that is the profile picture can also give you a profile video. Additionally, here you can, so this little audio clip really is for you to, if you have a difficult name to pronounce, to really help pronounce that name. But you can also hack it, and let's listen in on my 10-second spiel here.
Welcome. My name is Rita Perez, and I'm a travel advisor, and I help you stay everyone's favorite company with a cruise retreat program. Let's connect.
So there's a call to action that describes like who I work with just briefly and what I do. And it's another tool for connection on your LinkedIn profile that you may not have heard about. Additionally, you can add a profile video.
Hi there, my name is Rita M. Perez. I'm a triple certified travel advisor, and I help team leaders and business coaches, consultants, and strategists bring their online communities offline through world travel and specifically on board some of the world's greatest cruise ships around the oceans and rivers of the world. If you are interested in seeing how you can do this for your own online community, let's stay connected here on LinkedIn.
So again, an invitation to connect. These are really, it is an optimal like communication tool that you can utilize. Not a lot of people are utilizing those different hacks within LinkedIn, but that shows you who I am. That gives you a little bit of my personality, because that's not really infused in the writing that you see. So that's why I would utilize both of those avenues So that, and you saw that in my profile video, I did have captions. So I created that profile video. Actually, I had recorded it as an Instagram reel within the Instagram app. I added the captions and then I downloaded the video onto my phone and then uploaded it to my LinkedIn as a profile video. So just even a quicker hack to kind of like get you through. But that is what you want to be utilizing. Those are the types of things that you want to be utilizing to give your profile just the extra edge there. Your about section. Now, I will say this was entirely written for me by a travel copywriter, Emily Matris. If you do not know who she is, she's with Bon Vivant Copy. She redid all the copy when I rebranded my travel business a few years ago. And she also created a couple of bios. But in your bios, again, you want to be standing out. The bio is not about you. It is about the people that you are serving. So this doesn't really say too much about, I graduated from here, I have these certifications, I can do this, I can do that, me. This really talks about the problems that my ideal clients are experiencing and what I can do to help them alleviate those problems. And if you see at the bottom, there is also, again, a call to action. It is telling you where you can go if you want to schedule a talk. Then when you scroll down, so you have your business page, but you also have to say that you are working at your business. It's kind of like your this is the resume part of LinkedIn. And you want to break down your different parts into the different things that you do. So if you're a destination, if you're like a romance travel specialist, you are the founder of your company, but you can also say that you are a destination wedding planner and you are a honeymoon planner. Those are the things that help with your SEO on LinkedIn too, because people are going to pick up on those keywords because those are the keywords that they are using when they're looking for somebody to help them plan their destination wedding. So break everything out. If we look a little bit deeper, what do I do as a founder? And again, feel free to take any screenshots, use this as an example so that you can update your own LinkedIn profile. What are some things as a founder are important for you to know about me? This is where I put that I'm licensed, insured, and triple certified, and that I also host a podcast. You're also going to want to add any relevant skills to each of the different positions that you have within your business. And again, what do you do if we're talking about sports travel, or let's say we're talking about family travel? This could be your theme park vacation planner, or this can be your national parks vacation planner. So what do you do? Because planning those trips are very different. There are going to be some core things, and that might be in your founder section, but what do you do differently, or what is different about traveling to a theme park versus a national park within the States? And that's how you want to differentiate. So this is a post from last spring. There was a post on LinkedIn that talked about gratitude from Gary Vee. You can read my thoughts on that. And it had come off the heels of me going on this river cruise, helping fellow business owners out with their marketing efforts. And it just really resonated with me. And I really wanted to share that experience, how I felt and all that. And you can see how impactful that writing was, including hashtags, including a picture. You can see it got 993 impressions, and then all the amazing, engaging content that was here. It not only had, these reactions, the likes, the loves, but it did something to people. Either they agreed, it was people that were sailing with me, that we sailed together, or it was people that I had known that were just so impressed and were so touched about the experience and how it related to gratitude. So how can you connect all of these pieces to create a really great post for yourself? I also include my name at the bottom. So if somebody for some reason doesn't click my name, my profile name over here, they can at least have my name and click there. So if they want to know more information about me and view my profile, they can do so there. This is another one. This is thought leadership at its finest. This is me putting out an opinion that I don't recommend coming home from a river cruise and why I don't recommend it. And you can see, like, having that strong stance, there were 2,000 impressions on this post. There were a bunch of reactions to it, the likes, supports, and loves, because there's a couple different reactions on LinkedIn as opposed to some of the other social medias, and a few comments, and there's a picture of myself. And then this was so despite what is going on personally, there were a lot of things that were going on around this time of year during this specific travel event. I still wanted to share and provide value. And, you know, everything for me, and you may have heard this term or this phrase before, but everything can be content. So I just remember getting into like Premium Plus of United and being like, oh my gosh, this is so amazing right now for all the reasons that I listed here. And I was like, people should know about this, because just in general, people should know about this, but also it uplifts me as a travel expert that I have experienced this product. And these are some of the amazing bonuses that you should know about, and inclines people to think, she knows about travel. One, so she's a travel expert. Two, she might be able to help me with my XYZ trip coming down the line. So there's a couple different reasons for putting out these posts, but you can see that I did add a call to action. Do you prefer upgrading your in-flight experiences for long-haul trips? Because this can show you different people's values on how they feel about that maybe they might not upgrade for the flight, but they will upgrade for future. It can also like show you people's true colors in the sense of, would they be an ideal fit for your business by the different comments. And you can see it had 396 impressions, 8 likes here, 8 comments here. Engaging on other people's posts. So background, this post came from somebody that was not in my network. The comment above mine is one of my connections. So because my connection posted on somebody else's post, I was then able to see this post and then make a very big statement that whatever it is we were talking about was one of my biggest pet peeves. So it was a meaningful comment. I just didn't write same. I added on to my same. And you can see 3 sentences is definitely more than 12 words, which, as we can see from the data, will help increase your engagement, increase your reach. The original poster then asked, so the original writer of the content asked for a connection on LinkedIn. She's a web designer. Web designers are connected to people that I want to be connected to, strategists, consultants, and coaches who potentially want to be hosting retreats, and who I might potentially be able to get to host a cruise retreat for in the near future. This was another one. Somebody in my connections was talking about, obviously, chasing happiness and comfort. I agreed with it. I didn't just say I agreed with it. I took out what they put, the chase happiness and comfort, and added the could not agree more. And he wrote back, thanks, Rita, and added his own perspective on it. This helps increase the engagement, but helps increase their posts engagement as well and their own reach. And that's the beauty of LinkedIn. It really is a community. So the more that you are helping somebody else with their LinkedIn platform, the more it comes back to you. It really is like, give more in order to get more. This is really, you are not doing things so that you can get. We are all working together so that we can share all the giving that's happening on LinkedIn. And then another example of this, somebody had just recently interviewed me for a podcast, and I remember this interview because she told me to talk slow, and that's something obviously that is hard for me to do. And so somebody's post was talking about that we need to slow down. And so that's where I added in my own comments. As you can see by here, I tagged the person that I was talking about. She didn't have access to this post, but now has access to the post because I tagged her in it. And then she added her own thought leadership to the subject of this content. So now technically the original poster and one of my connections is now also connected, and they may not have previously been connected. It's so funny that there's people in my network that I find are now being connected to other people that I know that I don't think they had a previous relationship had it not been for the amazing way that LinkedIn works. Whew. So that was a ton of information. Let me know what comments that you may have. A huge, huge thank you so much for attending this educational session, this EduSpot for Host Week with Host Agency Reviews. I would love to connect. So I had my LinkedIn link at the bottom of the file. So hold on, let's go back here. At the bottom, you can see linkedin.com, if it pops up again, /Rita Perez 19 is my LinkedIn contact information. And then if you want to screenshot this slide, we can email, you can listen to me on the Strategic Travel Entrepreneur podcast, or we can connect via Instagram, because that is probably the second most popular platform that I am on. But thank you so much for participating. I may have a few gifts or things in the promotions and specials page, so head on over there to check those out. And I really hope that this presentation has helped you at least see the power of LinkedIn and how you can use it for improving your client attraction efforts in your own travel business. All right, thanks, travel business owner. Have an amazing host week, and I will see you later. Bye.
Well, thank you, Rita, so much for sharing your knowledge about all things LinkedIn. I had no idea about that video for the face, so I might have to do that for my profile picture going forward. Welcome to those of you just popping in. I am Steph Lee. I'm the founder of Host Agency Reviews. I'm your MC for Host Week, a week full of fun and education for travel advisors. So we are halfway through our afternoon of EduSpots, and if you missed anything from earlier today, this is all recorded. It's a live stream, so once it's done, you'll be able to go back and watch anything that you missed. And our next dynamic duo that's coming in, you may have heard of, because Blanco and Theresa Chu-Bermudez each have their own podcast that they've used to grow their business. So I'm sure many of you have listened into them before, and they're about to talk about how you can use it to grow your business as well. So let me give a quick bio of each of them. First of all, Theresa launched Get Out Custom Travels in 2016 to help both novice and experienced travelers elevate their vacations. She credits her grandparents for instilling in her the love of travel when she was a child, and has over 10 years of travel planning experience. What she loves most about traveling are learning about new cultures, trying new foods, and discovering new things about herself and her travel mates. Her favorite countries are New Zealand, Japan, Ireland, and Austria, and she lives in Tampa, Florida with her husband and her rescue dog, Abby. And now we have Blanco, and she is a travel and lifestyle strategist turned podcaster who is on a mission to help people lead a life of purpose and passion. A born globetrotter, her love of travel has taken her on adventures around the world, from the perfect beaches in Asia to luxury resorts in Mexico and the Caribbean. She believes that travel is the ultimate teacher and that it can open our minds to new ideas, cultures, and perspectives. Whether through her podcast, Facebook groups, or speaking engagements, Lynn's goal is to inspire and empower others to live their best life. She is a firm believer that the world is our oyster, and if we are willing to take the risks and put in the work, we can all achieve our dreams. With her passion and enthusiasm, Lynn is determined to help others make their dreams a reality. That's so inspiring. So, like always, if you have any questions for our presenters, please feel free to drop them in the comments. So let's go ahead and turn it over to this duo and see what they have to say. So, Blanco and Theresa Chu-Bermudez, you guys are up next.
Good morning, Lynn. Good morning. How are you doing today? I'm doing really well, and I am pumped for this session. How about you? Me too. I freaking love talking about podcasting. It's like one of my favorite things to do. So tell me a little bit about you. I know you're a travel advisor and you also have a travel agent podcast. So I want to learn more about you, and I know our audience does as well. Well, it's a really funny story. So I went on one of my first like real family vacations. And I'm one of those people, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. So we took a 26-day vacation to Asia. And we went to Japan, went to Indonesia, went to the Philippines, and it was so magical. It was absolutely life-changing. And when I got back, everybody was like, hey, I want to go. How did you do that? And I was like, okay. So I'm like, I'm going to become a travel advisor. I had no idea how to do that. You know as well as I do, which is why we're like kind of doing this week with Steph Lee, is that it's kind of crazy to figure out how to get into this industry. And there's so many different ways that you can do it. There's so many different people who are telling you different things. And I was so confused, and I just had a passion, and I really wanted to become an advisor, and I wanted to become a good advisor because I wanted to change people's lives. Like my life was changed. And so, through all the mess, I was like, I'm going to start a podcast, and I'm going to ask successful travel advisors what the secret sauce is. And that was the beginning of the Travel Agent Podcast. And it's been 3 years, and I love hearing all the stories because every story is different. And it just gives me and a lot of my listeners hope that if they're wanting to get in to the industry, that, you know, there's no one way. And it's just such a great avenue to kind of figure out what the next steps are. Absolutely. What about you? Because you also are a travel advisor and have a wonderful podcast.
Yes. So I own Get Out Custom Travels, and very similar to you, I traveled a lot throughout my life. And so people would always come to me for travel advice and things like that. And the podcast that I co-host is called The Tin Lounge. Tin stands for Travel Industry News. And I started the podcast with a colleague and friend of mine, Corinne Johnson. She's also a travel agency owner. And we started it in May of 2020 because we were getting inundated with just so many emails, the latest news updates, and a lot of it at the time was very depressing because we were going through COVID. And so we got together, and, she reached out and said, hey, how do you feel about doing a podcast? We talk about the news that's in our inbox, and people can just go about their day and just listen to us. And then we can also try and build a community where people don't feel so alone, because at that time we're just like stuck at home, and being an entrepreneur, I feel like it can be very isolating, and then add on all this craziness that's happening. So we created the Tin Lounge to provide that sense of community. And so we serve travel advisors as well. So, and travel professionals in general. So it's a weekly podcast. We just talk about the latest news in a very conversational format. And the way we do it is very similar to how we're doing it right now. We have like a recording platform, but we also see each other face to face. So we're able to connect that way.
So today, I think the best thing to kind of talk about first is kind of harnessing the power of a podcast, because I think people don't realize how powerful and how wide stretched your words can go. How has your experience been with the podcast so far and the people that have been listening?
It's been absolutely incredible. And we're nearing our 3-year anniversary as well. Like at the end of May, that's when we first we made our first episode public. And so throughout that time, it is so heartwarming when we have advisors and professionals reach out to us and say, thank you so much for what you said on this episode, because it connected with me. And I really just felt like I had a friend who I was talking to and I was listening to. So to me, it's been a really great community builder, and it's so easy, I think, to put a podcast together. And I think a lot of folks, they get really intimidated because they're like, oh no, it's technology. I'm not sure what recording thing to use. I don't know, how to do it. How do I even get started? And so I think one of the things that we want to talk about too is how to get started with creating a podcast of your own to reach more people.
Agreed. It really is simple. It doesn't have to be expensive. It doesn't have to be hard. It just has to be intentional.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
It's also really great if you have a good why, right?
Yes.
We absolutely love helping and telling our stories and our journeys in hopes that it helps someone else. So we're going to kind of talk about understanding the basics of podcasting. When you first started, did you find that it was pretty easy to kind of research, especially, in travel, since you're already an advisor, what kind of topics and things that you wanted to talk about, kind of identifying the format and the equipment?
Sure. And so I feel like having a partner to, co-host the podcast with made it a lot easier because we could bounce ideas off of each other, and doing it conversationally just made it enjoyable. And so we realized that between the two of us, the podcast that we really loved had two people talking back and forth on a certain topic. So we already knew we wanted to serve the travel industry community. And so one of the first steps is to figure out, who do you want to serve? What kind of end product are you trying to convey and eventually sell? If it's to your clients, if you're a travel advisor to your clients, you can talk about different niches that you're a part of. So if you sell mostly Italy, that could be a really good podcast base, or even just like you can do like a 5-series episode on just Italy and, talk about things like that. So doing that kind of market research is really important to figure out how you want to, like where you want your podcast to go. And then we just basically Googled information on what platforms to use, because there's so many recording platforms that are out there. And so we just tried a few different ones until we found one that fit us. And for equipment, Lynn, what equipment do you use typically for your recordings?
So I'm going to be extremely honest. When I first started, I recorded everything on my laptop. I use the audio on my laptop. I even recorded episodes on my voice recorder on my iPhone. Eventually, I ended up getting a microphone and, editing services and all of those other things. But in the very beginning, it was just me and my laptop in my dining room recording. And so that's one of the things I want to convey is that, again, it does not have to be expensive. You do not have to go buy a bunch of expensive gear. You can absolutely use what you already have. I am almost nearing 100,000 downloads, and I'd say half of those come from my computer. What about you? What equipment do you use?
So the recording platform that we ended up going with is Zencastr, because they have the capability to do like a video chat like this. And when we bring guests on, it's really fun to just talk to each other. It's like a video call pretty much. But there are platforms, I think Anchor is one that's free, and you just need your phone. And so if you want to bring a guest on, you just give them the code and they could just talk on the phone. And we also do recordings on location too. Like we've gone to inaugural sailings, for example. We wanted to interview, our BDM or just folks that we meet on the experience. And so I use the voice recorder app on my phone too. And then I just bring it back and then download it into my computer. Editing wise, I don't know which one you use, but Audacity is what I use, and it's completely free. And there are so many functions on there. So you can YouTube how to do things. We always laugh. We're calling it the University of YouTube, University of Google. You can find anything on there. And those are things that, are either really affordable or even free, depending on which route you decide to go. And I have my little webcam here and I have a little mic here, and I don't think they cost me any more than $20 each. So it's one of those things where you learn as you go too. If you're not particularly happy with the way something sounds, it's a learning process, but just to get started, it's really simple. And it's free to go on a bunch of different streaming platforms too, which is something that I really loved.
The same. Currently, during this episode, I'm using my laptop, and this is going to be edited with GarageBand, which is free if you have an Apple product. So we're both using very similar processes, and currently we're using StreamYard. And StreamYard is great because it offers you the opportunity to download either just the audio and the video, and you can record the audio from each location, which sometimes is important if you have an editing service, which is what I use now, because they'll be able to have 2 streams of audio, and it's easier for them to kind of edit that. Now, I would never do that for myself because I think it's a little bit more complicated to edit 2 audio streams at the same time, but it's an option that's available for you. And StreamYard, I think I might pay $100 a year. So, and I use Bcast. So Bcast is my podcast platform. I used to use Libsyn. Libsyn was $20 a month, so nothing crazy. And Bcast had a AppSumo deal. It was $60 for a lifetime. And so now I never have to pay for my platform at all. I mean, it's definitely a low barrier to entry and can be done absolutely free.
Yes. And there are some platforms where you can just edit on the platform, or if you're doing it on your own and you just want it to be raw, you don't have to do any editing. And so for Audacity, it's pretty simple for me to do it on my own. You just take out the ums if you want to while you're while you're editing. But in general, so many options out there for people to just get started.
So the second thing we kind of want to talk about is leveraging the podcast to increase brand awareness. I'm going to be, again, super just authentic. When I started the podcast, I didn't necessarily have an intention of an audience. I really wanted the information. I wanted to connect with other travel advisors. I wanted to learn and grow the industry better. And honestly, I think that learning people's best practices is one of the best ways to create a successful business. And so the total and complete purpose of the podcast was, for me, was kind of selfish to get that information. And it just so happened that there were lots of other professionals who also wanted that information. And because you can easily and free send this to so many different platforms, that's kind of how it grew. So the brand awareness for me in the beginning wasn't necessarily a thing because I wasn't as intentional as you. How would you kind of, see, I'm going to take that out. I might not now just because I said it, but when you started, what things did you do to kind of leverage the podcast for brand awareness?
So we knew we wanted to serve the travel industry, specifically travel advisors. And between the two of us, Karina and I, we each have our own separate, I don't know if it's course or something like that, where we serve the travel advisor, whether that's through like templates or a digital course on social media, things like that. So we knew that we want to serve travel advisors while providing them the news. And at least from my end, when I provided news articles or as we're talking about things, I always mention like, this would be a great social media post for everyone listening. Just list these out in a carousel, for example. So we would touch on different things. And so it would create brand awareness for our services to travel advisors, but also, growing the Tin Lounge, we really initially just wanted to just connect with people. And so going in there, we never had the idea of, wanting to gain clients in terms of consumers. It was always something for the advisor.
So we kind of touched on it before, but one way to do brand awareness with the example of Italy is that it is a great platform for advisors who have a specific niche or a specific destination, because this is a way that your clients or potential clients will be able to access this information whenever they want. And that's really important because I know for myself, I usually listen to podcasts around midnight when I'm having my little insomnia moments and I'm trying to figure out a way to go to bed. I surf through all of my podcasts that that I need to update myself on. And so you're actually building that know, like, and trust with them without even having to put in a whole lot of energy and constantly contacting them, because they are actually first searching for the content anyway. Then they found you. Now they're binge listening your content. And so it's a great opportunity to get the know, like, and trust very simply. And now they're actually being attracted to you versus you having to expend the energy to go out and find them and convince them that you are the expert in this particular niche or destination. How do you, is that something that you have found as well with just different podcasts?
Yeah. So one thing that I always want to keep in mind is that we want to provide value to our listeners. Like, they're just not listening just because they like to hear our voices. They want to get something out of the podcast. So when you are thinking about the content, maybe ask yourself, what is the overall goal of this particular episode? Is it to educate my audience? Is it to just provide entertainment somehow? Is it to raise awareness for something? And one way that we have been able to increase our brand awareness is to reach out to people who could be guests on our show. So we've had Zane Kirby from Asta on our show. We've had our different BDMs on our show. And so we talk about different topics, and we are able to do it with like an interview style. So that way, as we're, pushing out our episode, we're tagging them and they're also sharing it with people. So that increases the brand awareness for our particular podcast brand. Just an idea, if let's just take the Italy example for, just in this case, you can contact maybe one of your hotel partners or one of your tour partners and just say, today we're going to talk about one of the coolest experiences you can have on the Amalfi Coast. And today I have with me so-and-so. And then you guys can just converse about how fun it is to, hire a private boat to go out to Capri or something. So that's adding value, but also there might be entertainment in that as well. So a lot of different ways you can increase that brand awareness.
And a lot of people, companies and brands are looking to share their audience because you have an audience or you will have an audience. And so having different guests on the show, you get to share each other's audience and introduce each other's audience to different things that they may or may not have been privy to before. Because I don't have a co-host, which I'm kind of sad about, might be thinking about soon. So the only way that I am able to have those conversations is through interviews. And every single time I have someone on the show, they are absolutely willing to share that episode with their community. And so, and obviously I'm sharing it with my community. And so we are always very excited to share content with each of our communities and kind of build a community, together. So that's a great way to kind of build the brand. I do want to touch on one thing is that for me, podcasting is a slow burn.
Yes.
So if you're looking to jump into podcasting, to be on the top 100 or top 10 or top just number one, I'm not going to say that it's not going to happen. What I'm going to say is with most things, it takes time and consistency. So
especially
putting
if
out
you
an
are
episode. No,
yeah,
go.
I mean, especially if you are like super niche, like for us, we're a really niche podcast. We deliver the, travel industry news to travel professionals. So in my mind, like we're never going to be like number one globally in terms of like podcasts in general, but we serve the people that we serve, and we've gotten great feedback. And so to me, that's really what matters. And to grow that listenership, everywhere that we go, there are always people who are just like, oh my gosh, I finally get to meet you and have like a face to the voice. And, it just warms me up because I'm just like, oh my gosh, people are finding value in what we're offering.
Same. I'm always very confused when people are like, oh, I've listened to your podcast, and I'm like, you heard it? Because we both serve a very, very niche group of people. And I always like to say, if you get 50 listeners, that is a lot of people. Because if you had 50 people sitting in a room listening to you, you would be ecstatic. If you had 50 people stop by like your booth at a vendor show, you would be ecstatic. And so when you're talking about podcasting, you have to understand that, you know, it may take a while for people to find your content, especially if you're new and you are just starting your brand awareness for your travel business. So, which kind of leads us into kind of the market and distributing the podcast and kind of how you can use this on social media. I know that you are so much better at this than me. I literally edit it and pop it on my social media. And I'm gonna get better at that. But how do you kind of repurpose that content and use it on all of the different social media platforms and email marketing?
Yeah, so in thinking about all the different ways you can use your podcast. So for example, if we are doing like a video call format, you can always record it and then put that entire video onto YouTube, for example. So that's a video kind of format and people can search on YouTube. You can put a little clip on Instagram or a little clip on Facebook. You can also you can use your show notes. If there are tools out there that transcribe the words that you're saying, you can use that for a blog post. You can split that up into different social media posts. We don't do that a lot for the Chin Lounge, really because like we have our own agency. So the Chin Lounge is more, you know, we go on social media and post when we get the chance to do so. But in thinking about how you can use that for your own travel business, if you're trying to reach your clients and consumers, those are great ways for you to be able to just distribute that information. And don't forget about email marketing. You know, if you have an email marketing campaign, tell your audience that you do have a podcast available. And the thing about podcasting is that like it's free for people to listen to. So you can be on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, iHeartRadio, so many other streaming platforms. And it's so easy to listen to and so easy for them to share with their friends and family. What are ways that you've been distributing your podcast episodes?
So because my podcast platform immediately sends them to all of the places, I have found that YouTube is the most shocking for me because I only do an audio podcast. So this format is very strange to me. People can actually see me talking, but I just upload the audio version of my podcast to YouTube and it does so well. It's shocking that people are, you know, I assume YouTube is a visual platform, but I guess people like to listen to the audio. And my most favorite recent is TikTok. I love TikTok. It brings me joy. And it's a great platform because you never know what might go viral and what might not. And it's also a whole different sector of people who may not listen to podcasts or may not, you know, go on YouTube or be on Facebook. It's just, there's so many different places to put things. And on TikTok, you can put like short little clips.
Right.
Or you can put 3 to 10 minutes of, you know, the entire podcast. And my podcast is only 15 minutes. So if I cut out my little intro, I can put almost the whole podcast on TikTok. So that's kind of how I distribute mine. I also have a Facebook community that I kind of put it in where, you know, people can either share it or listen to it there. So I want to get better and kind of get on Instagram and do better on Facebook, but TikTok is where my heart is. So that's where I put most of my content.
I love TikTok myself. So I feel like part of it too, I've seen snippets of different podcasts on TikTok. And so if people come across that snippet and they're like, ooh, I really love what I'm hearing right now, let me go check out this podcast. Great way for you to be able to get more exposure. And it's just one of those things where, you know, we don't have a TikTok account, but I know for a fact that it works because I'm on there and I'm easily influenced.
Same. I started one for the podcast and I have a personal one. And I have found that it's easier for me just to post my podcast episodes on my personal account because those are the people who already like the content that I am providing, or the algorithm is amazing and they're bringing the right people. So again, it doesn't have to be this extensive process where you have a personal brand and a podcast brand. You can actually blend those two together to make it less work. And here's the thing, if your podcast completely blows up, then you have the resources and the desire and the, you know, the motivation to then create this whole new business, right? But until then, just keep it authentic and light and informative and valuable. And who knows? Because truly, the sky isn't even the limit. A couple of statistics that I wanted to throw out is that most podcasters don't make it to their 9th episode. So if you get past your 9th episode, then you're in like the top 25% of podcasters. Like I said, it's a slow burn. So it's a lot of kind of intentional effort to provide value to an audience who may or may not know who you are yet. And the fact that we are in our 3rd and 4th year doing this, we're in the top like 1% of podcasters, which is absolutely mind-blowing. But it's really about that consistency. And it wasn't until about this 3rd year, it'll be 4 years in June, is now I honestly can't really be on any virtual meeting or go to any like in-person event and people don't know who I am. And that is still very wild to me. So all the things that you're looking for, all the goals that you have for your business can absolutely be done with podcasting.
Yeah. And it's basically just talking like you would talk to your friends about a certain topic. And one thing I love about podcasts is that I can just put my headphones on and like clean the house or do something that needs to be done, doesn't require my brain to do it. So then I can just listen to whatever it is I'm listening to. And imagine having that kind of power to be able to teach people something, market yourself while they are doing chores or any time of like any activity that doesn't require them to like be watching something. It's such an amazing tool to use for your business.
So the question really is at this point is, why haven't you started a podcast already?
Yeah,
right?
Give it a shot. Try it. Just try it.
So we're so glad. We're glad that you were able to listen to this today. And we hope that we were able to provide you some value, and that if it's something that you've been thinking about, or you have been thinking about different ways to market your business or increase your brand awareness, that we were able to, give you a little bit of encouragement and let you know that it's really not that hard, and it could definitely change your life and your business.
Absolutely. And if you guys have any questions at all, you can find us either by reaching out to Host Agency Reviews or find us on any social media channel and send us a message.
Absolutely. And we want to thank Host Agency Review for allowing us to come on here and, babble on about podcasting.
We hope you guys have an amazing 2023 and that this helps push you towards experimenting with different marketing efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies. It is so great to hear from fellow podcasters. And I can attest from having had a podcast since 2016, where when I first put it out, I was like, who in the world is going to listen to this? This is so weird. But it helps you reach a totally different audience. And there are a lot of people that listen to podcasts, if that's a marketing platform that's of interest to you. So next up, we have myself and Mary. We'll be going over our big announcement, our special launch for Carr's very first product. But before we do, if you are a new advisor to the industry, tune in tomorrow afternoon for the EduSpot. I believe it's the first one there, but I'm going to be talking with Mark, Meter, and Alvin from ASTA, and we'll be going over ASTA's roadmap to becoming a travel advisor course. So if you like the content that Carr produces, including Host Week, but if you've read the content on the site and you wish like, oh, I wish it would be more orderly and covered more topics in an orderly fashion, the ASTA course is a gem for you. I worked closely with ASTA on the content and wrote the course, so you can be assured it has the same level of expertise and awkward and weirdness, as well as keeping things in layman's terms for you. So if you like what Carr has, the ASTA course is 240 pages of goodness on that, plus videos, plus quizzes, plus people showing you how they do bookings. And there is a special for it for Host Week. There's 50% off. So it will be $149 for all of that. And that link we'll put up is for the specials, which are exclusive to Host Week attendees. So if you are a new travel advisor, I cannot recommend that course enough. So if you're an advisor with experience under your belt, but feel like there's maybe a few pieces missing of the puzzle, you've kind of done a DIY, learn the industry thing. It's pretty much like my brain dump on everything I know about the industry. So tune in tomorrow. It's at 2:40 Central Time to kick off our EduSpots. And with that, let's go ahead and bring in Mary. Hi, Mary.
Hey, Steph, how are you?
Good. Okay, so I'm going to do this publicly because I haven't gotten to talk to you. I got these beautiful flowers from you. Thank you.
Oh, it's just such an exciting day. Of course,
it is.
On one day. It's so much fun.
I love tulips. It smells so good. It smells just like spring. Yummy. So thank you.
Spring.
Well, thank you everyone for tuning in for this. This is a really exciting moment for us because like I said and hinted at all day, is we finally got our acts together after 11 years and put together a course, like a formal learning course, like the ASTA course I just talked about. So Mary, I thought what we could do is just kind of go over the course, do a screen share, show people a little bit what it's like. So if you were perusing the specials earlier, we now have a link to it where you can find the landing page. So this course, it's called what is it called? The Complete Guide to Starting an Agency, I think. The Complete Guide to Starting an Agency. And so, we're super, super excited about this. So our goal of the course is to give new entrepreneurs a very detailed and easy to follow course that goes about the nuts and bolts of starting an agency. So it kind of fills that gap between when someone has researched and knows they wants to start the agency. So I would say if somebody took the ASTA course and is like, yes, this is exactly what I envision being a travel advisor is like, then they're ready to start their agency. But then there's this huge gap where people are like, I've never been an entrepreneur. I have no idea how to start my business. I have no idea how to do the books. I have no idea how to do marketing, anything like that. But what we specifically focus on in this course is getting your agency up and running, helping you find the best travel agency model for you, whether it be host, franchise, or going independent and getting your own accreditation. So that's kind of the goal of it, is to help people get the official business. And the real charm in it is there's a lot of things that are exclusive, not found on the site anywhere else. I know we have a lot of free opt-ins and downloads and things like that, but it will save you tons of time because it walks you through spending all your energy learning how to set up your business. You're only going to do that once in your entire career as a travel advisor. And so you don't really want to be spending your energy and time and or like brain space, if you're like me, don't want to be spending that remembering how to is an S corp better for me, or is it going to be the sole proprietor? So Mary, my sister Bridget, and we both grew up in a home-based travel agency family in our house. So we did a lot of the lessons in the course, but you've gone through the course already. So tell me kind of what your thought was when you went through the course.
Okay, yes. So I'm going to brain dump my thoughts. And I'm very excited about it because Steph has like a bonkers amount of experience in the industry. And, I have a decent amount of experience, but I feel like as I go through it, I can still have that beginner's mind. So I bring that approach to the course, even though I have my hands in it a little bit. But Steph, I really like what you said about you're only going to start a travel agency once. And starting a travel agency isn't information that you really need to retain and like do over and over again. And I'm kind of the way, like, I have a toddler, I have hobbies, I have like lots of things on my mind. And I just, the time savings of it is just ridiculous, right? So the way I see it is the course is going to enable advisors to spend less time on the setup process on information that they're maybe never going to use again, and fast forward to using that energy and time to really hitting the ground running with their agency, selling, developing relationships, learning your host culture or franchise or accreditation, making all those decisions. And, Steph and I were thinking the other day about, how does this course really differ from our site? And I mean, to me, it's kind of a no-brainer, but I was like, how do I package this in like one image or metaphor? And the way I kind of think of it is that on our site, on host agency reviews, yes, you can find all the ingredients you need to start your own travel agency, but it has ingredients for everything else to do with the travel agency too. So the course, what it does is it gives you the recipe and the guide to follow the recipe step by step to start your own agency. And time is of the essence, and it's going to save you the time, it's going to save you the energy. And even though you don't need to retain most of the information to start an agency, you need to do it really detailed and really well. And this course is going to enable you to do that. And I also just wanted to know a little bit about the course organization. And Bridget is meticulous, and she put the course together, and she did such a great job at making the steps so they're really information dense, but very clear and succinct and to the point. So it's very digestible and step by step. The videos, each lesson has like a video tutorial, or most of them do anyways, that are just a few minutes. And what I appreciate about it is it just gives you the information you need at the time that you need it, at the pace that you're taking the course. And so with the self-paced aspect of the course, that's nice too, because some advisors are going to spend more time on different chapters. And so you can kind of, spend time that you want on different lessons and courses that you need. And I also love, and I swear this is the last thing I'm going to say, but I also love the tone of the course too. It's really conversational and very approachable. So it's not your dry, I'm sitting in a lecture hall, I'm listening to this brain dump on everything about starting a travel agency. It's more of like a series of TED Talks. They're fun, engaging, dynamics. Steph and Bridget together, they have like 4 decades of experience, but they also have so much passion and love for the industry, and that really translates in the course. And I mean, they're cute as all get out. I'm going to give you a little.
That's what I was waiting for, Mary.
I don't want to make looks, but there's looks too. You guys are so sweet, and it's just like, I don't know, your love for each other, your love for the industry. It really translates.
Oh, that's so good. I didn't even have to ask you about it, because I was like, I'm going to have to say, like, weren't we cute together? Like, everyone always thinks we're the same person. So
you're about to see how cute they are, but that's you gotta wait for a minute.
Yes. So just to say who the course is for, this is for people, if you've taken the ASTA course, you want to become a travel advisor and start your agency, definitely this course is for you. So if people aren't quite there yet and they're still trying to learn the industry, and again, want it in a more organized fashion than what you find on Carr's site, that's where we really recommend the ASTA course. And you can find that at asta.org/become. And again, again, you can save 50% on that by using the promo code HAR149. And then for those that have taken the ASTA course, what we do, because I think that's a great primer, and to make sure that this is really going to be a good fit for you as a course, we also take $40 off this course from Carr if you send us over your ASTA certificate, just because we know that that's going to be a really good fit in combination with our course to make sure that you're off to the right start. So Mary, do you want to go over the curriculum really quick, kind of show us what we've got?
Yeah, so here is a look at the landing page, and it's so pretty. You and Bridget did such a good job with this, but you'll see it's broken down into the 9 chapters here, and it starts with like the really big picture look, the travel ecosystem, kind of getting your footing, And then it goes into sort of the softer skills, creative development of the niche and the name. And then it gets into the nitty gritty of like, you're starting your financials, your accounting, you're choosing your business model. And then toward the end, it talks about choosing a host agency or franchise or accreditation, as it may be. And a lot of times it's a little counterintuitive that comes at the end, because people think like, oh, I need to choose a host right away and get going. But this is the course that's going to lead you to choosing the right host or franchise, first of all, and then like you'll really be able to hit the ground running. But the thing with this curriculum is that it's a little deceivingly simple. So I wanted to also go into the back end of the course just to show like what the chapters look like and the lesson plans underneath it. Oh, well, let me scroll. Okay.
That's what look at that. Me and Bridge.
That's so cute. Okay, I smile every time I see it. So you'll see here on the side, on the left side, on my left, I don't know, is it on your left too? Probably. Each chapter has like 3 to 10 lessons underneath it. And so for the setting of your finances chapter, for example, you'll see that's broken down into like a couple minute videos. And then there's also some downloadable resources I know Steph is going to talk about later. And then within each lesson, we also have like the takeaways for the whole chapter, the lesson, and then continued resources. So if there's something that you really want to dig into more, you'll be able to get connected to what you want to see in here. So overall, I think, okay, I have to look at my notes because I don't have the numbers memorized. We have 9 chapters, each of them with the lessons, like up to 10 lessons. We have 60 plus bite-sized instructional videos. We have 20 course downloads. I have nothing to do with this actually. And then we also, one of the other unique things about the course is we have 5 videos. I'm gonna go back up to your picture here because it's so cute. But we also have 5 videos from seasoned travel advisors who talk through about like how they came to their niche. And so it doesn't only offer the experience from Bridget and Steph, but it also talks to advisors who have their boots on the ground. And so that's kind of a unique point about it too. And one of the last things I wanted to mention about the course and the curriculum is that everyone who signs up has membership access to the course for 12 months. And so what that means is you'll be able to see these smiling faces as many times as you want in those 12 months, but also maybe even more importantly, once we update the course, you'll also have access to those updates. And I know, Steph, I think you have like 2 chapters in the cooker to add to the course, possibly.
Yeah, we've got a couple more. We're going to be going over more in depth. So we'll add those and you'll get them as part of the program. Now, I was going to go over the worksheets and things, but I didn't prepare enough ahead of time, Mary. So I will just say, and because we are running short on time, I will just say that there are a lot more exclusive resources, downloads, templates, different things that are very helpful that aren't a part of the site that come with this course. So that's something really fantastic. And Mary, maybe you can chat really quickly kind of about the community portion and the live meetups, and then we can go into kind of the pricing and the discounts that we have available, things like that.
Yeah, just real quick, that the community portion is 2-pronged. So you're going to have like instructor support. And what that means throughout this course is that there's going to be live monthly meetups. So after you finish the course, you're not left high and dry. During the 12 months of membership, you can join in on these meetups with a hard team or an industry professional and, get some assistance of like the what now? And also during a course and for the 12 months, you also have priority support from host agency reviews crew. So you just email us, you're kind of at the top of our inbox. The other aspect of the community building is there's some peer community accountability. So the course comes with a private community that you can engage with your peers along the way. And I know that nothing compares to sharing ideas. And so that's the community piece.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that. And with the, what did I want to say with the community? So right now we're just kind of doing pre-orders because we don't want people to be taking this during host week because there's a lot of great information during host week that we want you to tune into. So February 1st is when this first cohort is going to start, but you can purchase it now. So the 2 pricing options. So one is 1 payment of $399, or you can do 3 payments of $150. The other thing to say is, again, we have that host week discount if you've taken the ASTA course. And that's $40 off, or there's the host week discount, which is much better for this course, and it's valid through February 12th. If you sign on through February 12th, and that gives you 50% off. So it's like $150 or $149 or something for the course, which is a really great deal. We'll put a link to the landing page in the comments for you, so you can read more about what the course is, see the frequently asked questions. And one of the other things that's important to us, because we've, I don't want to say we've never, but we always try to focus on, making the travel industry accessible for people. And I never want someone not to be able to join the industry because of financial resources. And that's something that's kind of important to our team. And so we also have it where we have a quarterly scholarship program for those who have financial needs. And you can find more information on that in the FAQs of the course page. So check that out. If you have any questions, let's see if there's any in there. I don't think there are. Yay. Yeah. So if you have any questions, you can always drop us a line at hello@hostagencyreviews.com. And with that, I'm going to start. I think we have successfully pulled off day 1 of Host Week 2023. Yay. So exciting. It was so much less stressful than the previous years. Thank you, Juan and Rita, for your help. Let's see, though, before we wrap things up, I want to go over the docket really quick for what we've got tomorrow, because I'm telling you, every single day of Host Week has great speakers, lots of interviews, tons of information to help your agency grow. So this is kind of what we've got. Now, if you haven't registered yet, make sure to go to hostagencyreviews.com/hostweek and register so that you can get the emails where to go tomorrow with the link to it. So tomorrow, our keynote is Travis Pittman, the CEO of Tour Radar, and he is going to be talking to us about sustainability. And then afterwards, we're going to have a Q&A session with their sustainability expert, which will be really fun. Then we move into our Consortia section where we do the interviews with the consortium. We have 2 tomorrow. We have Travel Savers and Ness. So tune in for that. And then after that, we go into our host agency interviews. So April will be interviewing Independent by Liberty, KHM Travel Group, Levarté Travel, who you might have seen earlier today when they did the intro to the keynote, Ness Plus, Pickles Travel Network, and Travel Leaders Market Square. And then our EduSpots for the afternoon. The first one is going to be that ASTA course I was telling you about. It'll be me and Mark Meter and Elvin Adriano going over it and doing some screen shares. And then we have Stephanie Greasy and Scott Rutz from Travify on how to add video to your playbook. Carolyn Holler is doing Building Your Marketing Funnel, online list building for your travel business. Oh, and this is a fun one. So this is our largest one. So this one is a panel. It's with Tiffany Lane, Danielle Lewis, Aaron Smith, and Brandy Martin. And it's What I Wish I'd Known, 3 advisors tell it straight. So what they wish they would have known when they started out. And then we have Tom Carpenter, who has Treat Your New Business Like a Real Business. He's a travel attorney and also a travel advisor. So great insights. And then we have Sahara Rose DeVore, who does incorporating travel coaching into your business. So a big thank you to all of you for tuning in today. From the whole team here at Host Agency Reviews, thanks again for joining us for Host Week, and we'll see you tomorrow at 12 p.m. Central Time for another day of awesome content.